In every region, the greatest teams have answered the call.
You just have to play absolutely perfect. This is insane.
They've fought to make a name for themselves. Every move, every play.
This could be a full cap.
Just doing so much damage.
Brings them a step closer to glory or ruin.
Just hanging on, somehow, still going.
The best of the best will battle for honor, pride, and prestige.
And there it is, a 4K for Zera.
Stars will rise. Rivalries will rage.
Jiwoo is just decimating.
And champions will claim their place on the world stage.
That is Daddy.
This is the OWCS Stage 1 Playoffs.
New intro, who dis? What's good, friends, family, acquaintances? It's playoffs time. My name is Zoe and I'm thrilled to be with you all day today and tomorrow, the rest of the playoffs. Actually, any day of the week, really, if you ask me nicely. And per usual, I come bearing gifts. Yes, that's right, we have playoff drops. So make sure, once again, to connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch accounts to earn these beautiful Year of the Snake themed drops for our playoffs week 1. You can see the dates on your screens, but let's be real, if you haven't connected these two accounts yet, then I don't know what you've been doing for the past years. It's years, right? Yeah, it's been years. Either way, looking at this year particularly and at our schedule, let's see where we're currently at. As I said, we are now in the playoffs. That means we concluded the Stage 1 regular season, which is the second box on your screen. Of course, we started it all with the open qualifiers, but now we're smacked up in the middle here. Playoffs time. We're gonna have 2 weekends, filled with action in the EMEA and NA region. That said, we will be seeing the other regions played out a little bit later as well. Now, of course, this is a very pivotal point for our competition. The top 2 teams at the end of the playoffs will advance to the global stage to take on the world's best Overwatch teams. That's right. And here is the location of the big showdowns. Yeah, that's right. We have 3. We'll be starting it all off with the Champions Clash in Hangzhou, China from April 18th to the 20th. This is where the top 2 teams of each region will be competing. Now, to help me break down all the action, everything there is to know about Overwatch, I once again got the squad back together. It's Jake and Johnny joining us for all things playoffs here at the desk, not as casters, but back as analysts. Hi guys.
It's good to be back, Zoe. We're running it back.
Is it? I don't know. I feel a little abandoned by you guys. I'm not gonna lie.
We show up once
in a
in a
real
while.
Zoe Dang.
Yeah.
You show up once in a while. The sign of a true friend, Johnny. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Let's talk about the teams though. You know, because whether you're analysts or casters, you get to talk about the teams. Starting with the standings here, of course, Virtus.Pro has been on top for basically all stage, right? So not much shift there. But overall, I think in the EMEA region, it's been on the tight side of things, looking at the middle of the pack. It was a lot of back and forth, and only until the very last day of regular season play did we finally know the placements in the middle here. Team Pep's coming out in the 2nd place. I think that surprised some people.
Yeah, I mean, I think Team Peps definitely overperformed expectations, but you got to look at squads like the Ultimates and Twisted Minds being down in 5th and 6th right here. That they're on elimination bubble, right? They're already in the lower bracket. And I think for both of those teams who came in with really high expectations with well-known rosters, that's going to be a gut punch here coming into playoffs.
Yeah, can we also just mention the fact that Perks just threw everything, kind of like, you know, scattered everything. Now it's just chaos all over the place. We went from starting the year with the Hazard meta to like Torb Sim, and then we introduced Perks and everything's just all over the place. So needless to say, it hasn't been easy for any of these teams, Zoe.
No, but adaptability is key, right? We knew all along already in the era of Overwatch 2 that you have to have flexibility, right? You have to have a deep hero pool, and you got to be ready for whatever is coming your way. Unlucky for a lot of the teams, a lot came their way in just a few weeks span, and Vision Esports and Sakura Esports will find themselves at the bottom of our standings, which means that they will not be participating in the playoffs, and furthermore, they will find themselves in the relegation matches where they have to fight their way back into the stage 2 through those relegation matches where they are going up against the top of the Faceit Masters League. Now, however, let's shift our focus on the players and the teams that came out on top and are now fighting for those 2 coveted spots to go to China. These are the pairings. VP, as the first seed, got to pick their opponent, and they're going to run it back and go up against Gen.G again. Yay? Nay? How are we feeling about that pick?
Oh, I think it's spicy, Jake. I think it's spicy.
I think it's interesting because these teams haven't played neither of these first 2 matches. I mean, these are like, I think these were our opening matchups from EMEA. So the last time
both of them
played a match was months ago, before Perks, before like a huge level of change and adaptation came into the game. So yes, these teams have, you know, like played each other before, but that was so long ago. This is a lot of confidence for VP to be picking Gen.G, who has looked like a really strong team, especially, you know, post Perks. I think flexibility has looked good for them. So, I mean, then again, though, this is Virtus.Pro. They're 7-0. They should be confident.
Yeah, and look, in NA, they've just picked the same opponents that they played like last week. So we're kind of like, oh, well, last week, you know, they beat each other, so it's fine. But like, this has been so long ago at this point that we kind of don't know what these teams are going to look like against each other with everything that's been introduced, like Perks and stuff like that, right? So I'm all for embracing the chaos. It's going to be all over the place. And VP picking Gen.G, I think it's going to be a great match.
Listen, you beat them once, you might beat them twice. The logic is there, right? This should work, it could work. Maybe we are already back to week 1 meta at this point as well, since everything is full circle. The world is in fact round, as some people...
It is round, you're right.
So you say, that's up for debate, all right?
It's up for debate to some people.
Whatever, I'm not agree. Some people do.
But that's the problem with the flat earth, they're staying down.
I spread misinformation on the internet.
Couldn't be us. I think we want to take a look at today's schedule to know exactly which matches are coming our way. There you have it, EMEA and NA both on your screens. We're fighting our way through the upper semifinals, upper bracket semifinals first. And all of these are rematches, of course, since every team faced every team in the round robin. Da-da. You know what I'm interested in, though?
What are you
Your
interested in?
guys' brackets would
I'm curious.
look like. I want to know where we're. Do we have some spicy ones? So every talent which will be on broadcast was tasked or asked to fill out their own bracket rather. So let's bring in. Do we have them ready? Production? Can we take a look? Okay, we're starting with mine, the correct bracket. There we go.
Okay, what have we got here? So you got VP as your stage 1 champion.
Mm-hmm.
No surprises, right?
Going for a lower bracket run there, Zoe.
No.
No?
I like this.
What do you mean no? Twisted Minds.
Wait, what?
Making a lower bracket run, yeah?
I mean, they are going through the lower bracket, but they're not making it through the finisher run.
But hey, top 2 gets you to the major, right?
That's
and
right.
I think honestly, as much as you want to win, top 2 is there's a bigger drop off between not making the major and making it for me than actually first and second place in the region. That's nice, but I think for a lot of these teams, it's like you want to go to LAN. That's like the money that where things get really exciting. What all these players play for is making it to LAN.
Yeah.
So with only two spots available, 2 tickets out of the region, that's going to be very hotly contested.
That's
I just have to say, like, many of these teams I have trust issues with. I feel like on a good day, any team in this region can beat any team. But there are a lot of mud fights here. There are a lot of dog fights so far this regular season.
I think EU is very competitive.
It's really difficult. It is.
We've got like the rankings. You could look at the schedule. You could look at past performance. But I think that honestly oversells how much these teams are differentiated by. I think there's a lot of close matchups, a lot of upset potential. So I like this Twisted Mind lower bracket run. What to see on my bracket.
Let's take a look.
Did I copy Zoe's homework?
Did we all just copy each other's homework? I feel like VP on top is gonna be for each and every one of them. Is this already the new bracket? Or is this still the same? We don't know.
I think this is still yours, but
I think this is the one.
This is Jake?
No, this is Jake.
This is mine.
Wait,
okay, I knew it was just about the same. So I also think TM. I actually was really impressed by TM in their last few matches. I think post perks, I think they've like really gotten their feet under them after like an unexpectedly rough start to the stage, and they've managed to put together, I think, an impressive performance. I think like Funny Astro's competency on main support has looked huge for this team and the team overall. You know, I'm impressed. I'm a believer that they're going to make a lower bracket run. I do think it's going to be a little bit more competitive in some of these matches, but in the end, I think Twisted Minds have impressed me a lot. I think they're going to make it to the major, and I think VP. They're the only team that I have like high confidence in. But even VP, I'm like, there's even a chance that these top teams get upset with how close EMEA is.
Yeah, you got a 4-3 right there. So that's a pretty close final. Can I just go ahead and say, just apologize to the French fans for this FFA disrespect?
Oh man, he's gone
a little bit.
Are you about to disrespect them? Is that what's happening?
Second, I think all of us, some of them would have expected us to at least have Peps advance. Now, I actually do have Peps beating the Ultimates. So this is my bracket. So I have Peps beating the Ultimates. So I don't think the Ultimates are making it out of, the first round even. Because frankly, they haven't shown me anything through like. I don't have the confidence in
it. Doesn't make sense.
What happens there? Like, so Peps beat the Ultimates, and then where do they go?
VP Peps play in both the upper final and the lower final. That's crazy.
Can I blame someone else?
That's a crazy spread, Johnny.
What happened with my bracket? What is it like?
I don't know. You tell us.
No, okay, so I filled it out correctly, so I'm not taking blame for this.
All right.
Someone messed this up along the way. Someone's trying to
make me
stupid. Who's trying to make me look
Are you blaming the teacher for your homework? Is that what's happening?
Oh my god. No,
Yeah, I mean, okay, listen, we all have different takes, so that's okay.
That's a wild take. I want 2 spots in the bracket. That sounds sick, honestly.
I had Peps ending third, losing in 5 maps to Twisted Minds in the lower bracket final. And then I had the Ultimates losing to Alcadzia in the first lower bracket round. So I also had Twisted Minds making a lower bracket run.
Wait,
guys, but I wanted
Johnny,
to
hold on. Are you saying you're predicting against Kevster? Is that what I'm hearing?
I am. Look, I gotta be realistic. I gotta say it how it is. Look, I think Kevster's still been one of the best players in all of stage 1, like still outperforms. But the Ultimates, they haven't given me anything to like instill confidence. So like, why would I pray them? They haven't shown me it yet. I need to see it. I think that's
but now Twilight's in the mix. Like, it's fine.
It's better in the mix for a bit.
Well, for like a week and a half, okay? Like, let's calm down. And then there were perks coming in. Yeah, I mean, we already stated, right? These matches can go either way because both, like, there's just, it's too stacked of a region thus far. Let's get into it, though. Let's talk about our first match of the day, the upper bracket semifinals between Gen.G and Virtus.Pro. Once again, this is a rematch from our opening game this stage. VP took that one 3-1. Gen.G actually played them close on both Samoa and Dorado, if I remember that correctly. I remember that at the very end, Esperanca was a complete blowout. Virtus.Pro just like absolutely run away with it. Gen.G did get a map there as well. What will we see from them today, though? Because the meta has indeed shifted quite a bit. But Jake, VP, despite all the different metas, all the different looks, VP has been on top. They only dropped 3 maps this entire stage.
Yeah, VP have been really the one team in EMEA who's stood above the rest. I think Jwoo has made a huge splash on the scene. He's come in and it's just popping off on these flanker roles, really standing side by side with Shockwave. This was like a beautiful DPS combo. The team's very committed to this 5-man roster, and it really has paid off for VP. They look great on the executions. I think Gala and Fixa. I think Fixa also surprised a lot of people. Who knew he's like maybe a solid main support, but I think he's really taken it to the next level this stage. So every aspect of this team has been impressive. I feel that with the hero bans, this team has really been able to push the limit and really show their best self here in EMEA.
Yeah, and the opposition is Gen.G, a roster a lot of people have been very, very excited about as well. Of course, I'm going to ask you about the tank here. Mag, what do you think he has been cooking up for us today?
Yeah, Gen.G, the team that lives and dies by Mag. I know it's a bit of a meme at this point, but still, you can't. It is the main story point for me with this team, actually, because you have a pretty flexible damage duo. Top Dragon, we've seen Top Dragon play like, Echo, Venture, Tracer, but also even flex over to Sojourn sometimes, which allows Sauna to play the Tracer. So you have a really flexible damage duo. But Mag, it really is like kind of like the big question mark for this team, because Mag has received Player of the Match honors quite a few times, actually popped off, had some great matches in the region. But sometimes you just get Mag when he started playing his best, and played a lot of different heroes. Most recently, we've seen a lot of Ball, we've seen a lot of Diva from Mag. And it certainly lends itself to the meta quite a bit here. But I'm curious what we're going to see from Mag in today's match against VP. I think VP, they're a team that like to sit back. They like to poke quite a bit. Sometimes with Stola, or play the slower heroes like a Sigma, for example. So like, how does Mag get involved, right? How does Mag get involved in those kind of compositions? Might even see the Mauga come out. We started up the computer this morning. We got ready for the show. And Jaws just joins the Discord call and was like, guys, might see some Mauga. Well, Mag can play the Mauga if we do see some Mauga. So I'm just curious to see what we're seeing from Mag in today's match, because that is going to be the big question mark for me. If Gen.G goes ahead and wins this match against VP, which would be an upset in my opinion, then Mag probably has a great performance.
Yeah, and I think...
Yeah, I mean, he's going up against a...
But I was going to say, the match between Mag and the Fixa is going to be huge here. I think main support has oftentimes a huge role to play in like limiting what the tank can get done, whether it's the Brig, the Lucio, those boops. Disrupting the tank's gameplay is critical. Support ultimates, blocking the tank's moves. I think that's actually a good matchup for VP to have such a rock-solid main support who's had such a great season to potentially slow Mag down.
Yeah, but VP has shown us so much versatility. Like, they didn't skip a beat. They seemed very unfazed no matter what they had to play. Vistola has been a jack of all trades for sure. So Mac is going to have his work cut out for them. And our audience agrees. Predictions clearly in favor of VP, to absolutely no one's surprise. But that doesn't mean that Gen.G doesn't have very good chances of taking a map. 2 maps, perhaps. Causing an upset? Perhaps not, but we'll find out in just a little bit, because we are getting ready for our first match. So let's send it over to our caster duo for this one. It's going to be Avril and Jack. What do you guys think of this matchup? And even more importantly, what do you think of Johnny's bracket?
Thank you very much, Zoe. Honestly, I was expecting Zoe to be like, what do you think of the flat earth theory? I think Jake is on something now. I was thinking maybe they go that
You gotta be
direction.
flat-minded. You gotta be
I think I'm
flat-minded,
cooking.
you know?
Jake, I don't think you're cooking, buddy. I'm sorry. I'm not coming to those meetings with you either, Jake.
Jake's
Sorry,
never been
buddy.
on a plane before. How would he know?
Yeah, so true. Gen.G versus Virtus.Pro, Avril. I think the audience is kind of, as expected, predicting Virtus.Pro to run away with this. 7-0, only lost 3 maps this entire stage. One of them was against Gen.G, though, at the very top of week 1.
I mean, yeah, but we do have a little bit of a hiccup recently. That map 5, OWCS really pushed him. I mean, I'd like to look at recent results a little bit more, particularly because Season 15, perks available. A lot of the older results, I'm willing to forgive. I'm willing to say maybe not so relevant. What did you do in the last week? That is, I think, the most important thing here. For VP, slipped up a little bit. I still do think they are the favorites, strongly so. Gen.G barely got past ultimates, a struggling ultimates, and didn't quite do enough damage versus Peps.
Well, here's what I thought we'd see, and like Johnny kind of pointed out as well, a little bit of
Look at these Korea teams, huh?
Yeah, I was going to bring that up.
Korea. I just finished casting Korea, which, by the way, fun fact, this is our first time casting Korea. I was casting Korea last night with Harry Leg Day, and everyone was saying, "Oh, is that Jaws and Leg Day?" Do we sound alike? Do you and me sound alike, Jaws? I don't know, man.
What,
that was
me and you sound alike?
Yeah, that was crazy. That's crazy. Me personally,
I don't know, bro. Maybe.
Wouldn't. Never mind.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Put 2 boys against each other and see if they who ends up coming out.
That's crazy.
I don't think so.
Crazy.
Kiwi versus the British. I mean, maybe it sounds slightly similar. Top Dragon on
What's
the
crazy
Farah,
is the
though.
Malga, dude.
Yeah, the Malga's going to be so fun. I can't believe we're so back. Top Dragon on the Farah has been quite interesting over the last couple of weeks as well. I think he's been just a fantastic player, but against the Malga comps, a little bit tough to get the Farah actually pop in, and actually Top Dragon's going to go down first, so a little bit of a cast guys there.
Basically, what we saw when Top Dragon, was facing up against Exodio, just sniping him out of the sky. Well, much different here with Shockwave. First fight looking pretty comfortable for Virtus.Pro. I still do think Farah is great in this meta, but is he going to have safe enough angles? You need to be able to push onto this point, exploit the fact that you have that kind of middle kind of geometry to play through, that giant tower on the point. That's where Top Dragon's going to be able to find some geometry. The hide, at least.
He did end up trying to flank first time. We'll see if he gets sniped out again. Swanna does go pretty low, but Malga meta. These fights will take a long time, especially with a point that has so much cover on it. It's going to be up to Crispy's Ray, I'd imagine. That's up in about 5%. Actually, just
really far ahead as well.
I mean, look at
really
this.
How far ahead of Garlet.
Having to use that speed ring already, and here comes the orbital ray by Crispy. Target fire here on to the tanks as Mag just absolutely obliterated. Victor is going to end up trading, and honestly, in a double ray fight, it's really hard to tell how things end up going down before the kill feed just fills up completely. And in fact, Sauna's just going to rid the OC. It's 1 HP though, and now it's a 2v1. DPS and support versus a little old Canale on the point, and it's VP that win it out.
It should be unlikely that Sauna swaps as well, so that is just a genuine mistake. I don't know if it's a misclick or he really believed in his ability to carry from that position. It was a losing position for Gen.G, now confirmed to be a wasted ult. Crispy had the advantage, but it didn't take long for Garlet to match it. Best of all, for VP, they didn't have to throw in the extra ultimates, got that off one singular counter orbital ray. VP in a commanding position, nearly at last fight, and a huge ultimate advantage.
Barrage coming in as well, maybe for Top Dragon. Rally's going to get popped first, but Jwoo sniped Top Dragon out of the sky. Didn't end up using the ultimates, no waste there, as the double cage gets laid down, and Shockwave, he's doing damage to the shield, I can promise you that. Mag going extremely low though as Virtus.Pro just running over Gen.G, and that's going to be a stagger, and this should be final fight here. 90%
Top Dragon.
Desperation touch.
He has to touch. He has to be the one touching. You're going to be able to do that on a fire. It won't be Canale. He's too far away. Top Dragon flies over the edge, finds the barrage. Only one though.
Oh, it doesn't actually get the touch either. Wow, he was a little bit too high up in the air.
He should have been able to confirm. What time did he touch that? Because he should have been able to confirm at 98 or 90, 97% or something, which is enough. But you could be right. If he was too high in the air, then I guess it was a C9. However, I don't think it mattered. If I'm completely honest, it is a funny letter number moment. Gen.G lost that. A 1-to-1 trade at that moment is not bad, even with the confirmed touch. I think in the remaining 4v4, VP have clear ultimate advantage. They have clear positional advantage. Gen.G are rushing to try and get that touch again. Canale, I believe, was, I believe was Crispy on the Lucio, also trying to just jump in time as well. So playing Lucio Jr. at that point, changing your comp, Pretty ugly stuff for Gen.G. Very poor start. Top Dragon dying instantly. Various first fights. Can't be happening now on Volcano here.
Kind of what I was expecting from Virtus.Pro. Just a quick and clean match here. The first one of the playoffs for stage 1. Top Dragon still on the Farah. A lot less places to kind of hide around though for the Farah, especially as Virtus.Pro taking this high ground control first.
End up having to play a lot of this coast side and a lot of ground fire, I think, sneaking through the little gaps on the point, looking for a flank here, I believe. Look at the HP though, Mag is sort of so low.
Yeah, they have to back out. You see Mag just using an overrun to get away. It's actually Vestola that dies though to Mag. An overextension there by the tank. And it will be Gen.G looking to get back in. Could be a couple of touches here from VP, but unlikely.
No, not without Vestola alive, and that's a critical kill onto VP's front line because Gen.G, they backed out, gave the point away, given that they just didn't have the HP to play through. Mag and Sauna, as mentioned, too low. But if Vestola oversteps even slightly, gets taken down, the point flips over. VP can't afford that.
Looks like Mag and Vestola both going with 2 hearts there, so you count as 2 heroes on a
By the way,
capture point.
Crispy's ult.
Pretty nice. Shockwave on a nice little off angle. As yeah, Crispy 5% away from the orbital ray as Vestola tries to make his move into the fight, but there's the ray and VP have to get out of there. Good disengage, and they weren't actually too far up, so this might be quite clean, although Mag is still chasing, but no picks.
32 and counting here. VP need to start gathering something together. Crispy this time has a far better ult advantage. Okay, here we go. Sauna goes first, but VP still on the back foot.
Ray. Carla ends up getting headshot initially, but just too fast in the air. Eventually goes down to the barrage. Top Dragon right on top of Virtus.Pro's head, in amongst the orbital ray as well. And Top Dragon wasn't focused. A good play from Gen.G. Able to get that all out, and Jwoo donates his body to the lava there.
It's just better pacing from Gen.G. You're seeing a situation now where, okay, they have point control. They see VP are slow, possibly waiting for ultimates. Sauna pulls trigger first. Gen.G are able to just push VP back, and Shockwave still goes for the OC when all is kind of lost there.
Rally and cage. There's no way Vestola survives this, and Fixer pops the rally too. But he was outside of the cage, so no help there for Vestola. Jwoo's even going to pull the blade as Fixer ends up going down, just only deflecting as well, mid-ultimate. That is Gen.G. Okay, they are just walking over Virtus.Pro, who ended up dominating them in the first round. But this is just a couple of misuse of ultimates from VP here, Avril.
They're winning over VP because VP are making critical mistakes. So here we go. It's a cage in their own spawn. What does Vestola even get done with this one? He's going to go down again.
Doesn't even get the stomp down either, so no stuns to kind of follow up on. It will be Jwoo touching there after ended up killing Top Dragon, and no flip ends up getting secured either.
Not expecting too much here. Crispy with another orbital ray. VP waiting for respawns. Jwoo dead. Vestola coming back from spawn. What numbers do they have? Very little,
0. Basically
none.
Absolutely 0. I'll give you the answer to that one. Vestola doesn't even get a chance to get another retouch. 100 to 9%.
Jack, it's unforced errors. This wasn't even so much as Gen.G winning versus VP losing. VP, I mean, I was going to say maybe clutching a loss from the jaws of victory, but really that's not even true. They were just losing from throwing ultimates into the wind here. Crispy again with faster ultimates. You need to start looking at this again. 3 rounds in a row. If Crispy is outpacing Gala again, questions start to need to be asked. And partially this might be the fact that Vestola died. Given that Vestola dies, you don't get to heal all that HP up. If Vestola goes low, much like Mag was low, this is one of the benefits, right? You saw Sauna and Mag quite low, as I mentioned at the start of Volcano. Crispy getting the extra healing will give him the boost. Vestola going down, not going to get the same from Gala, but watch it one more time. Both of these Junos, Crispy's had the advantage twice.
Quick TP out there from VP. Same comps running in. Of course, a Lari ban here, which is something that Virtus.Pro don't mind playing whatsoever on this stage specifically. Gala, quite an expert Alari player. Jwoo almost getting the 1-1 combo there onto Sauna, but unfortunately didn't get it. It's actually Fixer that dies first. A little reset dash here for Jwoo as he goes straight into the front line as Matt jumps onto the point to try and help Kineo secure some space as Jwoo dominates Top Dragon too. Okay, Virtus.Pro, they're back in this.
Importantly, Crispy dies here, so Gala will be able to get that advantage now. VP, well played. They did lose a member, but largely got the advantage over Mag. Perhaps overstepping a little bit. VP now need to hold onto this clean leap. See what other advantages they can find. DPS-wise, they're starting to eke themselves ahead, but nothing is really exciting in terms of where those ults are. That nice opening pick again will deliver something. I wonder if Top Dragon also caught a rail here. He's been, unfortunately, a bit of a liability in terms of getting first blooded.
Yeah, that definitely was a railgun shot, and then a couple extra bullets from Vistola. Doesn't take long for Top Dragon to come back in. Now they're just going to have to regain the space.
Speed starting to lead here again. Gen.G are waiting for an opening. They can't just wait for an ult now. Has to be a neutral engagement here and must be done so ideally before Shockwave pulls through on the OC.
Top Dragon's 1 HP again, Avril. Look at that health bar. Just so low, can't peek his head out, and Crispy dies. Shockwave's got the overclock, but they're not going to need it. Mag, Top Dragon dead. Yeah, all right, Gen.G. Canale, in fact, is going to get staggered a little bit here by the looks of it as Virtus.Pro just pure control of this map. Oh, what a stagger, too.
He's actually building a lot of rally, but yeah, time is going to be a factor here. 60% now and counting, and VP have yet to use a single ultimate. Well, you get this far ahead having not used an ultimate at all. Things are looking mighty dire for Gen.G. We're now considerably behind. What can they really do to defend this? And this is assuming they'll keep Top Dragon alive. It's very curious what's happening in these early fights. Watching his POV now, I wonder if he just peeks and takes his head off again. Or has his head taken off, rather.
Both rallies available. Orbital Rays are coming up as well. Top Dragon takes another railgun to the chest. Rally ends up coming out from Canale and Shockwave in a low ground position, but that's a decent firing line onto the front line of Gen.G. Sauna falls. Here comes the Ray, and Shockwave trying to make best use of it. And Cage ends up getting popped too, isolating Top Dragon and even the blade on top. Virtus.Pro with a definitive win on downtown. That's 100-0, Avril, as Virtus.Pro, they get the first map.
Yeah, Krusty's going to have to go back to the kitchen a little bit on that one. Sometimes he cooks too hard. This time he may have undercooked. They did get that one-round win, but like I said, Jack, not to be disrespectful a little bit to Gen.G winning that round, but I honestly thought that was, again, more VP losing it than Gen.G winning it. VP throwing away far too many ultimates and losing situations, getting heavily snowballed there, losing Vistola on first fight for, I don't think, any particularly good reason there. There wouldn't have been a good reason for that. More importantly, though, when I look at the other rounds, what is happening to Top Dragon? This guy is getting picked out numerous times. Observe the downtown. Look at that opening round. How many times was he first blooded? At least twice by my count. That cannot be allowed to happen. And you start to see him playing scared. He's now 5-stacking with team, can't take flanks on the fire, can't take off angles. So, and you actually see it from Shockwave's POV, where in his overclock nearing one of the final fights, he is able to get on a decent flanking angle, completely unmarked, not marked by a single player on the other team. And that OC angle delivers them the win. And I think we also saw there, by the way, Top Dragon going for the final touch. Did he actually?
It was too high.
Yeah,
no, he didn't get
there
touched.
At 97. I saw him there at 97, which should be enough,
Yep.
but they wouldn't have won anyway, in my opinion. I don't think that would have been enough for them to win. So
at the end of the day, if you got like 4 or 5 on the point, right, and then you know that one person touches, maybe they get a pick. It's like it's whatever. Like it doesn't matter. Anyway, the stats from the last one: 2.2 to 5.5 KD Virtus.Pro in full control. Obviously, only got 9% on that second round. But like you pointed out, right? It was just, mistakes. Like, they end up caging. They solo cage, in fact, our tank. Okay, what do we need to do? Okay, maybe pop a support ult to try and help. And then it's like, we can't actually get into the cage at all because there's too many people and we don't have any, like, frontwards pressure. Well, a couple of small mistakes there from Virtus.Pro. It looks like Gen.G actually going to send us to Suravasa as our next map.
And this reads to me like a ball situation. This is like, okay, Mag saying, I tried the Malga. Krusty, I know Korea just played Malga and we're doing the Malga now, but me, I'm a Mag ball man. I'm the magnesium ball right now, so he's going to bring that one back just a little bit.
Magnesium ball.
I want to see the ball ban straight away. Actually, Gen.G should prioritize a tank protect here by probably locking out. What do they not want VP to play? Probably...
Could you just lock out the Malga? Just ban Malga here, or do you want to say that's later in the series, do you reckon?
I was going to say more like a Diva to target Vistola, but actually Malga's interesting. But are you that? I guess you are. I think Malga's quite good here. So if you want to force this into, but then you'd be forcing into, with Malga banned, it will be a Diva ball matchup. I'm heavily assuming that this is going to be Mag on ball. It is a very good ball map, one of the better ones.
Safe to say.
Outside of playing like a Samoa or even better Lee Jung Tower, this is basically the prime ball map available. Yeah, I would say Malga or Diva are great bans for Gen.G. It should be a tank ban for the ball protect, because if I'm VP and tank is open, banning ball straight away.
Let's have a look. Well, they're going with Gen.G ban BAP. Okay, and then VP, well, they respond with Wrecking Ball ban. Okay.
It's just so obvious.
Yeah, Gen.G kind of protecting us support.
The only way this makes sense for Gen.G is if they were trying to bait the... This is maybe looking a little too nine head, but...
Okay.
The only way it makes sense is if they were trying to bait the ball ban first. by saying, we took you to a ball map. You know Mag wants to play ball, but secretly, Krusty, he's saying we don't actually want to play ball here because it's going to be a Malga matchup. It's probably going to be a Malga matchup now because there's a ball ban, and they've quote-unquote wasted the ball ban. But I think VP did the correct thing here, and I don't think Gen.G are that far ahead in terms of the layers and the depth of the 9-head banning strategy. I think they should have just protected the ball.
Or maybe they go to a hybrid escort map that's a little bit more favored. Of course, something like Dorado wouldn't be too bad. I mean, but still, Malga, dude. Okay, I'm not the only one, right? Surely I'm not the only one that thinks that Malga, it always ends up as Malga, right? Like every single time we have this big patch shift or big, big season update.
Not good enough to counter him. Arista's not good enough to counter him. D.Va should be. This is the funny thing, is when I was doing my prep for EMEA, everyone I was talking to and all the games I'm watching, Giga D.Va pilled is EMEA, and yet apparently D.Va
it always comes back to Malga. Every single meta
matchup, so
it comes back to Malga because he's just so good at holding space, and just his sustain is also insane,
right? Especially with the double hearts. It makes him even better at holding space.
Ridiculous. We'll see if Top Dragon can find any more value here on the Pharah. Of course, like you said before, Shockwave, every single time Top Dragon is off on an off angle, takes a body shot rail, headshot rail, and then followed up, or at least has to back off, so has to play scared.
This, I think, middle point market, great for Pharah, actually. Lots to hide behind. You can see all of these different geometry areas, all the pillars. Fantastic. Good to get off angles here as well. Should be more difficult, in theory, for Shockwave to shut him down.
Yo, Jay-Woo. Dancing with death there. A death being a rocket. Oh, Mag actually goes down first, though. Here's Top Dragon trying to make this one even, but dives straight onto the point. Into the LOS to Shockwave. And that's going to be first cap.
They're losing these neutrals handily. Aside from, again, the one Vistolov. I don't know if he fed. I believe he just, like, directly ran into the backline of Gen.G on that volcano. Aside from that, we have not seen VP lose a neutral, but Gen.G are getting heavily outpaced on these neutrals, and now you're sitting in a position where not even Crispy is able to outpace on the orbital raid anymore, especially with that death. Part of the reason why he is outpacing is because Mag's just simply taking more damage and he's able to heal more. At least that's what it was. Not anymore.
Yeah, Gala's a little bit ahead. Crispy not too far behind in terms of orbital raid, but Shockwave is the guy I'm looking at right now.
Second time now, Shockwave is going to be first for ult. So ult timing here for Shockwave has been 2 out of 2 in terms of how quickly he's been able to get them in 2 neutrals in a row. Very
He's catching up,
Sauna's not that far behind, correct?
Yeah, 95%. They try and put themselves on the point. Bestola on an off angle, trying to get in there as well. Cardiac overdrive pop, but here comes the railgun. OC popped straight to the high ground. Shockwave in a dominant position, but look at that shield play there from Sauna. Standing behind Kineo, but Sauna's already taken care of both DPS from Virtus.Pro. 99%, however, Avril. So, you know, if you're VP of this situation, you're not feeling too bad about that.
I would like to have seen Galo pop in the orbital there. I think pop the orbital, it'll force Crispy to pop as well, but better yet, you're in a position where you're actually, I think, positionally in a worse off position. Sauna has the high ground there. Shockwave is kind of towards the entry. They're losing more HP. They being VP in that position. Gala putting in the orbital array allows them to start walking forward, and then they have the extra Rig Rally as well, which Kanale does not have. So the only real X factor is you have to watch for Top Dragon. I will see what happens, Jack. Let's listen to VP though, see what they're going to cook.
Maybe point. Just point. Kill. Nice. Can.
Mag.
Det är ju så... Bunno...
Stop.
Lily är en case.
They're like, Mag,
that was my favorite part.
All right, Gen.G going to rock on to this next point now. They've got a cage, and they've got a rally coming up, but they're running into Cage Blade from BP.
Top Dragon swapped here as well. I'm a little curious on that one. I actually think a sim is easy bait for Vasola to run into. You're going to have to be on top of your game with these teleporters. Also note, fresh perks, he's back to level 1 here. Maybe he'll be able to build it up a bit quicker given that we've already gone through a point, but yeah, VP looking more healthy in the alt direction.
This Cage Blade is so deadly though. And Top Dragon's going to charge this beam really quickly, and there's the blade in the cage. Rally gets popped as well, but look at the AoE damage from Jay-Woo. Just slicing 3 people at a time minimum there. Virtus.Pro. That's the old wombo combo right there with Malga. The Cage Blade El Clasico as VP cap.
That's what Top Dragon needs right now. He actually needs the Gen.G as well. I'm a little surprised he went to Sim. Like I said, I think it's just bait being like you're just easy pickings here for Vistola, in my honest opinion. What was Top Dragon doing that last fight? He heavily focused on Vistola. Had to build up fresh from level 1 laser to 3. He didn't get laser 3 until the end of the fight, and that's why Vistola was the only one dead.
Quick rotation on the point. Vestola's extremely low. Used the overrun to get into the pillar. And look at the firing line for Shockwave here. Man, they are making it look easy, Avril.
Yeah, I think this is the standard comp. When you see VP, exactly what they play in Korea. Yes, I'm going to be very Korea-pilled here. I was just there for Korea. I was just there. What
was just there. You just woke up.
It was Juno Brig. I've been awake for a long time, actually. I wake up at the cast and then come here. It's Juno Brig, Mauga, Gen.G into the SO. That's the comp. So if Gen.G are not following the comp, maybe they're not meta saving as hard, but I'm not seeing the value that Top Dragons bring to the table right now.
Overclock from Sauna. Nice deflect. Riley comes in as well. The overhead's going to build up. What an aggressive push there from Fixer. It's into the back line. Orbital Rays are going to come out though, but already Top Dragon and Crispy are dead. Sauna's trying to reposition, trying to make best use of that Ray, but now he's in the 1v1 versus Shockwave without an overclock. A little bit scared too. Overtime ticking down as Gen.G have got 3 on the point. However, 2 of those, unfortunately, is just Mag, who ends up getting overrun into. A nice little neutral stun there from Vestola. And another clean point. Virtus.Pro, 2 on the board.
It will be 3-0 soon if nothing changes here. You're about to see finally Top Dragon get this photon barrier. That will be pretty useful in the neutral. Actually, should be able to help them win a neutral, but again, Jay, we're looking over towards the blade. Might not be able to care about that if you don't place this wall well enough to split yourself up even post-dive. So I'm probably looking for a vertical wall here so that even post-dive, when Vistola jumps in with Jay-Woo, you can still just dash between the walls. Let's see if he does that.
Trying to charge this beam up ASAP, but Top Dragon is just not in range of anybody. Looks like a little bit of damage done, but Jay-Woo just pops the blade. Sure, if you want to fight dirty, we'll fight dirty. Nice double kill for Jay-Woo. Wall got popped as well, Avril, as Gen.G. Only 2 members left alive. Same with Shockwave and Vestola, though, but a cage from both Maugas. But this should be a fairly easy fight for Virtus.Pro to win, and there it is. And the cap on top.
Mag was maybe off just by a slight margin there. If he had his cage, I would say maybe 2 seconds earlier, you caged the blade, that's playable. The problem there with the photon barrier, did he vertical wall? Yes, he did vertical wall. However, doesn't care about that if you have a blade from Jay-Woo. Jay-Woo's just going to slash right through that. That's exactly what he did. Yeah. What does Top Dragon do after using the photon barrier? Go to Gen.G, like I said. Why didn't he just do that earlier? Why even bother saving the ult? Pop it on the chin and just take the L, swap onto the correct hero. Who cares about photon barrier? Useless ult versus Jay-Woo anyway, as proven. Pretty useless, I think, even with Vostola running in. Versus this type of comp, I don't see the value. You're not up against a poke composition. It's maybe good against Shockwave, and that's about it. So he's finally on the correct hero, but where did we end that? That was a VP neutral win. It will be. I remember I said 3-0 when we got to the end of 0.2 Palace. I was like, I think this is 3-0. I'm seeing a lack of ability for Gen.G to be able to turn this one around. I'm trying to remember, what did they... Top Dragon started fire market. That's not even incorrect. I've seen Koreans do that as well. Zeta does also play that way. Alpha very much would want to go for the fire on mid market, so that's not even an incorrect compositional play. But they're still losing the neutral. I think if we ever went back and you sort of were able to just have a look at the output of opening damage from Top Dragon, you'll probably notice that the ult charge from Top Dragon probably low. Yeah. 20% behind Sauna. He's like, well, I'm seeing 69 to like 90 to Sauna. He's not even really, I think, on a better point for Fire than what we saw previously. With better potential angles, with abusable high ground, he's not getting enough angles to even get damaged. Couldn't justify the Fire, couldn't justify the Sim. Now on the correct hero. Let's see if he can justify the Gen.G. It is the right hero, but is he going to perform on it?
Cage, Overclock, Ray coming up from Gala as well. See if Gen.G can do anything with their rallying cage. It's going to be so hard against this OC. They can use that speed ring to get some space on the point first, though, but instantly, you see that, Virtus.Pro want to try and get them off the point as quickly as possible. Riley's going to stop a lot of this damage going through, but Vestola instantly dies, and the cage, nowhere to be seen there from VP.
I think it got cancelled. I'm pretty sure Mag stomped him, or Canale bashed him. One of those two things happened, because I saw the stun marker come up with the cage, but didn't see the cage like you. Fairly soon it got cancelled there, so there's a huge play from somebody on Gen.G to cancel it. And that's actually going to get foot and point over. Well done. Really, really nice from Gen.G to be able to do that. But I will also say, Vestola used cage at below half HP, which things are already going badly at that point.
They're going to go really fast there, or at least try to. Overclock there from Sauna. Everybody just scattering though. Look at that. No one in his line of sight right now. The Virtus.Pro are split as Jwoo's actually on the points. Looks like Sauna a little bit too scared. She's got that double dash perk as well, so a lot of mobility on the Sojin.
Yeah, VP need to go right now. They have double support ultimates available.
Well, they're going to do that.
That's an advantage.
Both orbital rays coming in. Oh, Fixer got absolutely destroyed by Top Dragon. Cages end up coming in as well, and in these orbital ray fights, just so hard for you to stay alive if you're locked into one place. Top Dragon pops that blade, and he's going to get the damage done as well. As Jwoo takes 2 slashes to the chest and finished off by Mag, that overrun. All right, Gen.G, they're going to put themselves on the board. Nice. That's the deflect kill, and 90% for Gen.G. Virtus.Pro is going to be a staggered final push hit to try and get no touch.
Not going to be the 3 on the map, then. That's very good to see from Gen.G, because that was getting worrisome. I'm sure you agree that given how the first 2 points went, that was looking poor for Gen.G. But with a single hero swap and also, again, brilliant play into Vistola, somebody bashed him out of the cage, but beyond that subsequent fight, Fixer and Gala going down, double support ultimate advantage over just Crispy. Canel did not have rally, still doesn't have rally, by the way. Fixer lost his rally quite quickly. I think Mag was the one that actually got him down, so yeah, Mag's starting to actually perform a little bit on this map. He's able to get into the back line and really disrupt.
Cage Blade coming up though for VP. Another overclock as well for Shockwave. This is what they used before to try and get this early fight win. And they got positioning on the point too. Looks like Gen.G going to try and ignore Vistola for as long as possible, though now they're focused firing him. Overrun out of the point. Jwoo ends up going down. Rally pop from Canale. Shockwave, this overhead is so frustrating to deal with, but the cage ends up getting popped. Vistola in the front line. Ends up getting a stomp kill onto Crispy as, yeah, VP end up getting the cap, but it doesn't matter. Gen.G get a quick flip.
Now, critically, Jwoo doesn't get his blade out. That was really, really unfortunate. Virtus.Pro needed the extra blade. Like you said, you've mentioned the cage blade combo before. That would have been pretty important for them. Maybe Jwoo was just a little bit too extended on a flank, looking for an angle to kind of get the extra damage and alongside Shockwave. You'll notice the timing for Canale there as well. If Shockwave had popped OC just slightly earlier, he wouldn't have known this timing, so it's not his fault. But Canale was off rally by about 4% maybe, which is just enough time for Shockwave to get something in there and allows him to get aggressive as well, because as soon as Canale popped rally, Shockwave, he didn't want to aggress too far, they didn't want to walk too far forward.
So the only ult in their bank is this blade, and Jwoo's already found Canale, so only one support available for Gen.G. A lot of damage there to the front line of Gen.G. Mag and Solon just taking so much. See Solon 10 HP hiding behind that pillar. Defensive disruptor shot on that pillar almost it looked like. Jwoo and Vistola end up cleaning up these kills.
There were more ultimates available, unfortunately. Mag, I'm glad he didn't pop the cage. He was on 1 HP. Decent damage from VP. At the back of largely just actually Jwoo. Really would have liked to see Gen.G hold on to that slightly longer, play into their ultimate advantage. At least their retake ultimates are looking really good. It will, once again, this timing is really unfortunate for Canale because he's having to play rally off timing between the rest of the support plays. Crispy, Gala, and Fixer are synced right now in terms of this, which always means that Gala and Fixer will be able to outpace and be able to sort of overpower double support ultimates. But you can't lose Fixer again early. That cannot happen twice.
Orbital Ray, Shockwave is actually the first to fall. Nice little flail kill there by Canale as the blade from Top Dragon is popped. Gage ends up locking everybody in place as well, and he can just stand behind it. No fear at swinging into the front line as Top Dragon. Oh my god, that's the combo that you want to continue to land. Gen.G end up capping.
You see how much better this composition is now that they've ditched the Symmetry. It really has improved tenfold. And for VP as well, losing Shockwave that early, that is pretty insurmountable, especially given how close he was to the OC. But as I mentioned, Fixer dying like that, you can't have that. He needs that rally up.
Teamfight is completely split. Canale ends up going down with a rally. No rally popped as Gen.G. Different targets it feels like they're calling right now, but they do end up converging onto Shockwave. However, Virtus.Pro end up getting the cap. 99 to 99 here as Cage ends up getting placed down as 3 members from Gen.G dive on in to try and help Mag, but he just succumbs to the unrelenting fire of Vistola, and Virtus.Pro are going to take the map. A 2-0 to start off the series as Gen.G almost about to go to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Shockwave was in a pretty precarious situation there. One fight taken down early. It was definitely probably the main contributing factor among others, including, unfortunately for Fixer, going down again mid-rally. That was the second to last fight. Final fight is when Shockwave pulls OC early, gets Canale down, doesn't get to use his own rally, and that ended up being the deciding factor. Really liked Vistola. Drop it in the final cage there as well, just to lock Mag out. So you want to touch, you're going to have to touch. We flip the point. coming straight into the cage. Mag takes a ton of damage, isn't able to be supported in time. This entire team from Gen.G has to then dive into cage. For that time, Mag is critically low. His cooldowns are gone. Once Mag goes, it's done. Canal doesn't arrive for the rally until the fight is over and a 3-1 is occurred, but at least it is a 3-1 because I was heavily thinking it was going to be 3-0 unless things change. But the good news for Gen.G is when you did start to see the changes come in, you did notice the game started to get closer between the two teams.
Yeah, the sim really didn't feel like it was working. It takes a little bit too much time as well to build up to that, just the full beam damage as well. You're having to step up so close against the comp that's very good at punishing you at that close range. And here's kind of that fight we were talking about earlier. Wall ends up coming out and Jay was like, sure, we pull the blade, we win this first fight, and then we can set up for the subsequent ones. Gen.G, of course, ended up winning at that point, but I mean, man, we're back. We're so back to Malgamedo, Avril. We're so back.
I do wonder how many other teams will do it. And really, if you do not like Malgamedo, I don't know, maybe I'm getting Stockholm Syndrome a little bit because I'm starting to see more intricacies and I'm just like, maybe I've accepted my fate a little bit on the Malgamedo. But beyond that, you know, at least with the Soj and the Gen.G in there and with hero bans, you first of all, you have some good DPS pop-off, but beyond that as well with bans, you can start prioritizing some of the Malga-related bans. Now, I do think for VP, though, really at this point, they know that they are the better Malga team. I think they just knew they were the better team in general. This is scary for Gen.G because Gen.G haven't found a winning matchup. They need to now think about the fact that we can't win these Malga mirrors. They might still give it one more go because they could be super meta slave pilled, and I wouldn't blame them, but I would also like to see the potential of the Mag Ball come back through again. It was banned on Suravasa again. I do believe that was a bit of a unfortunate situation. It's not unfortunate, it's just poorly planned out from, I don't know who's doing the banning, maybe it's Krusty, maybe it's someone else, but they didn't ban to protect the Malga. You want to protect the Malga, ban a different tank, protects the tank category. Oh, sorry, yeah, ban to protect the ball rather. Ban Malga or ban somebody else in the tank position, protect the ball, you get to play your ball. And then, you don't even have to play the ball. You can play a different tank if it doesn't work out for you. Esperanca, what's important here, Jack? Another ball map. This time around, at least ball can't be banned. That's good news. So, what did Gen.G need to do here? Start banning some ball counter. This would tell you if they're actually going to play ball or not. If you see a Sombra ban, an Ana ban, Ana right now I think is probably the prime ball counter. Question is, like, how good is Gala Ana? Is it threatening enough to really warrant a ban? If you don't care about Gala Ana, maybe you just skip it and you target the Sombra instead. Torb is probably not worth banning here.
Pretty decent counter here. I don't know about the Ana. The Groggy perk especially actually does kind of decimate the Wrecking Ball. So just running a more defensive backline, maybe case in point, point of action.
I personally believe that Ana right now is one of the prime alongside a couple others, but in my opinion,
her perks are very strong. The self nano is like 2 ults.
The Groggy.
It's crazy.
The self nano, it's the Groggy. She is much harder to punish and dive with the double nano and the self nano, which is part of double nano. But the Groggy really shuts down Ball's ability to escape because the Groggy just means you can't get Fireball for the duration of the Groggy, essentially. But beyond that as well, even without all of that, previous to this patch, what do we already have? We already had Sleep Down and Bio, fantastic tools versus Ball. So it's a Kuriko into, what was that, a Farah? So
Farah ban for Virtus.Pro.
Okay, they didn't ban any ball counters. Let's see what Maglock's in here.
I mean,
ball counter ban
could potentially just be the Malga again, but these bans don't really feel like it's going to be that way. Although you never know.
Lock the Malga. I don't know if they can win. They could believe. Here's a little bit of coke for Gen.G. They did look better when Top Dragon went to Genji. That is true. But are they good enough to actually win this mirror? I would like to not see Gala on the Zen or Jaywu on the Ashe. Yes, I probably.
There's no way, bro. Come on now. Yeah. The Zen is just getting eaten alive. Although I would love to see the Zen. It was getting
close. It was like 10 seconds left. I'm getting a little worried, slightly, you know.
No. Don't reveal your hand until the doors open, bro. Or if you're AFK, you just come back from the bathroom. Then you know you're going to be late to mid.
No worries. Here we go. Okay. By the way, real quick, if Gen.G decide this doesn't work and they want to go emergency ball, they're going to have to reset perks and swap a lot of heroes for it. So they're locked in for this comp now, I believe.
Yeah, I did see a post at some point as well that counter swapping's down at least 15% or so, I believe. I think that was OW 25. Yeah, I think OW Cavalry tweeted that out at some point. Or posted on Blue Sky. Nice kill onto Crispy early on though for Virtus.Pro. Yeah, very easy fight win. I mean, Sauna hopefully doing a little bit of damage to the front line. Oh.
Swap now, Mag. Now's your chance, Mag. Go back and spawn. Don't wait until it's too late.
Is he going to switch?
All right, so now small now. Don't worry about it. Not play more.
Don't worry about it. Everybody right now is worrying, Avril. I hate to break it to you. I think it is a little bit of Stockholm Syndrome with you, I'm going to be honest.
That's because I've already casted Malga 2 nights in a row. At this point, it's like, it is what it is. I've accepted my fate, so.
And so is everybody in the server right now, accepting the fate that it's just going to be Malga, and then, well, Miracom's completely. He's Top Dragon as well, starting on the Gen.G now. No Pharah, obviously, because it was banned, and no Sim either.
Yeah, he started on the Gen.G, so he knows sort of the brilliant first pick. Can they get anything off there? Nothing to respond with from VP. No ults yet.
Good kills. Really good kills. Okay, just stop on the bot now. So lane for as long as possible if you're best solo, of course. Popping that cardiac overdrive, but you are on fire versus 4 people, so it's only an inevitability. So quickly now as the bot is going to go under the bridge. Now Sauna can take this high ground with overclock in 10.
Yeah, they didn't allow VP to get too much done on their neutral after winning, so no major snowball. Didn't even see 30 meters here. Nothing threatening the first cap. An instant turnaround. Credit to Sauna. Brilliant first picks coming on in. Both soldiers going to hit the OC at the same time here. No support ultimate. This is going to get spicy.
There's the overclock. High ground.
He's not there. He's not there. 98, 99.
Slowly going down. Oh, Fixer takes a railgun headshot. And then easily followed up with Kanale and Crispy jumping on in as the lead is captured by Gen.G.
And they have to wait for Fixer. That's critical. Just the one pick is fine. Outpaced Shockwave by 2%. Ladies and gentlemen, only 2%, and that was enough to gain advantage. You see VP scuttling away. They couldn't challenge it, and they lost a player for it too.
Oh, Shockwave. Oh my word, that was like a jump scare. Double DPS down, Top Dragon. Oh my word, Virtus.Pro. You see Shockwave just trying to fire up to the high ground. Sauna was kind of up there shooting back at him. As the Gen.G just jumped down, and hey, Gen.G, that's going to be checkpoint as well.
Well, I tell you what, Top Dragon couldn't do that on Fire. He wasn't able. I don't even think Fire is that bad. I've seen Fire being played on this map too, but he just couldn't mark Shockwave at all on Samoa. Now, what are you seeing? Top Dragon actually marking Shockwave properly. Shockwave wants to go for a play. Top Dragon's there. Shockwave is making a play.
Wow, good shot from Shockwave there. A lot of damage there onto Crispy. That's 2 kills and an assist. Make that another one for Shockwave. Okay, bot's been halted, but Gen.G, they don't use any ults there. They used their DPS ults in the fight previous, but they got double support and cage coming up.
It looked like Gen.G wanted to back out around the corner towards the checkpoint, then maybe go back in with ultimates. I was going to say, could they have not have maybe ulted just to counteract that fight, play into Shockwave a little bit? However, Shockwave too far away, and Gen.G had different plans. Unfortunately, lost somebody first. Let's see what their plans for the future fights are. Let's have a listen in.
I'm looking break. One break.
They use Gen.G to are they rallying?
Yes.
They have cage only.
No.
Only cage.
Enemy only cage. Okay. Winover.
Only cage is winnable. You see Crispy kind of calling it out there. They only have cage now, and Virtus.Pro, that's exactly what we can see as well. They use Rally, Blade, and Orbital Ray in that fight.
Cage is important here. There's not a lot to play through. It will also deny Sauna. Mag has to kind of put himself out as bait.
Oh, they're going to try and go in.
If they can just find an advantage.
Oh, the cage.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, it connects with 2. Crispy in a whole heap of hurt right now. Looks like Kanale doesn't want to step in that cage whatsoever. You can see him playing on the outside of it. A very quick fight from Virtus.Pro as they regain control of the bot.
And they knew the cage was there. The problem is there's nothing they can play into it. This is why I like Sauna going early. If he goes early here and he finds a pick, maybe they force a 5v4 and the cage is not as impactful. But once the cage comes down, it will go on towards Mag. The Solo shouldn't try and get greedy there with the cage and go for a backliner. They are going to kite him because they know it's going for it. Mag is going to go down. Can't protect him. No support ultimates. Orbital Ray is what you would typically like to stack inside of the cage. But yeah, and Rally obviously wasn't there. Also, PS, Fixer got his Rally cancelled or destroyed early again by Mag.
Shockwave. I mean, well, Mag is just gonna, run into the middle of the fight. And Virtus.Pro, just 5-man, just turn around, look at Mag, and Mag instantly dies. Placement popped as well. Top Dragon gets 1 reset off of Shockwave, but where's the following kills? A nice deflect there from Jay Woo, stops that damage coming in. Gala and Shockwave do end up falling. Top Dragon trying to open this one up despite losing their tank so early on. A very messy mid-fight here with Virtus.Pro controlling this bot, now pushing on, trying to get this lead.
Yeah. Okay, here we go, VP. Looking good for the flip. Have to cap first. Gen.G will be boarding up to ultimate. This is still very winnable for Gen.G. Turnaroundable for VP as well. Crucially, neither team was able to get too much distance. 77 is not nearly enough for me to say that Gen.G were going to get the victory here, or have a high enough level of confidence to say they were just going to be able to win off that distance.
There's a rally here from Virtus.Pro as they're hesitant to move around this corner without a pick. Jaywood's building up to this blade too, so potentially just waiting for that as well. A couple more shurikens will do it. As Fixer now, whoa, gonna punish the backline. A good double bash, unbelievable double bash onto Kanale and Crispy, and they're just left helpless in the backline. Nothing they could do about that. An amazing flank from Fixer, and that's the flip. Lead taken by Virtus.Pro and Gen.G. They're going to come back with ults, but 3 minutes and a half to go, and Virtus.Pro might get over that 100-meter mark if Gen.G aren't careful.
And it's the perfect timing and also targeting there coming from Fixer as well. He knew who he needed. He went for the backliners. Crispy even dropped the ult in there, I believe. Yeah, all 4 supports were synced, so they even got the orbital ray out and cost that for Gen.G.
There's the rally. Cages end up coming in as well as Sauna just dives into the mix, just trying to find targets. There's a lot of damage being thrown out from Sauna. Takes down Gala, finds the kill onto Shockwave after chasing him with that dash. I mean, still though, Gen.G 20 meters behind right now. Yeah. They used a whole bunch in that fight, and Avril, I mean, look, it's the problem. It might just be the Avril prophecy. We're close to 100 meters. It might be impossible for Gen.G to come back now.
Exclamation mark Avril theory does say that team that is currently winning more likely to win, but in this particular situation, I don't know if it's true just yet. 20-meter gap is typically not. Usually that theory comes true at more like 100 to 50 or 100 to like a 30. But 20-meter gap, it is doable. Gen.G, but you mentioned this. They spent too many ultimates, perhaps. They need more food to take
Soldier just dies
early.
Blade's going to get popped as well. Top Dragon once again trying to be the savior. 3 slashes onto Jaywu, takes him out after the deflect. Falls, but where's the following kills? Crispy ends up going down to Fixer again as he just bashes into the backline. Top Dragon cannot keep doing this. The blades end up coming in from Top Dragons. He tries to just amend these wounds in these fights, but they still end up losing. Too many players to make a decent dent into this lead.
Even if Top Dragon destroyed the entire enemy team and you got all the kills and didn't die there, it wouldn't have been enough. And the reason why is there are still respawners that Gen.G have to wait for. You have to play perfectly in these sorts of situations. Push is a momentum-based game mode. You can't just be winning fights and you win them cheaply and without losses so that you can reinforce quickly or not reinforce at all. Reinforcement distance as far as spawns is concerned gets worse the deeper you push in, so they have to get clean fights.
Overclock on the high ground for Shockwave. Look at Crispy, just nowhere to go at all. And even Kanale just bashing towards the bot there, just leaving the rest of his team alone, just high and dry against the onslaught of Virtus.Pro.
Can tell you right now that Gen.G are not going to get anything notable done until we hit the OT. So the next minute and 20 is about not losing further distance, not allowing VP to push to 100 or just beyond 97, not allowing the bot to get too deep in your own territory. Once the OT hits, you would like the bot to be at minimum in neutral territory. Ideally, you are already starting to push for some meterage, but they're going to have to challenge the final 20 meters in the OT with VP and actually Gen.G, but most importantly, VP are going to have worse respawns across the board just due to the OT timer.
Cage, Blade, rally for Virtus.Pro. Here comes the rally for Kanale. Tried to get behind, fixing it to boop him in. Cages, Blades, Rays, everything thrown in. And I mean, Jaywu, yeah, it's just too much amplified damage. It's just so easy for Virtus.Pro. The Ray was just overwhelming.
Good news and bad news here. Good news for Gen.G is that VP blew the entire ult bank. Bad news is Gen.G also blew a decent amount, but not the entire thing. They have 2 ults left to go through, and they may still get Crispy's orbital ray left in the OT. Really bad news is they've allowed the payload to push even further now, so that's going to increase the distance. It was a 20-meter gap. Let's talk about a 50-meter gap now. This all has to be done in OT. Remember, Gen.G have to do this cheaply, and I don't think they will. They're going to have to spend a lot of ults here, which means they don't have enough ults remaining to get the final push.
Kalfasha always pushing up as well, looking for a pick. It's closing in on that overclock as well. Blade, Top Dragon pulled, Fixer dead, Crispy high in the sky, does manage to dash out of the way of Top Dragon as Jaywu makes it even, kills the enemy brig in kind, but still OT here for Gen.G. Everything now has to line up perfectly for them.
Yeah, they got Shockwave late as well. That's actually important because, again, timer for respawns is delayed. Shockwave should be last to respawn. I don't know if he caught a wave or not,
Didn't.
If he did,
I don't
it looked
think
like
so. Oh, him and Jay Wu,
he
maybe.
might be on the same wave as Jay Wu. Okay, no, he's not.
Close
That's
enough.
critical. That means Shockwave has got even a later respawn. It will take even longer for Virtus.Pro to group up again. Why is that important? Because now Gen.G get a little bit more free pushing power, a little bit more free time with the payload, but they've only reset the bot back into the middle. They have to now win the next fight on one or less ultimate and then save the orbital ray for the final fight.
Shockwave's behind them right now. Orbital Ray has been popped on the point, but Shockwave's on a perfect angle here, just chunking out the supports. Sauna eventually kind of deals with him, and Fixer also ends up falling, but again, they have to be perfect here too, Gen.G, and Sauna is going oh so low. Picks here for Virtus.Pro are perfect, and Jay Wu is making this fight painful for Gen.G.
I hate to say this, but Gen.G's opportunity to win this map has just plummeted. The stocks have plummeted. You're thinking right now, but yo, they won the fight. Can't they just keep on pushing? No, Sauna's respawn here is going to be a little unfortunate. They're still waiting for him to come back, and they blew the orbital race, so the ult bank is empty now. They don't have further ultimates to challenge up against what is going to be a Jay Wu. Blade, Mag desperately needs a cage right now. If they can cage the Blade, it's something, but Vasilla will also have cage.
Straight to the back line here goes Mag. Cage in 5%, just trying to tag out Jay Wu, who's just earned himself a Blade. Deflect actually used, okay. A nice cooldown to get out of the Gen.G, and Fixer ends up going down. Cage ends up coming in. Jay Wu not caught off guard. Shockwave also ends up falling, so Gen.G making a 5-man push to last.
Okay, stocks back up, stocks back up. Emergency is over. Stocks have risen back up immediately for Gen.G. This is a roller coaster ride, but unfortunately Virtus.Pro couldn't get any of their ults off. Mag found the cage. Cage combo available. Carla can get this ult up. They need to get in right now.
Pump required. Blade pulled by Jay Wu. Instantly bashed by Canale. Blade down. Rally comes in at full Fixer as well as the cage ends up getting deployed, locking in 4 people, and only the isolated Brigitte is dealt with. Vessola also ends up falling over, so Gen.G just the stonks are rising, Avril, and they're rising through the stratosphere. But Gala's orbital ray might just sink them into a recession. A blade from Top Dragon does end up killing Shockwave, yes, but is it enough? Jay ends up surviving long enough for Gala to get back. Same with Vestola, but it is moments away from getting captain. Gen.G at the brink of defeat, bring it back on Esperanca. They're not out of the series just yet.
Wow, so important. That one critical fight where Mag barely gets his cage off in time, ahead of Vistola, ahead of Jay Wu blading. I would have liked to have seen VP go early there. They were too patient. I don't know, man. They gave opportunity for Gen.G to build more ultimates. The stock crashed, and then it rose, and it was about to crash again, and it was all on Top Dragon at the end with the final blade to carry things through, because the longer it takes, the more respawns are available for VP, and VP at some point will overwhelm you with spawns. Their spawn door literally right there in front of where the bot was, so you need to be able to outpace them with that final Top Dragon blade, and I think he did just enough. It's not even about pure kills there, it would be, but just damage alongside is enough to allow you to at least start the train winning. More importantly as well, is Gala couldn't get his final orbital ray in time. He was barely off. Barely, probably about 10% off, which is not barely. He needed a decent amount left, but you just needed to see it. The cage dropped down from Vistola. That would have been the time. As soon as the cage is dropped, Gala was on about 93, so he was 7% off. If Cage and Orbital drop at the same time for VP, they win that fight. It also, by the way, would have been before Top Dragon finds Blade.
Hero blades from both Jay Wu and Top Dragon, to be fair. A bit better, I will say, Avril, than their Esperanza at the start of stage 1. They got 0 meters to 142, which is a cap on the side of Virtus.Pro.
So action right there. Team that is is probably going to win. Yeah, there it is.
Damn, this guy's so based. this is why we brought you back, Avril. This guy's so based.
Everyone talks about Hardy theory and Chris theory, but no, really, I think the Avril theory is where it counts.
Dude. The amalgam mirrors with the Gen.G blades, just insane. The fights are just... It is 10 people on top of like a 4x4 grid on the map. It is absurd. A very close map as Virtus.Pro taking less deaths there than Gen.G, but Gen.G still win out the map. VP still on match point, however.
It's about when it counts, and this is why I'm saying in the last minute 20 of regulation, nothing really important was going to happen. You just need to stop VP from getting more. What's crazy is despite VP getting more, Gen.G was still able to just barely bring it back from the brink, and very minute critical things didn't need to happen. Very small differences in ult charge. We're talking 2 to 7% differences in ult charge. I named both those moments, the 2% difference and the 7% difference timing. Those exact timings are critical. You get that timing versus you don't, the game flips on its head. So that's what it comes down to, for sure.
Dorado is the map pick here for Virtus.Pro. Did end up winning that again in that opening match versus Gen.G, all back in week 1, game number 1 of OWCS 2025. That was a 3-2 scoreline at the very end of it all. So we'll see if Virtus.Pro... Are we going to see a ban of the Mauga here, do you reckon? I think at some point in the series it's got to come through. Yeah.
I don't think it's very good on Dorado.
Wrecking Ball potential here for Gen.G as well.
Starts to get quite good on maybe the C point, but on A and B, let's suppose with the Dorado changes, B becomes a bit more playable. A is still, in my opinion, pretty horrendous for Mauga, just given the height difference there. This is probably opportunity to see a little bit more dive, although for VP's hero pool, what does that really mean? That means Vistola on the Diva. I wonder if this is a good opportunity for Gen.G to ban out the Diva. I think that would be the highest value ban.
Ooh, Ana ban for VP, and then Gen.G respond with a Winston ban.
Did they think that Vistola was going to play Winston? I'm confused. Does Krusty think does he think he's playing against a different team? What's going on here? That should be a Diva ban.
Vistola definitely preferring the Diva more often than not, and things like Sigma as well, like these off-tank
picks. Mag plays the Winston. Vistola doesn't play the Winston. He plays the Diva. So you would deny the Diva, potentially force Vistola onto a Winston. More likely a Hazard, actually, in this position. But they've banned, I think, the wrong hero. Like, what? And it's not a Protect, because they were on second ban, right? The first ban is more likely to be actually, the only ban that can actually be a...
Just getting word from production here, the bans are actually swapped. So it was Virtus.Pro that banned Winston, and then Ana banned for Gen.G.
Yeah, that would be right. So now, what does this mean? The Winston ban is a dual purpose, bans out Mags, dive here while protecting the Diva for Vistola. That's really nice. Exactly what you'd expect. And Ana, I think, is just a generally pretty good hero. It also is, as I mentioned, one of the key ball counters. So that does increase the likelihood that Mag actually goes ball here. Especially, actually, and also with Winston ban, that doubly increases the likelihood that he goes ball here.
All right, Dorado, 4th map. Of course, they went to 4 in their opening game, and we'll see if anything different here comes out from Gen.G or Virtus.Pro. We've just seen Mauga more often than not, and Gen.G, they're going to run out with it. Okay, on defense, not too bad. You know, you can play all the way back on the high ground and then retreat to the statue. But Virtus.Pro, different look here. They're going Hazard instead.
Wow, it is going to be the Mauga. They're really locked the Mauga today. And they're even, like, kind of baiting certain bands that look like they're about to play the ball. And
you're going to go Mauga as well?
Yeah, okay. It's going to go Mauga. This is going to be a low ground fight. I think it's a fair fight if both teams just play low ground, but if one team decided to play up more of a high ground sort of situation, things could get a little bit wild.
As honest as you can get, really, on Dorado?
You know it's a real Mauga meta when even on this point. You'll actually know it if it's on Gibraltar 2 if they play this.
Yeah, Gibraltar if we're playing Mauga. Yeah. Oh, my word. Good kills, though, from Kaneo and Sora. Shockwave fixed dead. Of course, being on the offense here for Virtus.Pro, any kind of pick is a good pick, considering how close your spawn is. They aren't finishing these fights, though. they do need to kill someone else. That is the big factor in this fight. Gen.G are still managing to hold on without losing anybody else. Okay, eventually they're going to fall back to choke.
I was almost going to say Fire might actually be a pretty good look here from the attacking side. However, Fire's capability drops off a little bit inside the courtyard, so maybe too late to swap anyway. So we're pretty deep in here.
Everyone's kind of farming, bro. Same with Jaywu. Like, both these Genjis close these blades, although Sauna, to be fair, is going to be close to another DPS ult. As the rally comes in. First up for Kaneo. A nice little bash there onto Jaywu. Instant kill for Sauna. And yeah, goodbye. Goodbye, VP. No chance staying here.
They really wanted to give that one up as well, because you did have a timing window for Garda to pop in the orbital ray. They could have fought that one a little bit more. Supports would have all had blown their ultimates. It would have been a giant melee. However, it's going to be the reset so that VP can look for an ultimate advantage here where, okay, they got the rally out. Now they have double support ultimates available. Might see Sauna go early here as well, just to play up against. There it is.
Oh, yep. Here comes the orbital ray, though, from Virtus.Pro. Sauna's going to dash into his own one. Couple of shots there onto the Juno, who is high in the sky, but it's actually the Pulsar torpedoes that connect with Sauna. Late rally from Virtus.Pro should see them through this fight now. Only 2 ults expended as well, as Gen.G's bank looking extremely barren now.
Yeah, I mean, and I respect the fact that Sauna went early as well, because that was going to be how they can maybe come through this fight. An early pick onto one of the supports prevents that extra support ultimate from coming through, but given where the supports were at, it was double support versus one support ultimate. Gen.G needed to be the first to make a play. Top Dragon back and Sauna up to try and get that extra damage in with the blade, but nothing worked out.
Cage, really early one being popped there from Mag. Here comes the blade though. Blade Cage combo, a little bit hard to win into. Yep, and even the overclock, just the cherry on top. VP, got the team kill and the cap first.
Yeah, double support ults that went down there. Now Crispy didn't last very long. I think with the addition of these stairs and this kind of ramp way up on towards the high ground, Malga definitely has an increased percentage chance of winning this map, but that's what they're going to be fighting over nonetheless, as expected. It's Canel up next. Pretty doable situation where I think just a solo rally might be enough. If they've tracked ults correctly, they'll know that Canel ulted first, everyone ulted way after that, which means Canel should be far ahead.
Costello right now on the low ground, just hoping his DPS can find picks. Top Dragon goes pretty low, still has deflect, and has the dash if he really needs it.
Sauna still has high ground here as well, by the way, so critical positioning advantage for Gen.G. And there's
the rally.
Shockwave low.
Yeah. Canel's just going to bash and use that whip shot to try and displace people. Going for another sneaky bash on the sideline here. It does land on 2, but can they actually find these kills? Looks like it. Vastola down. That'd be maybe an extra kill, although actually a kill that maybe Gen.G weren't hoping would come through. Crispy dead.
Can't afford to overstep. Gen.G wanted to go all the way to spawn. I don't think they had that level of advantage. There was still 5 versus 4. Respawn's on the way. Now they have to wait for a respawn, and that actually might cost them all positioning on high ground. And Shockwave and the rest started moving up. Gen.G know they've lost their positioning. Mag on the low ground. Got too greedy there, I'm afraid. Went all the way to VP spawn when they shouldn't have.
Orbital Ray, pulsar torpedoes. Couple of connections there. Nothing I can't get healed up by this rally, however, as Virtus.Pro hang around this corner, building up that overhealth. Overclock does end up coming in, but look at that bash again from Fixer. Just, I think that was a 3-man stun there against the wall, or at least a 2-man. That is a dominant fight win there from Virtus.Pro.
I believe there will be one more touch coming on through here. Can Mag get there in time? I think he's the fastest hero right now, given that Top Dragon is still respawning. Needs to be the one touching. Yeah, should just be able to make it in time.
Yeah, Orbital Ray ends up coming in though, so how long can you realistically survive? I mean, not for long. Gen.G are just trying to peek around these corners, trying to get damage done to Jwoo, and even like Gala, who's high in the sky. Minute and 30 seconds on the points, and there's another team kill back to back.
2 out of 2 overclocks from Sauna. He gets taken down far too early and doesn't get the value, and so unfortunately for Gen.G, Mag got the touch in there, but they couldn't find the follow-up damage. I'd like to have maybe gotten the extra couple outs out of VP, but they knew that one won. And now, I think this is enough time, should be enough time to finish the map as well. Typically, if you only have 1/30th, it might be tricky, but they got 2 minutes 40.
I mean, it's a Cage Blade versus a Cage Blade. Kill's already gone over to Jwoo. Oh, the damage. Yep, Sauna down. Rally popped so late there from Canale. That was like a 2 or 3v5, and they popped that. Gen.G are back. That's a back-to-back-to-back team kill for Virtus.Pro.
And now it will be potentially even further. Fixer looking towards Rally. Shockwave next on the OC, which, depending on how this goes, no, he's actually farming it quite quickly. He will definitely have it this fight. Crispy is a little too far away from Orbital Ray to maybe impact this fight now, and he'll be a target.
Mag is like one, bro.
Crispy right now.
Well, there comes the bash into the back line, and overclock as well on top for Shockwave. And look at how split Gen.G are right now. Payload still moving, by the way, as Canale can't get back in time. Tried to go for the bash, but man, that Canale rally would have been so useful there for Gen.G, but they ended up blowing it in that previous fight.
People will say C9, but that one was a loss for Gen.G, even if the touch occurred. With Crispy dead there as well, the Orbital Ray was offline. Couldn't have charged it in time. He was just a little too far off. So Shockwave being able to farm the rail just in time to be able to impact the last fight on top of, I think it was, I believe, Fixed was the other ult there, was too overwhelming. Sauna really split. You actually see Sauna's positioning was the one that Shockwave was actually targeting all the way on the opposite side of the map, and he slides down to the low ground at the beginning of C, which means he doesn't really have a way to impact the fight anymore after that for a reasonable long time, position-wise at least. Mag also considerably, he just left the fight because he was, I think he actually died in the middle of that as well. He was so low,
right,
so early. Their ability to contest is extremely low at that point for Gen.G.
I was super excited to see...
A 150 time back is also quite nice for VP here.
Fairly sizable for Dorado, to be fair, right? I mean, normally you're finishing an OT, how brutal that last point is. I was excited to watch VP today. I was like, yeah, man. I'm super excited. I'm super pumped. I'm going to see Gala play a little bit of Alari. I'm going to see Fixer just doing Fixer things. Maybe have some like little double flex kind of action. It would be really fun. And then obviously rocking in with the Mauga. I think Fixer, despite not playing what you'd normally consider like a super playmaking support, his stun bashes have been sublime so far.
Especially the one on Esperanca with a nice flank. But yes, also I think in this series as well, he's definitely played quite well. He was losing a lot of rallies earlier on in previous maps to just Mag jumping in there and getting a stomp in there and just the
Fixer.
miniguns blowing him up. But now he's been able to cleanly get these rallies off no issues and get value.
Well, we'll see how long this first fight ends up taking. Oh, not long apparently. Gala. Top Dragon and J-Woo start off the fight pretty well. There's a couple of kills as Gala ends up falling. That's not a good look for Virtus.Pro. Only got Fixer for heals.
Yeah, they're going to have to back out a little bit, I think. So
yeah, they're backing out now.
Good news is Gala is on Juno, which is quite quick. They won't have to back out too far, but likely Archway is gone here. They have to, well, rather they have to fight for Archway. The complete outdoors rooftop area is gone. That's the cost of losing one of your supports.
Can back up to the statue though pretty cleanly, right? There's definitely a guaranteed second fight here. Oh, maybe not anymore. Wow, dude, I don't know, man. Caster Curson going crazy today. Yeah, Persona with 2 nice railgun kills. J-Woo Fixer dead, and well, that's first point. That was not close. That's the exact same thing that happened to Virtus.Pro on their attack, to be fair.
Key difference between damage dealt versus effectiveness of actual kills. Shockwave is about to hit OC, Sauna's half that. But the actual ability to, he landed those final blows, and that's given Gen.G the cap now, so Shockwave does have advantage in terms of OC here. That will likely end up with a nice VP fight win to finally turn this around in terms of reset a little bit. But yeah, actually getting those kills was so critical for Sauna on A.
Sauna's behind them too. Sauna's like 1 HP, has to use that overrun to get out. Is going to get healed up, but Gen.G have the high ground. Looks like J-Woo's going to try and contest as the overclock has been ripped by Shockwave. Can't find enemy just yet. Good patience from Gen.G, just backing all the way up, and Shockwave doesn't want to overstay. Here comes the re-engage though. Rally coming in from Kineo. Orbital Ray available from Gen.G too. This is just kind of a slaughter now. Virtus.Pro really testing the mental. A good slam into the front line, but a return Ray. Here comes the cage, and 2 completely separate fights happening on your screen right now as the cage trapping in 4 members of Gen.G, but Vistola only one there to do the damage, and Virtus.Pro backing up yet again.
VP basically trapped themselves in that. As you mentioned, Vistola was the only one actually in that cage. He went for that play. Just about every single ultimate has been used. Gen.G have excellent pace. Now this is on pace to potentially beat the time bank.
It's a good headshot. Can he find the second one? Yes, of course he can. Sorta with a double heady there on to Gala, and a small little left click there to follow it up with the kill. Gala down, Blade for Top Dragon. Might not even need to use it, to be fair, as the cage ends up coming in, and that's a kill on Vistola. This payload is moving at lightning speed. 6 people on the payload, by the way, but technically Mag is 2 of those. 3 minutes and 30 seconds in the bank as the blade spot from Top Dragon. Not necessarily needed, but just as secure, I suppose, as Gen.G now pushing to 3rd.
I don't think VP have a real likelihood of getting that touch confirmed in terms of fighting and potentially winning without Vistola. So, yeah, I'd agree with you there. Top Dragon pulling the extra blade out, really unrequired. In fact, you can't be able to want to match timing here with J-Woo and not allow VP to have that kind of advantage on you. But given the 440 time bank, this is about 2 minutes more. If you remember where VP were here, I believe they were about 240 going to C. So Gen.G have excellent capability now of actually getting a much better time bank than VP yet.
Wow, Sauna's really low. J-Woo try goes for the dash in to the right click. Oh, but there's a couple of free kills there for J-Woo. Good slam from Vistola. Sets up the Gen.G so well in these comps, man. Just the stun from the overrun is just ridiculous setup for Gen.G. And that's a team kill.
And that slows things down significantly because you get one reset, and what happens is you've lost all sorts of positioning early on. You have to sort of fight back for small bits and pieces of the nap. Shockwave's about to hit the OC timing here as well. Crispy's maybe a little too far away. They will be up to both the Gen.G supports to get their ultimate early. How does Mag go off the map?
How did Mag fall off the map? I'm sorry. Sorry, where did Mag go? Please don't say overrun off the map.
If Fixer did it, would he have gotten a kill feed confirmed?
Yeah,
he would have.
Yeah, because...
So,
I don't know what happened there. We'll probably get a replay or some in at some point, but just a Mag moment. Unlucky. 3.5 minutes to go now. As we move on in, can now use that rally pretty early. See if Virtus.Pro want to respond. They've got an overclock going, of course, but this orbital ray from Crispy is going to not really allow for Shockwave to get any kills whatsoever, and a nice stomp kill. Pulse up torpedoes do end up connecting, but Canal does end up getting traded. This rally from Fixer really late for Virtus.Pro, and a stun bash onto Sauna, just send him reeling, and an even later Ray. And out of the fight, Sauna means he can't do any damage at all with that overclock. And Fixer picks up 3 kills.
Their advantage is over now. We're about to hit 240. Could be a late death on Sauna here as well. It is. That's going to cost their respawn further. So now we've reset ourselves.
Oh, here's the replay. Oh, he just falls off.
So
he just walks off.
Walked off. He literally walked off. Oh, no. Wait. He did get whip-shotted.
He got flailed, but he touched the ground before he like jumped off. So he like b-hopped in a way, you know? So
so with assistance, fix it. Okay, so it was a whip shot, but then also Mag kind of b-hopped himself.
Kind of b-hopped off, yeah.
Right.
Unlucky. We won't play that replay again, Mag, we promise. That was the lie, by the way. Blade available for Top Dragon, and Cage coming up as well for Mag. This could be the one combo here, although Virtus.Pro have got the same, so I can imagine mirror ults as they try and make their first move. Looks like Vestola doesn't want to mess with it, though, backing up slightly.
Have the same ults here for VP.
Yeah. Oh, okay, there's the Cage, there's the Blade.
Next.
Blade coming up for Top Dragon as well. Oh, trying to fight targets is Top Dragon right now. An absolute mess. An absolute mess on your screens. Shockwave ends up coming up with the kills. That disruptor shot in the mix as Shockwave finds 4.
Now your capability of finishing the map has to...
You break that down for me, by the way. Pixel, why Pixel? What happened?
Yeah, sure. So Shockwave was out of the cage, and once the cages break down, Shockwave has the best positioning to be able to just get the rest of the kills. He did that without OC, which is very nicely played as well.
It's just so easy to build up the charge as well.
Jwoo got everyone nice and low for Shockwave. Just get those brilliant taps in at the end. That's how I'm going to describe that one. But more important than that, we're about to hit the sub 1 minute mark with very little resource there for Gen.G. They essentially need to win the support ult trade now between the 4 supports for Gen.G to have a real fighting chance, I think.
Now Shockwave's got this overclock in about 5% or so. Top Dragon right now just on the point, just trying to scare Vestola away. There is the overrun out.
Can't die.
He's chill for the time being. Good Overwatch here for Shockwave. Quite in the literal and figurative sense. Here come the orbital rays, however. These bashes going to be so strong. Fixer is going to have to sell for Canale. Shockwave doing an immense amount of damage too. Spawns are going to come in just a moment as Carla and Shockwave ends up coming up with kills. Sona pops the overclock there, Avril, but a team kill connects as Virtus.Pro now pushing Gen.G to the very limit. 30 seconds to go on what was a 4-minute and 30-second time bank going into third.
He could be Tracy. He could be going to Tracy here, but he ults at like the final moment when I believe it's just him and one other alive. Literally him and 2 players left. Even if he kills all 5 on ult, he can't realistically get enough presence himself. Like, he needs to have a team available to actually move up and find space. 10 seconds, final fight, no ults either side. Vestola ever so slightly closer towards the cage, but more important than that, VP has one advantage and a player advantage.
4v5 now on the point. Focus fire now down onto Mag. Cardiac overdrive already popped as Jwoo also ends up falling. So now a 4-on-4. Spawn position's pretty close here for Virtus.Pro, of course, on the defense. But Shockwave comes up big with the end of another kill. Mag tries for the stomp stun into the front line, but here comes the cage. And Virtus.Pro is just inevitable, and Mag knows it too. Overtime ticks down as Virtus.Pro end up coming up with the match win as Gen.G fall to the lower bracket.
I can't really afford to lose a player too early there, but dare I say, even with that final player alive in the last fight, it was looking pretty difficult because Gen.G have to push to the end of the map against respawn advantage. I think OT respawns will impact that somewhat, but would it have been enough? Because you can get the slower trickle through, and if there are any trades at all, I think in a situation where Gen.G can cleanly win that fight somehow and get a bunch of OT respawns of VP, they cap out. But if they lose numbers and we get into a weird situation where Gen.G finished with only 2 or 3 members alive after winning the fight, respawn wave from VP, final respawn wave with just even 1 touch secures the defense. So very hard position, and losing a player early does not help at all. And Sauna dropping a random overclock in a losing fight doesn't help. That could have been the key difference maker to allow them to win the OT fight. Imagine if he had the OC there. I think it could have been a difference maker for sure.
Same exact scoreline as the first time they faced up against each other, all the way back in week number 1. Same maps as well, mind you. Just a slightly different result on Suravasa. Man, what a nail-biting series. Just came down to the blades and cage, the blade cage combo, and then the OCs at the very end. Virtus.Pro just continuing their run in that upper bracket. We'll see how far they can go as Gen.G knocked down to the lowest. We're going to jump over to the desk, though. They can break down that series a little bit more. Zoe, take it away.
We will indeed. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And that concludes our first upper bracket semifinals. Zoe here back with Jake and Johnny to break it all down. We can't beat the brawl allegations. Every time you guys are back on the desk, we're back to this. What is this? Cursed. Why? Actually cursed.
Gen.G, like, they had every opportunity to throw a ban and throw a wrench into the works and change things up. I mean, heck, they could have even banned the Gen.G if they wanted to, like, run this Pharah style. But, you know, in the one sense, there's confidence in this. Like, this is a strong comp that a lot of teams have been practicing. But on the other hand, I mean, you've been losing pretty badly. I kind of felt this was going to happen, though, when Top Dragon went Gen.G on Suravasa and they had a few good fights. They won a point. I thought, oh, no, they're just going to, like, run it down and, like, make the Gen.G work or try and keep this Malga working no matter what. And I can't help but wonder, could this have been a different series with some Mag specialist heroes like Ball or Winston coming into play? I guess not Winston against the Malga comp, but...
No, yeah, not the Winston. But I mean, overall though, like this is kind of what happens. People are just like, well, we don't want to be the creative team. We don't want to like try to innovate. We'll just like kind of stick with it. And even the fact you went over to Dorado out of all maps in the pool, and I know it's a bit more friendly now with the elevators and, you know, the extra stairs and stuff like that. But I think this is very telling that we are firmly in a Malga meta, Zoe. It's just we're so back. We're so back. We never left. 2 hearts, baby. Let's go.
Yeah,
both hearts pumping.
It is what it is. While I'm not happy about that, I am happy to being able to continue.
That's a nice boop and fix. He's third person.
I thought we promised we're never going to show this again.
Yeah, no promises.
That's going to be a highlight. Sorry, Meg.
Okay, this was the last time, the very last time, as Frog and Toad would say. Promise. But yeah, Virtus.Pro moving on in the upper bracket, and that means that Gen.G now falling into the lower bracket, where I believe they will be going up against the Ultimates. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think they flipped the sides, so the Ultimates will be their next opponent. I would say the Ultimates will be very happy about that, because they played them really, really close just last week, a week ago. Yeah, a week ago. Was that a week ago? So yeah, I'd be very excited. I'd be excited to see how that one will play out this time around. For now, though, we're heading into a post-game interview. Gonna have Gala joining us for a quick chat. Gala, let's bring him in. Congratulations on the victory. You guys are continuing your run in the upper bracket. I want to talk big picture first, though. It's another week, another meta, I guess. At least on the server, it looks like you guys are unfazed by it. But if we're pulling back the curtains, has it been stressful for you and VP as a squad to constantly adapt and reinvent every single week?
Yeah, a little bit. We were playing same dark before, Ilaria as well. And now we are starting to play Malga a lot. And it's kind of hard sometimes, but we're trying to figure that out.
Yeah, you know, we talked with some of the other members of your team who said that you guys kind of expected to be in this position, you know, coming off like such a, you know, strong early start to the stage. You guys are winning everything, looking like the best team in Scribs. Do you still feel that way? Do you still look at this playoffs and think you guys are going to be one of the teams going to the major, that you're going to be number one coming out of this? Or have things gotten more competitive in this Malga meta?
Other teams are getting closer to us, but I would say we're still the best team in EMEA.
Yeah, I feel like Malga meta might be one of the neutralizers in that it helps everyone kind of like bring together. You see some more competitive fights. Is it hard luck Malga meta? This was the first match of the weekend. Do you have any hope for us? Are we going to deviate? Will we see, you know, some Ilari at some point?
It's gonna be
or is it
Malga
just going to be
everywhere.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh no!
Thank you.
We didn't want to hear that.
Appreciate it. All right. Here we
Well,
go.
you guys are looking really good in that Malga meta, so I guess that's good news for VP. Gala, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you. See ya.
Thank you. Good luck.
Bye, Gala. Thank you so much.
Good to know.
Here, man.
No,
I gotta think
Good
there's
to
gonna be
know.
teams that throw some
heard it from
bans
the
at it though,
inside.
right? Whether you're banning Malga
Yeah.
himself, I think banning characters like Sojourn really hurts the Malga comp. Juno, I think, is pretty important in this comp.
Okay,
so for
so
me,
they save us for like a map.
But yeah, but I mean, you're turning like a couple maps in the series being different. And I think that is pretty significant in terms of like changing the outcome of a series or changing the pace here. I think this was really a Gen.G that stuck with their guns in the Amalgamate and refused to engage in terms of banning and like really shifting the comps played. I mean, VP, I can understand that you're winning. You're just gonna keep running it. It's up to the team that is struggling to change things up. I think the fact that Gen.G, they won a control round, they had some competitive maps in there. They in fairness, there was reason to believe like, hey, we could win on this comp. Let's keep running it because we know we're going to be playing it a lot throughout the playoffs. And again, this is winter bracket, right? So they're not out of it yet. Our Gen.G, maybe they can keep running this and have success against some of the other teams in the lower bracket, continuing to play a lot of Malga.
All right, let's take a look at our player of the match before we moving on with our discussion. Jaewoo getting the player of the match honors. I mean, Jaewoo has impressed ever since he took to this stage. We had talked about him quite a lot that week 1, week 2, how much pressure is on his shoulders, but he's been just delivering, like never looking shaky, not a single day in the office.
Yeah, like the Gen.G has been spectacular from Jaewoo. We've mostly seen Tracer and Gen.G so far this stage from Jaewoo, but it's also two heroes that Jaewoo is incredibly comfortable on. Now playing Gen.G in this kind of like brawl composition, you know, you get a perk as well, you get some lifesteal with your Dragon Blade. That's going to help this character, but it's just really efficient, like you saw here, for example, Suravasa getting on top of the Symmetra, on top of the Sojourn as well, and then you know brawl beautifully in the cages as well. So yeah, Jaewoo has been really impressive so far and doesn't really overextend too much either. I think generally when you watch Jaewoo makes smart decisions, you know, plays with the rest of the team, stuff like that, and that kind of lends itself to playing this brawl Malga meta quite well. So yeah, Jaewoo on top.
Yeah, well deserved. I think honorable mention to all the DPS in the lobby though. This was like a pretty sick matchup for both. Sojourns had big games.
Yeah, sure.
You know, once Top Dragon went to Gen.G, I think it was very back and forth. So I was really impressed by both teams. I feel like, you know, this is a Gen.G that I expect to see more of in the playoffs. I kind of don't think they're going to go out easy. Making this pretty competitive against Virtus.Pro is a good sign for them for running deeper here in the playoffs.
Yeah, and Gen.G now in the lower bracket, they will be facing off against Twisted Minds, actually, not against the Ultimates. And that is a team they've already taken down once this stage. So good chance they might be able to do it again. Let's see how they fare against them in a Malga meta, but that has to wait because today we're running through our upper bracket semifinals. The next one coming up is going to be Team Peps versus Alcazia. You don't want to miss it. We catch you on the other side of this.
We're here supporting the Sims Man Health and Wellness Center, which is part of the Venice Family Clinic. They're here doing a community distribution event today, and we brought down 6 pallets of supplies for them with everything from over-the-counter, non-prescription medications to personal protective equipment. We also brought down some glucose monitoring and insulin test strips, as well as important prescription medications. That's something Direct Relief can do uniquely that some other organizations don't have access to. So inhalers, respiratory meds, blood pressure medications. Direct Relief is just 80 miles north of here, so this is essentially our backyard, and we are really happy to be supporting LA County and our neighbors as they're working through this disaster.
Make sure to visit directrelief.org for more information on how you can get involved and help those affected by the recent LA fires. Now we're locking in for our second match of the day, the upper bracket semis between Team Peps and OWCS. Of course, I'm not doing it alone. Jake and Johnny are helping me to break it all down. Now, here is our current bracket. VP, a dominant first showing here in the playoffs. And now they're waiting in the upper bracket final for the winner of this very next match. This is, of course, again, a rematch. In week 1, Peps ran all over OWCS. 3-0 was the score in their opening match. But if we're using transitive properties, OWCS played it closer versus VP than Peps did, and therefore they are the better team. I don't know. Neither method seems to be able to tell us a story that could unfold today, because we're finding ourselves in a different kind of meta. If we're looking back, the first time those two teams met, they obviously played a lot of Hazard. OWCS did ban Maga on Samoa against Team Peps, so there's definitely a fear of what Team Peps can do with a Maga. What do we expect to see from Peps? Is that something that will be leaning in on heavily today?
I mean, I think Team Peps has shown a lot of flexibility with Exodial having a huge matchup here today. I think the Sojourn duel is going to be something to really have your eyes on, but Exodial's been one of the most exciting young players in EMEA. So the Sojourn, I think, is a huge attribute. We saw, like, in that last series, how important they were to securing opening picks and, like, turning difficult team fights. Honestly, though, for both teams, I think this is going to be a pretty significant change up from the way they'd like to play in the past.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that Isis played quite a bit of Junker Queen, actually, which, you know, could be a decent matchup into that if you really don't want to play Mauga, but like at the end of the day, like Mauga is overpowering, comes for all. I do think it's going to come down to the damage players, like Jake said as well, like Exodial, you know, one of the best hitscan players we've had in the region, and being able to play the Sojourn at such a high level, that's really going to match up well into the Mauga if we see it, right? But that's the big question. Are we going to see the Mauga with these teams? Because neither of these teams have really preferred the Mauga up until this point. So I think this will also be a decent test to see, you know, how prevalent will the Mauga meta be? Will it be like Gala just said? Is it just going to be Mauga all the time? I think this match will prove it to us.
Is Checkmate really playing tank?
I was about to ask.
Probably not.
This might be a mistake. Just throwing off us and everyone watching.
I was gonna say, I was expecting this to be Checkmate on Gen.G, but you know.
Yeah, I was about to gas him up.
Checkmate secretly a Maga main. We just did not know, and he's like, sub me in.
Well, I mean, can Checkmate play Mauga? Probably. Can Siad play Gen.G?
I mean, can anyone play Maga? Yeah. Can they play it well? That is a completely different question.
I mean, hitting the crit stomps is so critical on Mauga. Well, I think a lot of people look at Mauga as like a low skill hero, but landing the crit stomp into a kill is like massive game changer. I think Mauga is deceptively more complex in the professional setting than people give it credit for. You know, you think you just hold both triggers all the time. It's like, well, good luck playing against the best players in the world like that. Doesn't tend to go so well.
Okay, their roles put aside though, OWCS, I mean, they are coming off of a high, right? They played VP really close in their last match off the stage. Like, that's something you could definitely draw some energy from. It was a 5-map banger.
Yeah, I mean, I think OWCS is a team that's improved throughout the stage. You know, they started off, you know, pretty rough, and they took that loss, right? But they've improved throughout and actually gotten better as we get closer to the playoffs. So I think this could be a really interesting weekend for OWCS in general. I think, you know, they match up with their damage players, like we talked about, pretty well into this meta as well, where Lambda has pretty much played the Sojourn throughout the entire stage. So if you don't have to deviate now, if you can just keep playing the Sojourn, great, pretty happy with that. And Checkmate is a spectacular Gen.G player. So if I'm OWCS, like I'm pretty pumped about this meta. Yes, we played a lot of Lucio Kiriko in the past, and we might have to deviate from that. But in general, I think this meta could be decent for OWCS.
Well, we're about to find out as we get the first look of both these teams in their playoff match debut. That made no sense in their first match of the playoffs anyway. You know what makes sense? Everything that Jack and Avril are saying. Almost. So let's hand it over to them for our second match here in the EMEA region in our playoffs.
Facts, Zoe, facts. No, it's all good. Look, hey, first day of the playoffs. It's all good. Everybody's been hit by the Malga Stomp, I feel like, and it's like, oh, we're so back. We're back in this. Okay. Little Genji,
Malga
little
Stomp
Sojin. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's been pure Malga so far, Kevin.
To Zoe's credit, the part that has made the least amount of sense is just how much Malga, because even Korea doesn't play this much Malga. Korea is back to a Malga meta, but it's not like perma Malga like this. To the point where, like, you know, we're talking about, is Mag going to go ball here? Okay, Suravasa's a ball map. Is they going to be considered of a ball band? Oh, they can play ball on Dorado and all these kind of things. Maybe we're going to see some swaps, and oh, Vasola could look for a DV here. And it's like, no, nothing matters. That's the part that doesn't make sense. I agree. This is the part that's just super weird. It's all Malga all the time for EU, probably for NA after this as well. I wouldn't be surprised to have fun matching that. But what we're really looking at is the fact that Korea not only played Malga, but also figured out Malga counters like all at the same time. And there's plenty of them. Ana is one of them. Bastion is one of them. Fun fact, Bastion's copying real bans in Korea right now. You can also, via bans, start targeting the Malga enablers. Malga himself, Juno, Brig, these are some enablers. Until you see these things, it's got to be Malga. You need to start seeing teams actually start banning Malga as well.
You have piqued my interest with the Bastion, sir, I will say. Lil Lucio ban there, and then a Genji ban on side of OWCS. Peps banning first, of course. No Lucio for Peps, means FD God can't play that, but pretty well adapted playing a couple other heroes we've seen FD God on recently. Little Juno action hovering right now, but we've seen him on the Alari, seen him on the Brig, of course. But it looks like, unless Team Peps go for a small change, it's going to be the same old, although OWCS, Tor Panzo.
So you are also, by the way, when you get the Lucio ban, obviously plays like Haku then default to the Brig. What are you going to play with the Brig? It's going to be Juno Brig for the reason that you're going to combo it with the Malga. Ziad is going to break that hold. So finally, it's not going to be a full Malga mirror. And this was part of the question mark as well. What does Ziad play here? He would like to play the Diva. I don't know what his Malga looks like, but I know he wants to play Diva when he can.
Okay, Ken also on the Echo too. Checkmate's been a very good Torbjorn as well, mind you, but the Torbjorn into the Malga comp, there's so much spam to take out the little turret that's going to be holding an off angle a lot of the time. We'll see how Ziad kind of navigates these fights as well against Ice.
Ken could have probably have gone Echo, potentially to counter any possible fire. I don't think, okay, so you know, actually I'm wrong. Labda is a fire specialist, of course, as well, so there is always that possibility. You might end up seeing Ken potentially look over to swap to Gen.G at some point. Whether the Torb is somewhat susceptible to an Echo.
Oh, well, there's the first pick. Zerion overstepping, but at least gains a kill. Landon, Zerion down. Point unlocked, of course, as Team Peps now just turning their attention towards Ziad, who was trying to get a little cheeky in the backline there for a moment, but it looks like OWCS are going to cap first, although the stomp kill onto Ziad, I'm not sure this is going to last for all too long.
They need Icenom down. He's got to go down. Rana is still surviving. That's really critical. Peps can re-engage. In fact, yeah, they just should re-engage right now. Get Icenom healed back in there. Get the retake. Ziad's got over towards Malga. It lasted for about 30 seconds, Jack, until we're back in the full Malga mirror. It is what it is. And honestly, even OWCS, they kind of won the first fight. They just couldn't clean up Icenom. I think if they cleaned up Icenom, they'd be much further ahead right now. They could have kept the Diva.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, unfortunately, didn't end up killing him. High ground control now for Peps is going to be kind of annoying for, especially Checkmate to get into a good position. Looks like they're going to try and wrap coast side. Labda almost taking out Exodial. In fact, his second shot does connect, and Exodial is dead.
Labda first on ult, especially with Exodial down. No supports on ult just yet.
Look at that damage.
Timing something important.
Yeah, overclock available at about 5%. Here's the cap for OWCS, and now Labda takes control of this high ground. Looking towards Zerion right now, just perma holding that shield, trying to stop the damage connecting. Is FD God filled with holes there by the turret. You saw the turret tracking FD God through the skies. As OWCS find the flip, as this has been a very quick back and forth map so far. 24 to 40 in building.
OWCS just kind of got that point for free. Peps let it go. I mean, what was going on here? You had a situation where the cap randomly came on through. Perhaps there was a little bit of an HP issue on Ice Storm again, but they didn't get to use any ultimates. OWCS didn't have to use any ultimates to cap, which is critical. You can't allow OWCS just get that for no resources spent. As they're about to look at 5 ults, Lab the ults himself.
Yep, overclock for Lab, just straight into a cage though, laid down by Ice. Orbital Ray's going to come in from FD God, healing out everybody up and damaging them, but you know what's better than a blade and a cage? Molten Core in cage, Avril. There's one up for you. Checkmate with a couple of kills with a Molten Core in amongst that chaos as they continue to hold the point.
Typically more of an anti-dive kind of hero in this particular meta, but in a more brawly type of situation, might actually be reasonable into the Malga as well. This is the evolution of Korean meta also, that you discover, like, yeah, what? Torb is kind of okay in the Malga meta. What's even better might be the bash to here through the cage.
Oh, Cage ends up coming in and Rally on top as well. Yeah, no chance really for Team Peps to win this fight. It'll be a little bit of a miracle if that does end up coming to fruition, although Haku does end up going down, so actually turning it on this head completely as Exodio was free to fire from the backline. A double kill for the Sojourn. Bit of a scrappy fight though with both tanks dead, but still Team Peps trying to push the issue now onto the point. His Checkmate gets the melee kill onto Zerion. Overtime now in session. Peps do get another retouch there, and it was one of the supports, but Exodio was the one that's coming up with the damage. 2 kills for the Sojourn, but another touch is required. They eventually do get down to the point eventually, but here come the reinforcements and the Checkmate turret just kind of rolling people in the front line. FD God succumbs to the Omnic, and that will be the round. OWCS a 99-24.
Yeah, Exodio killed like 3 there, but they couldn't keep him alive, and then Peps didn't have the ability to reinforce in time. Labda comes onto the side, he was quite low, doesn't go down. But that is done. You lose your hyper carry on the Soj with Exodio. Nothing really left to talk about in terms of Pep's ability to hold on to that fight. That went away a little too quick. Still, big question mark on the fight where they kind of just allowed the point to roll over and could see it capped it for no resources spent at all. I think that's a pretty critical moment for that particular round as well.
We're seeing the evolution. Here it is. Ken, Torbjorn, and now OWCS. Checkmate off the Torb, over to the Pharah this time.
Pharah have enough to work with on this map, on this round. And we talked about this when we were watching the VP game versus Gen.G, and it's like you kind of limited slightly, maybe a little bit more ground fire required at various points. Will cause a lot of problems for Ken. It is funny that we've just traded Torbs from OWCS over to Team Peps.
Zerion also jumping into Kiriko here, so we're not seeing the Brig Juno. 2 very high impact support ultimates though. A little bit of defense, you know, with the Suzu and stuff, but nothing compared to something like a Rally. This looks like OWCS are taking a priority position on point. There's the first kill. Labda taking out Exodio from a mile away. As Zerion, sorry, is trying to heal up the front line. Still the point in their favor at the current moment in time, despite losing Zerion super early on. Or Exodio, sorry. 2 X names. Killing me.
Ken low. Oof. Down still. That'll be point over finally. OWCS have been working away on it. Checkmate doing his best right now. With point control, fire improves a lot. Now you can sort of abuse this open space here, play above the opening. They're getting aggressive. They might want to potentially look for a subtle spawn hole, but not going too far in.
Oh, hasn't gone for the double slide either, has Labda. Gone for the disruptor shot sticking to somebody. Oh, and Ken finds a kill onto Landon of all people. Just on this little 2-man flank, Zerion also falls, and there's the return pick. Nice shot from Labda as Ken ends up falling. Checkmate is still super low, but is going to get healed up by this Inspire procs coming through from Haku as he's swinging on Ice Snow. Point does end up getting flipped though.
They're losing the fight and they ended up flipping. That's actually pretty nice from Peps. FD God now with the reinforcements. Orbital Ray.
Yeah, Orbital Ray and the cage available as well. Ziad now trapped in this small corner, and Orbital Ray late coming through from Landon, but the fight's already over. Ken, FD got it, Zerion. They're all filling the kill feed. Team Peps. Yeah, what a dominant fight there, and Zerion saves this rush too for the next fight.
Yep. You'll notice the timing difference there as well. Landon was just slightly off. I believe Haku's same thing. Didn't quite have their ultimates in time. Team Peps was able to get the point flip first of all, then regroup straight to FD God's ultimate with Orbital Ray. OWCS no ability to counterplay and get a frag on the other side, so there's even extra point capture available for Peps that otherwise they wouldn't have had. Cage time for Ziada. Look, there's 4 ults online. Cage plus the option for Barrage.
Oh, and the moving barrage. No instant kills, but it's just too much damage, man. That on top of, like, disruptor shots and just the spam coming in from Haku swinging that flail in that cage. Yeah, there's no chance. Team kill for OWCS.
Was even a Kitsune Rush being dropped in there at the same time for Peps as well, so they really want to try and hold on to that, but the cage just makes such a huge difference. They need better tools against the cage. What do we have here now? Exodio versus Lambda, with, I think, Lambda mostly in these neutrals, at least on Volcano, has had the better so far. At least we're seeing his name pop up that much more. Potential for a decent play from Exodio. What does he see here?
Overclock. Oh, ends up getting dragged in and instantly headshot by Lambda. Checkmate taking that implosion perk there to drag him forward a little bit and setting Lambda up with a kill.
A little 1, 2, 3. Halt and Rock. 2025 version.
Yeah, actually.
Into the rail kind of right click, and it'll do. It's enough. At this point, it's all 66%. Another ultimate being used. Lambda in spawn.
Oh, wow. I mean, this is just painful. Oh, there's the explosion again. Not quite. Some coming to it this time. Exodio switches to Widow to try and get a shot, but no. OWCS not granting them a kill. Landon coming back from spawn, so they're going to have to back off the point.
Landon's going to have ult advantage here as well. This is looking really, really nice for OWCS. They can engage that as Peps with something like maybe a copy onto the Malga. Double shouts for the Cardiac would be pretty nice here.
High ground control, 14 Peps. Copy is going to be quite important, like you said. We'll see what Ken wants to go for. Probably the Malga. Fire to it. Yes, there it is. Malga copy. Double cardiac overdrive is going to be pretty nice, and going to have to maybe have a little bit more than that, because that ray is just going to burn him down. There you go. Duplication ended pretty quickly, and so is his normal life. Cages end up coming in on the point now. OT for OWCS. Barrage for checkmate in about 5%, but Ziad just stuck in that small corner, and the spam damage comes through. Another just cardiac overdrive, just seeing them through this fight. His Team Peps now trying to get some small staggers. Although, I honestly, OWCS just staying in this fight. They're going to be able to get out of this one. Lambda's staying alive with the help of Landon.
How long could they do this for? They need the tanks back. They need their players back. OWCS really should have just lost that one a little bit more handily. Peps did not get the cleanup required. And this is still OWCS, by the way, having the extra...
Oh my God.
Okay, Lambda.
Oh, and Barrage from checkmate. Oh, instantly dealt with by Exodio. Oh, the Ray is just, it's just too strong, man. Team Peps, they didn't even need the rush in that fight, and OT is approaching now fast for OWCS.
This time, Peps is ahead. I think that should have been a much better situation for OWCS. It was weird that they were even allowed to stay on the point for that long, but they have the double support advantage, timing advantage over Peps. Couldn't quite clean it up. Ziad died too early. Now onto the Diva. They got the touch, but it's 1 for 1.
They do trade 1 for 1, but where's the retouch? Lambda with the overclock, and there it is. The rush on the point of 14 Peps. Nice sidelines here for Lambda. He finds 2 already in the fight. Lambda just takes over the game completely, and a rally on top as well for OWCS. This is going to be a little 2-0 here as well to start off the series, as Team Peps not expecting Lab to just run back in, score 3 kills. That rush should have been the final nail in the coffin, but OWCS finished strong, a 2-0 on Control.
I mean, you really start to see the potential for OWCS when they take VP all the way to 5 maps. They had such really nice results coming into this playoffs. I mean, OWCS is secretly, I think even behind the scenes when talking to players, they are really talking about OWCS being a threat in this playoffs. You're starting to see exactly why. Maybe a little disappointed that they couldn't hold on to the Diva for a bit longer to prevent the Malga mirrors from coming on through, but now that we are still in the Malga mirror, they were able to get a lot of work done, and importantly, Lambda impressed. Exodio should be the biggest threat on the opposite team for Peps, and he certainly was a threat at various times. You can see this clip here. But I think crucially in this clip, if I remember correctly, Lambda didn't end up going down. He kills Exodio and then ends up carrying the remainder of this fight to secure it for OWCS. So Lambda has done more than his fair share to not only keep up, but maybe even outperform Exodio, particularly on some of the neutrals here that we saw in Volcano in the second round.
No, Lambda has honestly just been so impressive throughout the entirety of Stage 1. Like, he's improved year on year. I think this is a brand new year for Lambda, and he's just improved. And look at this survivability too, just staying alive here, and then landing 2 big initial kills. 2 dead, FD God, and then they have to rely on for Zerion Fields just on the Kiriko. Like, it's so bad when you can just let the Sojin get away with that. Stats from the last map: 24 deaths to 41. OWCS, yeah, should be feared at this point. Like you said, especially with that 5-map banger from the other week against VP.
This is a threatening team that I think now has to be considered. I don't know if they would be a favorite just yet because, well, VP is still the overwhelmingly favorite. Gen.G didn't look as good as you would like for a team of their caliber. Maybe just kind of still dealing with navigating the Malga meta. But I could see if they can get through the Malga meta comfortably, if Ziad isn't just going to get stuck on a D.Va in terms of only being able to play D.Va, have the option to play the Malga or the D.Va. It'll be really good to see. Suravasa now going to the next map. That was, I believe, our second map as well in the previous map. And, you know, if there was a ball player here, maybe we talk about there being the potential for the ball, but really,
I'm sorry to break it
back again. I would like to see the potential for either a Malga ban or some sort of Malga-related ban, but it also could just be the case that both teams shake hands and say, you know what, similar hero pools, basically going to play the same thing. Like, well, what are we going to do here? You've essentially two off-tank players between Ziad and Icedom. Whatever you ban is essentially going to be bad for both you and your opponents. So there is that factor to consider.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be Perma Malga. As much as I like to see Ziad back on something like the D.Va, which is historically being considered a decent counter to the Malga because you can eat a lot of the shots, especially when he pops the cardiac overdrive. I think it's just going to be the mirror. I mean, you heard the interview from the previous series, right? It's like, anything else than Malga, maybe?
I can tell you what they could do. D.Va plus Ana is genuinely respectable. This is what I think EU is lacking right now compared to Korea. Korea is far more willing to play Ana. It could be because you have guys like Shu, but we even saw from Wei Marker, good old ring winner Marker from Total Mayhem. He did an unbelievable job on the Ana versus Zeta, which Zeta might be the best Malga team in the world right now, genuinely. They beat Falcons on the Malga. Crazy Raccoon actually that last night as well, spoilers, but the point being here is that part of the real capability for teams like Wei and Crazy Raccoon is that they have Ana capable players that can seriously carry on that pick. You know what? The Ana band here kind of speaks to that. I do think these teams need to start trying the Ana in these matchups against the Malga because Malga teams are not running Kiriko. I mean, we did see it in that last map, admittedly. However, it's not normal. Typically, it is Brig and Juno, which means there's no Curry, nothing to really stop the Ana from doing whatever she wants in the map. Unless you ban her.
Peps end up banning her. We saw a ban of Ana last Series 2. You agreed to with the pigeons, Avra. Have you got any facts for us? Rose always comes with a fact, so...
They're a bird.
That's facts, bro. It's so true.
No lies detected. Yo, no lies detected there.
Got him. Facts indeed, my guy.
I was also going to mention...
Go on.
Probably another reason Ken went to Echo is the Gen.G ban from the last map. Now that he's free from that, Gen.G being available once more should be definitely on board. I think Ken Gen.G is certainly the signature here. And when you look at where the Peps lineup is, I don't want to get baited by this. Surely not. No. Zerion probably will swap here as well. Is it speed team out? Then swap. Oh, the Kiri. Okay, they really don't. They've nearly completed the 5 heroes required, but just both teams are off by 1. I don't mind the Pharah here, as I talked about when Top Dragon was here. I just don't think he particularly played it well. Let's see if Checkmate can do better on the Pharah.
2 very high impact ults as well to win fights. That Rush and the Ray. Point unlocks in a couple of moments, but really nice point for the Pharah, like you were mentioning earlier on, but you have to be so careful right now of the Sojourns. It only takes a little tickling of damage, then a headshot and you're dead. And look at how much Ziad is taking, by the way. Almost down to like under 10% HP. Has to use the overrun to get away. And yeah, Labbed is the first to fall.
That means they can't have any point control. They abandon it because Ziad also dies before getting healed. Landon can't transfer any of that damage into an orbital ray advantage. It's at least something we were able to see Crispy do in our last series here. OWCS just kind of have to cop the L early. Checkmate even swapping over Ziad swapping as well. So they want to go for the Gen.G, but they don't want the Malga. I'm here for it. Unfortunately, there's no Ana. If you could play the D.Va and Ana here, it would be nice.
Yeah, nice nano targets too, like the D.Va and / or Gen.G, right? It's so tough to kind of deal with. Those backlines are going to be rather flimsy. But they're really sticky to actually get down, to be fair. I mean, look at, or slippery even. FD God and Zeren with a high mobility.
Landon trying to catch up. Reminder, Landon did die the last fight, so the fact that he's even close to FD God here is impressive. But it will be Peps double supportals. Haku really far behind.
Ziad in. Checkmate trying to go for a small flank. Oh, it takes so much damage in the mega health pack. Not quite there just yet. It's actually Labbed once again coming up with a good for Akatzia. Nice headshot onto FD God, but overtime is approaching. 5 health on Zerion, ends up going down, 4 pops the rush. And they're just going to go and be happy with that fight and just, hey, we'll go next. We got ults.
That's the lab to show for you. I mean, this is a situation where really we expected FD God to be able to have that orbital ray in time, perfect targeting coming through the Lambda, taking down the Juno. Ziad lost his mech. Imagine a situation where Lambda isn't getting those kills. Ziad still gets demeched, and the fight's over, goes the way of Peps. And things are looking really good for Peps, 1-0 up in this particular map. But now, a bit of a reset here, and most importantly, it would normally take a team like OWCS to use ults to get that flip. They didn't have to use anything. That was just raw picks.
Well, there's the overclocks. Look at the high ground control though from Labda. Double tapping Exodial. Easy does it. 3 kills for Labda. I mean, absolutely on fire right now. I'm telling you, man, year after year, it feels like Labs is just improving.
He's evolving. I mean, you think he's a bit of just a fire one trick maybe, sometimes off rolls to the back, kind of weird hero pool, and now kind of schooling Exodio in this matchup. 2 maps in a row. Last map it was like a little bit more 50-50, maybe Labda in there, but now he's dominating.
Early cage, self-destruct in the middle of the cage as well. Someone's going to run. They're pushing it around the corner too. Catches Ken. Blade popped by Checkmate, and now Katsia nearing OT, and that should just be the point too, especially with Ice going down. A very proactive play there from Alcatia, and they end up capping first.
This is 0 to 100 comeback of Zalzerian now. See what they're gonna do. Okay, is this a...
No way! Okay, do they get D-Mech? Surely not. No, they don't. Okay. That was...
Oh, I see what they're doing. It was Icedom going hog to try and maybe hook somebody in, because potentially Alcatia just...
I mean, they hooked the ad, to be fair. They almost got D-Mech.
Yeah. Fair enough. Anyway, back to action. Unfortunately, FD God didn't get a chance to use ultimate in that last fight. Pretty critical. Once more, you'll have noticed Lambda on board is pretty large carry every single fight we see here.
Orbital Ray, they use like FD God as soon as they see Ziad just jump into the back line. Alcatia just not wanting any of that smoke, using that defensive matrix to absorb all that damage, but Ziad's going to go there to actually touch, and the D-Mech's going to come through. Remember, self-destruct was used that last fight, so no opportunity for a remake as Ice tries to lock down this main choke point. Landon and Lambda are going to get the job done, though, finding a couple of kills, and Ice just kind of wondering what happened to the rest of his team.
Ziad goes down, but it doesn't matter. Checkmate with 3 kill. Lambda sets it up. He goes down, but Checkmate is still alive. The DPS of Alcatia saving these situations. Ziad's, he's had enough of getting demected. He has succumbed back to the Malga, and they are on the right come. Both teams now have given up any of the other different picks between the Kiriko, between the Pharah, anything strange. It is just on the pure 5 as you see it on screen for the Malgamura. The standard.
I feel like it was a guilty pleasure watching Cage Blades happen, I'm not going to lie. We're close to about 50% of the way there for Team Peps. Early use this overclock. It's slowly starting. Nice headshot there by Labdo, couldn't quite get the kill. Nice counter charge there, perfect stuff in fact. Coming through from Zied, gets the counter charge on Ice, knocks him to the ground, and there's no help at all. Allow Capsia almost find a team kill. Ken getting staggered slightly, and there's the final kill.
I think that's actually the point as well. I don't think Ken will be the respawn in time. Peps at minimum, or most I should say, is going to go for a 4v5. Okay, Ken caught the way with Exodial.
They're going early.
I still think they're too far away. It's 90%. They can't touch.
Oh, counter. Yeah, even with that counter charge, there's no one there to actually touch. And I gotta say, Avril, like, Alcatia's really proactive fights, especially when they're around 85 to 90%. I really like them. It forces the comp without a Lucio to try and rotate quicker than they need to.
Yeah, I think if you had a DPS alive, let's say Ken didn't die last and he died first, he has a good chance of touching. In that case, Ziad would not want to make that play. So Alcatia have the potential to maybe bite off a bit more they can shoot and just go towards spawn. I've seen that cost teams before, so have to be very careful you're tracking the spawns correctly. Going into this next neutral, by the way, 4 ults for Peps, not quite that many for Alcatia. This is the opportunity for Peps to get an early neutral win.
Try and put themselves on the map currently. Exodio's trying his best, but look at that rally, that shield just being such a nuisance for him. Even now trying to look for the off angle, but Lab just got that overhealth from the rally, so Exodio cannot challenge. Cage ends up coming in. Here comes the blade. Oh, double blade, in fact, and Ken's already found one. Checkmate trying to lock down the enemy Gen.G, but the deflection is just too much from Ken. Damage already done. Cage blade secure the team fight for Team Peps, and they get the point as well.
Checkmate really wanted to get in there despite the fact that Ziad didn't have cage, already went down 99%. The cage difference there really makes the difference for Ken, I believe. So Team Peps, as we talked about, they had 4 ultimates, they used 4 ultimates. So ultimate advantage was definitely expended. Would have been nice to see them save a little bit of something. Zerion still slightly further away. It's a free cage and it's a catch.
Cage, 3 people in it right now. You see Exodio trying to just chew through that health or the cage, and they do end up killing it eventually, but at what cost? I'll tell you, it was Ken and Ice Gnome's life. Katsuya find the flip.
Just before Zerion is able to find that ultimate as well, so no situation where they could maybe outplay the cage. Many of those members obviously don't want to play in the cage. There's just nothing to really do there for Team Peps. I could see is able to at least get a pretty decent flip. Saving this time. This is the big difference here. You notice that Peps had to burn 4 ultimates in their particular fight. Here, I could see we'll do it just with a solo cage. Obviously, Peps had nothing to respond with. That would be the key difference. But having Lambda and Landon here in a good position, I mean, they could potentially just win the next fight off 1 ult alone.
They're going to use the overclock super early. Katsuya with very proactive plays. A lot of damage right now. Getting sent towards Ice. They're just going to continue to go, though. There's the counter stun. Straight on both the Malgas. Here comes the orbital ray from Landon, but Ziad's already dead. But will it actually matter? Zerion did end up pulling the rush, but Landon, Checkmate, and Haku, they're just in the mix. They're using that ray to its full potential. And even now, 85% of building. Katsuya, they're going to be able to get the cap.
I think the map's over. No, the map might just be over. Ice Storm is not going to respawn in time.
FD God might be able to get the touch. 99%. He gets on the touch, but is it actually enough? FD God needs to be able to stay alive. But look, the chase is going to come through. FD God ends up going down. Next touch is required. A kill onto Lambda is good, but where is it? A blade. There's nothing. There's nothing they can do. Another proactive team fight from Katsuya. And that map was over in a blink of an eye. Series point already against Team Peps.
The only thing that I thought was maybe a little bit too far was the super early pop on the overclock, where I think you might want to bait the other team a little bit further in, but really well noted is that, okay, we did pop the overclock early, but we are not seeing a full retreat out of Team Peps. Is it possible now that we can also pop the orbital ray and get an advantage here? The best part of how that fight went was obviously the orbital ray carried them through huge ultimate for that fight. But Ice Storm was the last to die. That is the most critical member to end up staggering. I don't know if they staggered them on purpose. Probably not. You just want to get them all down and out as soon as you can. But if you were to stagger one person and you accidentally staggered the tank, that is what is required for Peps to go for the touch and actually contest. Did the Lucio of FD God touch? Yes. Can they win the fight off that? Unlikely. Ice Storm is going to take so long to get back into the fight from spawn that it's considerable player advantage in the actual fight on the point for OWCS. And you need to see further touches as well, which is what happens. Team Peps, they went for further touches, but it doesn't matter because they're just solo staggering 1 by 1. FD God even dies afterwards. That's why I said he needs to live, because if he gets the touch, lives, and somehow they can just move on 1 by 1, just slowly continuing the countdown, the OT, and then wait for Ice Storm to come back. That is then Peps having the 5v5. Short of that, though, it's over. And that's why when I saw Ice Storm die, it's like 80%. I said, I think the map's done. It's done.
Katsuya. Proactivity is the word of the day. I mean, look, they end up pushing over and over again at around 80 to 90%, fighting them completely off of point, forcing Team Peps to, okay, we still got to win this fight. We have to maybe pop an ult because we have to win this fight quick because we're so far away from the point. We've got the speed ring, sure, but we've probably used that also to get out of spawn, and you're just left in a catch-22 situation. We have to fight and win, but we have to burn ults, but we also have to touch. It's just so difficult for them to do that.
I also think I'm not really feeling the Kiriko in this particular matchup. I think the Brig, especially in those tight melee situations, the Inspire healing for the entire team makes a huge amount of difference. Kiri can't keep up with that, especially now you can get the 7-second Inspire as well. Easy to proc, you're in melee anyway. Free whip shot on the Malga if you like, or anybody. Yeah, it's just free healing. The crit healing on the packs as well is insane. I just don't think Kiriko can keep up with any of that. And is the ultimate of Kitsune Rush good? It is good. Rally's not bad though.
If like a rally when you're that close.
If you're all grouped up in rally range, you're getting like perfect rally value, you know. So I do think the Brig is more correct here, and Zerion maybe needs to reconsider this a little bit.
We'll have to see what they end up going towards in the next map, but is this just a 3-0? Like, OWCS just running through Team Peps here?
You think FD God is the one that's maybe a little unwilling to play the Brig? Because it usually would be I suppose Brig Juno.
I mean, FT God has played it in the past. He's not unfamiliar with Brig, you know.
Yeah, because I don't think Zerion is a Brig player, right? I think most flex supports are not Brig players. I don't know Zerion's here for what to say.
In Overwatch, like, you just have to play. You have to be able to play, especially with double flexes being so strong. Like, you just have to play the Brig as well. Like, it's not just a...
Yeah.
You have to be able to do it.
So,
I mean,
either way, one of them is not playing the Brig. One of them is not wanting to play the Brig, and that may be an issue here in the mirror.
I mean, we don't have to play Brig anymore. OWCS banned it. So, there you go. Team Peps end up banning the Torbjorn going onto Route 66.
I'll tell you what, this is great because now we're starting to target some of the extremities around the Malga comp. 3 maps in, 6 bans deep. Our first Malga-related, not even a full Malga ban, just an indirect Malga-related ban, because this is one of the Malga neighbors, as we've talked about. Or, what we're going to see is Peps, or we're just going to see Peps play the Kiriko again because, well, the Brig is banned. They don't need to play the Brig, as you say, and then both teams going to have to play, or might want to potentially play the Malga comp with the Kiriko instead. But as we look at this on Route 66, right now, no hovers on Malga.
Damn. Route 66 is the map to break it, huh? I'm here for it. Okay. No Brig at all. No Torbjorn. Got Anna back in the mix, though.
I just realized Gibraltar's not on your pool. This
It
is the
is
thing.
not. This is so
Korea
sad.
has Gibraltar, so Gibraltar actually would have been the Malga backbreaker. But
maybe
you guys got to add that in your pool, man. You got to add it in your pool. That's what you need.
Yeah,
But
I'll get right on that, bro. Don't worry. I'll put it in with the big boss upstairs.
I know you're good mates with the big man. He'll listen to you.
Of course.
Has
Right,
it in
FD
play.
God back on the Lucio. Zerion on the Kiri here. Very early first forward hold, of course, from OWCS. Kind of classic, but checkmate extremely low.
A 1-for-1 trade. Definitely is going to favor Team Peps here. I do not believe OWCS can stay in this any longer. Have to start backing up before you get staggered. Any staggers here can cost you a lot of time and space, especially if it's the Diva. And it's
They might get to... Oh, they desuit too. Although, you know, you want to kill them quick. You want to get the payload going, but only one survivor there by the looks of it. And it's Haku gets away on the Lucio.
They all will catch the same wave, so not too much lost there, but you do see one of the main things you do lose is positioning on the map where high ground fully taken by Ice Nom. I think Peps will hold that. OWCS, this retake might be a little uncomfortable. Payload's already moved a decent distance.
Farah pick up here from Checkmate 2. Still taking a lot of damage, even just peeking around Big Earls. FD got dead though, and of course at the hands of Labda. Just pick after pick after pick. This guy just does not miss.
Is it enough? 3, now 2 players remaining for Peps. Okay, they're back. Obviously, Katsuya losing Landon, but that's a fast hero. They're okay with that one. Aku doesn't even need to go back for the taxi. Might be a little bit difficult considering the Zerion has found ult, so this is the timing now. Peps, if they know that Landon's not here, now's a good time to go.
Yeah, they got the rush, and it looks like OWCS are kind of waiting for this to happen. They were all on this high ground currently. Checkmate's done so much damage nearing this barrage too. He did end up swapping as well, mind you. But look how everybody low everybody is as well. Like, somebody just gets sniped from across the map. Everybody was so low, just carrying behind that big sign. Checkmate ends up getting traded here, but Lapta is in such a good spot with his overclock. Soundbayer comes through from FD Gods. He had creating a lot of space for that self-destruct. And now Lapta's basically free to do whatever he wants. Ken ends up going down as well. OWCS just shutting out Peps completely here on first.
I mean, Peps just don't want to use their advantage. I don't know if they didn't realize they had a timing, but what they should know is they killed Landon. He's still coming back from spawn. There is a potential there, even if all you're doing is really hard forcing positioning on the high ground. Maybe the difficulty is like, where do you actually put the Kiriko Kitsune rush? Because you need to impact high ground. You can't just put it on the ground and hope for the best.
They're going to go early again. Now Katsuya popping the Ray and Ice. No way near the team. There's only 2 people on the point right now. There's not going to be a C9 potential. Too many. Oh my god. What was that? I mean, just hazard moment, I guess. Haku got one shot by Ice. And yes, Ziad's there with the cleanup on Ken, but that might have done it. Barrage does have him connecting with Ice, but these kills, they're not coming through quickly, so there will be an extra stagger here from Ziad, but can he hold on long enough?
Haku needs to get back in. It's a 2-man beat, but I think on the Baby Diva doesn't catch the mech. That's not going to be good enough, but it will at least allow them to retake. FD got down. Lambda's important here. It is enough. Ziad might be able to get mech back, but they've saved the point.
And now it's less than 1 minute.
So yeah, it does end up going down though, so no tank available whatsoever. Couldn't even remech, sadly, for OWCS. Labs are also pretty low, and oh, they're just gonna let that one go completely. No one willing to touch that point. All right, quick reset onto second now.
So important that Haku goes down in that particular fight just before the final recontest, because he had the extra sound barrier that would have carried them through. But like you sort of said, just kind of one shot by Ice Storm and kind of ridiculous damage coming through. People kind of forgetting that Hazard is pretty much still playable, countered largely by things like Torb and Sim, but really speaks to the fact that they banned Torb, which enables the Hazard a lot more. Ice Storm not back to the Hazard. He's on D.Va. It's fine. Good point for D.Va to be played here anyway.
All right, checkmate. Him and Ziad are just going to have to die the backline. They've been so proactive. We see it, the same could be said here. Rush available, obviously, 14 peps, but slowly but surely just trying to take space on this point. Eventually, Ziad will end up touching, and there comes the rush. Okay, Ziad should be able to get away, but same can't be said for Land, who just gets chased down by Ken. Self-destruct on high ground, doesn't connect with anybody, but Team Pep's still moving the point. 3 people on it currently as OWCS just losing all this space. Oh, post bomb. Straight into the ether there, straight into the matrix.
They have the positioning, they have the ultimates. It's going to be Peps running for cover.
Just getting completely booped around there by the D.Va. Is now in a really awkward spot too. So many low health players for Team Peps under gas station right now. But Peps are holding on to this fight, and that should be the second point now, bro.
And that is one thing that Ice Storm can do on D.Va that Hazard would not have been able to just completely cover up Labda, who, honestly, I could see maybe abandoned their high ground a little bit too early. I know they wanted to get aggressive here, and now I don't know if they can get back to the point. I think you're right. It is definitely going to be the camp. Ziad couldn't be the one to get there, and if he's not up, there isn't going to be a touch. It all came down to Labda's ability to try and carry that fight, but couldn't confirm the kill on the player in that bottom near the Mega. And with the pressure from Ice Storm also chasing, swapping now back over towards the Hazard. Now that you don't need to go onto the super high ground of B, and you're just dealing with low high grounds here, Hazard might be the play.
Continue rush for Landon available. The sound barrier for FD God. Checkmate's already dead. There's the there's the rush. But with the kill onto Checkmate, where's your damage coming from? You're hoping Labda picks up a kill. Ken getting out of there. Good little boop. And a Suzu saves Ken's life.
Peps have ultimates here. Let's go. Zerion, hits time. He knows Landon just used low HP here. Labda could be target. Needs to be target.
Dashing in on top of that wall. Landon does end up going down, and there's the sound barrier from both sides. Haku, though, not able to save Landon with his own. And Team Peps might just be able to walk all over this one, in all honesty. They've still got a player advantage here with Landon only just spawning. Ziad on their side of the map too. No self-destruct, so a DMEC here will be disastrous for OWCS, but he does get back in time. Another rush coming through, this time on the side of Team Peps as they march on forward. OWCS running back to the spawn, hoping this blade is going to be what is required to win this fight, but of course, Labda snipes FD God, and that's going to be a backup for Team Peps.
Yeah, Ice Storm too low HP. Zerion might have pulled trigger just to have the extra healing to put OWCS away a little bit, pressure them off the payload, but they just didn't have the ability to walk forward without getting shot. And Labda looking like POTM for me. That one kill onto FD God ruins Team Pep's ability to get any value from the Kitsune Rush. That's a major advantage, God. Yes, this is downfall, but there's so many ways to block it out. So much movement there as well.
Oh, the overclock. They're in this spawn as well.
That's a little
Proactivity
aggro.
was the word of the day, and they're just continuing to make sure everybody knows what it means.
But you don't get value off that. This is not going to result in any kills. It's not going to result in enough time burnt. I mean, yes, Peps do need to be able to get out of spawn, but I think it's easier for Peps to get out of spawn than concede the spawn camp there.
This downpour could be disastrous too. Blade ends up coming in for Cam, 1 HP as Icemone just deletes Labda. Carry down now for OWCS. Chainmate still with a blade, and they still got a beat. There's still a chance here after this rush does isolate Zerion.
Peps are running out of options. They're just running out of ultimates here. The downpour, I mean, it could be good, but realistically, Matrix blocks it. Deflect is huge. Deflecting the downpour back into the Hazard is disgustingly good. Sound barrier there. I mean, I don't see enough for Team Peps. They need high value on the next Kitsune Rush.
And they need it desperately. They're 15% away. And with 15 seconds to go, you're hoping you get it online in time before you get deleted. There's the sound barrier, and the downpour does end up connecting, maybe? No, I don't think it connected at all. Blade ends up getting popped by Chainmate, now chasing down the Hazard. Ice extremely low, walls himself in versus the Gen.G. A nice little teleport there from Zerion does end up saving the Hazard's life, but not for long. Disruptor shot kill, and there is the map, or the round, sorry. 2 points, 55.55 meters for Team Peps. And like you said, just run out of gas there. No high impact ultimates connecting.
That actually is partially a C9 maybe. I think Ken just barely missed out on the touch there at the same time as the Kitsune Rush, and that's what was going to have the capability of carrying a little longer. Yes, Ice Nom did die, but he would have respawned, and if the rest of Peps can sort of continue that fight with the 4 remaining members on top of the Kitsune Rush, it would have been fine. So let's take a look at it. It's double tanks down. Checkmate's low here. Has run out of blade. I think this is actually quite winnable. You have Exodio pop an ult here. All Ken needed to do was touch. Yeah, I'll call it.
God was around the corner too, just onto the left here. Look.
Yeah, I'll certify the C9 on this one because I think this was pretty winnable.
Well, there it is. A C9. Team Peps with a very a very apparent goal now. Only 2 points there. Couldn't quite get that third cap. A very awkward spot as well to actually have the payload end just in that kind of straightaway. Not quite close to the last point at all. And it might be a tough hold for them if OWCS does manage to get it all that way. But let's jump into a quick OWCS listening for their attack.
They might hunt close, Ken.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they're close.
Yeah, they're hunting close. Just sweep me hard to right, you can be clipped, guys, okay?
Yeah, I can sweep you right side.
Can you go now?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, Eve ring.
Almost watch.
Kill it.
Back on our hit.
This one.
Search carry one. Search carry one.
Hold on.
Soya.
Hold on, guys. Nice trade. It's 4v3, okay? Nice left there.
Speeding.
It's 4v2 guys, okay? No tank. You didn't touch either. Okay. Nice!
You were in my
40 beam. Holding top.
You have nothing.
Man, Labja just continues to deliver on the Soja in these neutrals, man.
Do you agree, POTM? I think this is POTM. For sure.
Quite worth it, yeah, easily.
The fact that
the mid-fight overclocks, like, yeah, easily.
I mean, the fact that Twisted Minds last year had this guy and Course in the team, and we didn't even know Labda could do this last year, that's crazy. He might have even been able to start over Course with this kind of performance. Let's see if he can continue it. It's looking like yes.
Ken dead. I mean, yeah, where's the big touch here? The entirety of Peps now scurrying to the caves to try and find shelter. Look at this. Look how far they're pushing. In fact, a little bit too far for Ziad there. Loses mech. Very quick jump off the map though, or a quick death there will be good. FD God comes back, gets a touch for half a second, ends up getting dealt with. Same with Exodio, so that will be the first point. Going over to Katsia.
Barely contested. Just to clean up now. Ken, the final member, trying to hold on. 5 minutes just about. What was that, 4:59? Yeah, Ken cost them the extra couple of seconds, but that is the disgusting timing. How long did it take Peps to get that first point? A lot longer than that. I think they struggled, and now could see a speed running it through. As we have even high ground advantage, not even about speed running on A. They even start with high ground advantage for B as well. Has to be fought hard by Ice Nom.
Yeah, they're not making it easy whatsoever. Look at that. They have to back off. Blade for checkmate. They got Orbital Ray. They got pretty much everything they need to win this next fight. FD God's got the sound barrier though, but Orbital Ray from Land is going to get used first, but Exodio connects the railgun. Half HP was landing when he popped that ult. Sound barrier comes from FD God, connects with 4 as Exodio's on a good position, a good off angle, but quickly checked by Ziad, and now the Blade's going to get popped by checkmate, and Labda is just on top of gas station. There's just no escaping this, man. The DPS from OWCS open this one up, and they're going to continue this payload roll with Ken, the only survivor from Team Peps, trying to get away.
Well, they saw FD God use the beat already, so Checkmate knows it's a free beat to come, or free blade to come on through, nothing to really counter it. You have a situation where, honestly, Peps did a reasonable job of fending off OWCS there before the ultimate started to really flow on through. The little bit of Ken stalling on the payload after the fact, and I'm not talking about the A fight anymore, I'm talking about on B, really did wonders to slow the payload down, force attention away.
Good luck getting value there. Sound barrier saved from OWCS. They got the overclock on high ground. There's absolutely no chance you win this fight. At least not this time around. We'll see if this rush is going to be a difference maker. Haku does end up going down to Ice Gnome, chased away, and there's another kill from Zerion. So, okay, for now, a small moment of reprieve for Team Peps.
Unitas probably have seen, not that Labda hasn't done enough, he really has done most of this work for OWCS, not to say that the rest of the team hasn't, but Labda would have had to have gotten a kill there to prevent that from happening. You have a Zerion Kitsune rush straight into the point. Ziada's in the middle of that, can't stop it by himself. Haku dies momentarily afterwards. And OWCS don't have the capability to trade numbers unless Labda is the one just shooting everybody in. Unfortunately for them, it didn't happen. So finally, Team Peps relieve a bit of that pressure. They need a couple more of those fights to start bringing that time bank down significantly.
Ziad gets a cheeky touch there. Attempted for the little back cap, but didn't end up happening. Couple of meters though before that point does end up getting capped though. Haku extremely low. I thought Ice was maybe gonna just jump on him, but Landon was there with the help. High ground control though continues to be an issue for
By the way,
Peps.
The race here is between FD-Gon and Landon because OWCS waiting for some sort of entry. The entry will either come through from Lab to headshotting someone.
The D-Mac.
It may just be it.
Self-destruct used, of course, doesn't connect with anybody. Manages to get back in med, but now Ziad can play super aggressive knowing that self-destruct is available. FD-God trying to hand it up, but here comes the push. Nice little Suzu from Zeron saves FD-God's life. Gets the sound barrier off and connects with 5. On a high ground control there from OWCS. Still for them. I mean, Team Peps unable to really fight that one, even with their sound barrier. And now, look at this. Look at how far forward Team Peps are. Ice and Zerion fighting down that mega health pack, and they're just going to fall for it too. And Labda with a perfect pocket from both supports, Landon and Haku keeping him alive during that fight.
And because the payload is at the end here, they can just cap straight away with no respawners. Peps might be at a risk of losing very, very soon. Okay, there is enough distance barely on the payload here that we are going to guarantee more fights, but OWCS also got that fairly cheaply. Diva Bomb, which is usually just a remake, a second life for your Diva player. Kitsune Rush, Landon, gone. Nicely played though. 3 ultimates coming online, including the potential for either a tempo beat or more likely to counter Zerion and Ken. But OWCS have a lot of ults.
No deflect means it's go time for Exodial. Nice headshot onto Ziad. Suzu comes in, saves the day for the time being, but they're forced all the way back to their spawn. Haku cheekily poking his head out there with a sound barrier.
You notice as well, Haku held the sound barrier. They could have sound barriered for that OC, but they didn't because they want to save it with something else.
Amp speed up, get Labda in a good position. Oh,
oh my god!
Ken disintegrated, and now here comes the push. OWCS are looking for more now, but Team Peps can't give up the ghost just yet. They've got a blade coming back from spawn, but Ken just needs to survive. The payload's still moving though, and the rushguns are coming in. Haku's still holding on to this sound barrier though. There's a blade from Ken, needs to come out at some point. A kill onto Checkmate's good enough. Haku's beat eventually comes in, connects with 4, but with Checkmate dead and a blade available from OWCS, maybe this fight is a little bit more one-sided than we think. Blade popped by Ken, traded though for Zerion. He ends up finding Landon in the back line here, but they're still managing to come up with kills. Landon kills too. Exodial Ken down. A couple of meters to go now for OWCS to finish this one out. Landon fights another. Landon with 3 kills in this fight, and the blade comes back from the spawn. Self-destruct. Absolutely nothing there on the point as OWCS win the series quite cleanly too, 3-0.
And it looked like Peps might have been able to bring that one back as well, because at the 5 versus 4, Checkmate dies Haku, and the rest of OWCS, they know the blade is online for Ken. They want to counter the blade. That's what Haku was saving the beat for. It was looking disastrous, honestly. With Checkmate down, Haku wanted to actually save Checkmate's life. He went for the beat, couldn't quite save Checkmate's life, and you're thinking, this is done. 4-man beat, and the blade's going to be free from Ken. Surely Peps just clean up with the blade. Didn't end up happening. Landon carried the end of that fight with a number of nice final blows. And then OWCS just clutched their way through what was looking like a losing fight. I mean, that is a fight that Peps cannot afford to lose any day of the week. This is an inexcusable fight to lose, honestly, but beyond that, OWCS were very much favored. So, what a huge time bag. Payload pushed an extremely far distance. Team Peps would have had to play quite aggressively to maybe hold on to that final defense a little bit longer. And just the way the map was looking, not just the map, but the entire series, kind of momentum, confidence, and skill display, particularly on Labda, who repeatedly dunked on everybody on Team Peps, including Exodio, who I think really has a lot more in him. That was not Exodio's best performance, certainly not up to his potential. I've seen him play much better than that. I've seen Exodio be the guy doing what Labda was doing to him in that game. But the roles were reversed here. Labda showed who was really here to play in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, look, a little 3-0 there from OWCS, feeling confident. Their proactivity was good. Honestly, quite a clean game. Control, a little close, but the series score begs to differ. A 3-0 from OWCS. We'll jump over to the desk. They can break down the highlights. We'll see in a bit.
Thank you so much. Welcome back to our imaginary desk. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny. And Avril technically already broke down the entire series for us, but you know what? We're just going to regurgitate everything he just said. OWCS phenomenally performed in this one, getting their revenge there. A 3-0 sweep. very much the opposite of what we've seen in week 1, and it took us all the way to map 3, where we see even Maga-related bans coming in. Let's talk about the compositions we saw, though, because there were some differences in the backline that we got to see. Jake, I sensed from our chat in the green room that you were not on board with the God Hands way.
Yeah. I think the Kiri Juno is like a criminal choice in that matchup. Like Brig just does so much, especially in post perk world, where I mean Brig has some of the best perks I think in the game. And is just perfectly suited for this composition. Like having Inspire on your whole team 24/7 is insanely strong. Rally is one of the best ultimates you could ever have in this comp. It's all about instant interactions and like bursting people with stuns. So I think the choice to play Carry was a huge mistake. I think like these first 2 maps were heavily more difficult because of that. But then even in the final map, and honestly, even regardless of the comp, I think Avril's very right to credit the DPS here. I think Labda in particular, I did not know he had this kind of performance in him.
My God.
I was thinking the same way. Oh, maybe Exoldil is going to be the better Sojourn in this series, but maybe the rest of Katsuya can make the difference. But no, I mean, Katsuya was just dominant on every single front in this series.
I've already prepared the apology forms for Labda because I certainly need one. Because going into this stage, I was like, there's so many great hitscan players in this region, and now you're putting so much faith into Labda to be, your hitscan god. And in this series, like you said, Jake, I thought it was going to be Exodia making the big difference for Peps and was going to pop off. But Exodia was pretty quiet, and instead Labda just took over the game. Just an insane performance from Labda, and it's so impressive for this team. I did not expect Labda to come out and have this incredible game-changing performance, but it helped Alcatraz to get 3-0 here with Peps. It was really impressive.
I never doubted.
Landing with this 3K here to close it out.
Oh my God.
Gross 3K.
Labda showed these kind of highs though already in like 2023, right? When he won the Overwatch World Cup with the Team Saudi. So like that's already when he put everyone down.
And
I know
really
it was
good at I knew the Flyers would be.
We know he can hit shots though, so like I'm not awfully surprised to see him like hanging up there, no matter if it's on a different hero. Labda, of course, getting player of the match, very well deserved. This is the kind of firepower we need to see from those DPS lineups.
Yeah,
you got to think about you're going to go up against guys like Shockwave, right? You need to be able to hang in a very serious way, and Labda looks like he's that guy right now.
Yeah, we saw we saw a little bit of diva as well for this team, and it was interesting how well they played with that. I think this team in general, Labda popped off, and now we've glazed this man enough. Don't worry, there will be more glazed coming later, but like. The team just played well overall, I think. Sia tried a little bit of diva here as well. They tried to spread out, play the off angles, put pressure on Ken on the Gen.G, stuff like that. And ultimately, that helped Labda find the picks, like here on Sojourn as well. You can see there's Sia playing the off angle on the diva as well. So they had a couple of styles they brought out there. They didn't just try to like one-trick the Mauga the entire way. And even on Root as well, you saw Root. Neither team really favoring the Mauga, but they still made it work, and Labda still made it work, even if you're not playing in a Mauga meta. So really impressive by Alcatraz. Yeah, I think that's a great sign moving forward as well, as this bracket kind of like progresses, because now you're 1 win away from qualifying to China. But, if you happen to go down to VP, I don't think any of us would be too surprised because VP are that good. But it's a great sign when you have to go up against teams like Twisted Minds, for example. So really promising series for Alcatraz.
Yeah, I mean, they played VP so very close just a few days ago, so they should feel confident even heading into this very match. And now seeing how good they looked on that Mauga mirror, and then also outside of it, lots of great signs for Alcatraz. We just talked about the firepower on this very squad, and you got an example of those DPS heroics who dragged them over the finishing line here, Johnny, in a demonstration. Remote broadcast illustration.
We'll see if this works. I don't know if this is gonna work, but we'll give it a go. My shortcuts. Oh, I'm on the camera too. No, just can we full screen this? But
no, this is
I mean,
Johnny's
okay, the drawing's working. The drawing's working. See, we can highlight the compositions.
Circles,
okay,
squares.
I can delete it. Yeah, I know shapes. But yeah, it's a 99 to 99 scenario here pretty much. And Alcatraz are making, making the swaps to Tracer and Diva here, just so they can get a touch on the point, right? But what is so crucial about this fight is Xerion has the Kitsune Rush, Exodial has the overclock here. So Team Peps are in a great position. They're pushing up here a little bit, trying to make it hard for them to touch. We can go ahead and play this one out, really. We can take a look at what happens. Checkmate's going to get the double blink here, and just one clips Exodial, so you lose your overclock and you trade there. But it's actually a favorable trade, and then Labda comes in with the overclock of his own. The Kitsune Rush is out, but it's not going to matter. Labda's just going to pop off here, finds one, finds two, and Alcazia find a way to get back into this map. They ultimately win the entire map, you know, because this is them getting their second round over Samoa. But this was just like an insane scenario where both damage players come out, pop off, and win a fight they really shouldn't have. This should have been Team Pepsi in my mind closing out Volcano here. So just a great fight by both Checkmate and Labda, and another reason to glaze them and talk about how good they were this series. So really impressive. And I guess the illustration worked, so there you go.
Dude, that one clip is disgusting.
It's
like,
insane.
I think nothing else, none of the other things on the play can even really happen without that one clip, because Exodial is going to be overclocking from a really safe position. You're going to have to recontest in the overclock. It's brutal to try to fight that. But Checkmate with the just heroics. I mean, even Exodial he never thinks that's going to happen. Not in a million years is he getting one clip right there, and then it just happens and everything falls apart. That's a gut punch for Peps on map 1 for sure.
Yeah, you can play as good as you want, and then you know your strat can be on point. Like if you get clipped like that, that's that. So it's rough out there going up against a team like that. Let's take a look at our bracket, our updated playoffs bracket, to see where we stand after 2 matches played in the upper bracket. That's right. Peps and Gen.G falling down into the lower bracket, where they will be going up against the Ultimates and Twisted Minds respectively. Now VP and Alcazia are going to get a rematch from the match we just saw as their last match in the regular season. That was a 5-map banger. I hope to see more of that. Although that was not in a Maga meta. Will it matter though? Can they play close again?
I mean, potentially, I think the Maga meta is a good thing for Katsuya. I mean, with how they're playing, with Labda showing this kind of performance on Sojourn, this could be a positive factor for them. I think, honestly, all 3 of these matches are pretty interesting, because as much as Twisted Minds and the Ultimates, they haven't had the stage they were hoping for. These teams like really wanted to be kind of the top 2 teams in the region, and they're down in 5th and 6th. Still, this is the moment for redemption here. This is the lower bracket, and you know, it is do or die. But by the same token, there's a lot of veteran players on these teams. I don't think they're going to be crumbling under the pressure. And for Gen.G and for Peps, there's a question: can you continue to maintain that performance? You know, if Kevster and Kai can have a big game, like, that's a scary match, right? Like, as much as the Ultimates haven't been up to their par, what you'd expect from them, if I'm going to that server, I'm not liking my odds up against Kevster Kai on Gen.G Sojourn.
Yeah, I mean, for some great matches over there. But, you know, I'm already thinking back to the Stockholm World Finals a little bit. It was like, you know, a few months ago at this point. Some interesting results there. Might be indicative of, you know, how some of these players will perform in the Maga meta, but we can just speculate. You know, we'll have to see these teams how they perform.
That's literally what we're being paid for. We speculate.
To speculate, yeah.
Bold assumptions, and then we're proven wrong time and time again. That's what I love about my job. Guys, I also love hanging out with you, but as much as I do love it, it is time to say goodbye, because we are done with everything EMEA for the day. I'm gonna see both of you back tomorrow, I assume, unless you're somehow finding a way to wiggle yourself out.
For the NA show, which is today also.
That's right. I literally somehow thought you're casting for whatever reason, because it's just been my thing that I say goodbye to you guys.
We do it all.
That's right. They're not casters. Never mind. I'm not saying goodbye. I'm saying goodbye to absolutely no one, actually. Jack and Avril. There we go. We said goodbye to Jack and Avril. That's what this was all about.
There we go.
See, this is what it does to me. Not having an analyst desk for an entire stage has broken.
We miss you too, so it's good to be back. All right,
I'm just alone. I'm usually talking to myself. It's rough.
We're here to talk with you now.
Yeah, that's right. I have friends for at least 4 days.
Until after the playoffs that we don't know about.
Until right after the playoffs. Love that for myself. Yeah, but we are going into a quick break. But Jake and Johnny will still be with me when we're coming back. The PTSD is showing clearly.
Not going anywhere, Zoe. Don't worry. We're right here.
Thank you. I feel safe. I'm safe. This is a safe space for me anyway, not for our bots, which are going to battle once again. And because this is the stage 1 playoffs, we're raising the stakes in our battle of the bots as well. In our break, our production team drafted teams of 3 heroes comprising of 1 DPS, 1 tank, and 1 healer. And they're going to compete in a 8-team single elimination bracket, all playoffs long. Sheesh.
Where do I get my present for this, man? I'm invested now.
Channel points.
All right.
Yeah, channel points. Yeah, channel points in chat. So make sure to bet them all on your favorite teams. Up first, we've got our observer Bradley's team versus the community's team, and we ask you on socials, of course, who you wanted on the most picked heroes. Were Bastion, Junko Queen, and Anna actually. How will they fare? Well, let's find out in this very first brawl in our Battle of the Bots. And on the other side of this one, we will bring to you all things NA. So don't go anywhere, and we see you right after this.
Ready for battle. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective. The objective is now active.
Firing more bullets!
In every region, the greatest teams have answered the call.
You just have to play absolutely perfect. This is insane.
They fought to make a name for themselves. Every move, every play
This could be a full cap.
Just doing so much damage.
brings them a step closer to glory or ruin.
Just hanging on, somehow, still going.
The best of the best will battle for honor, pride, and prestige.
And there it is, a 4K for Zera.
Stars will rise. Rivalries will rage.
Jay-Woo is just decimating.
And champions will claim their place on the world stage.
That is Daddy.
This is the OWCS Stage 1 Playoffs.
Welcome back, Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny. And I, myself, as well as Jake, we had our money on that Rhine comp. Johnny somehow was led astray by our producers.
No, I bet on the right comp.
You used,
Johnny.
You used to delay.
Yeah. You tell the audience what you want to say, Johnny. But I'm just saying.
I won 80. People are gonna go check into the chat themselves.
Oh, they check into the chat.
Go check the chat
because we see because there's a stream delay. Is that how it works, Johnny?
I was part of the 307 others who won channel points.
Yeah, and you were the only one who used stream delay to your advantage. That's crazy.
What do you mean?
Just saying. Just
What are
throwing
you
it
gonna
out
do?
there.
You're gonna report me? What are you
I mean, I am in the process
All
of
the
doing
SEC,
so.
he's insider trading in the channel points. I won't
Oh
stay
my
for
god.
this.
Oh my god.
Yeah, okay, and whilst I wait for them to like carry this man out of my stream or however, I want to quickly...
Selling channel points, by the way. We don't want any channel points.
Exactly. Well, something you don't need to sell, but you can get for free is drops. All you have to do is connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account.
Selling drops too, somehow.
You can start. Okay, maybe Johnny's just selling anything because...
You know what? I'll let you guys watch the stream.
This
for
economy...
free. I'm a great guy like
economy-
that.
Just wears if you have coin.
Anyway, these are for free. All you have to do is connect your channels. That's it. And you get these beautiful Year of the Snake themed drops.
They're nice.
Where's Rack Attack? He needs that Life Weaver skin. He needs OWCS Life
right.
Weaver.
Rack Attack's watching right now.
Get that man.
Getting
Get that man the
drops.
OWCS
Probably
Life
is.
Weaver. You know he's
Yeah,
getting
you get drops on Rack
Do
Attack's
it
channel, in
for
fact.
Rack Attack. Do it for Rack Attack. You have plenty of opportunities to do it. As we're looking at the schedule, we do have some more games coming your way. Two, in fact, for today. Playoffs will be running for 4 days overall. So we have this weekend and the upcoming weekend. Of course, we just concluded the regular season round robin stage. And before that, we had the open qualifiers. Lots of exciting action in the past and so much cool stuff looking ahead, as we're also having promotion and relegation matches on April 13th is when that is going to go down. So we're going to see the top of the Faceit League Masters division going up against our bottom two teams in each region. And then after that, we're going to be heading to China. Well, not me personally, but some people will be heading to China for the Champions Clash in Hangzhou. It's going to be a good time. And of course, we also have the mid-season championship in Riyadh. And we're going to finish the year strong once again. Back in Sweden, back home for Johnny. You getting paid for that? Like,
What do you mean am I getting paid for that?
From the Bureau of Tourism
Johnny
from
doesn't get paid
Sweden.
for. He's just gotta come. It's a national thing. It's like a national.
No, like, if he gets paid to bring more esports to his home, not the other way around.
There's apparently some kind of transaction involved.
Johnny,
I'm just happy to be there. I don't know.
Johnny bought the tickets last year. We let him on the desk, but he bought the tickets. We don't.
That's cute. That's how committed he is. That's how much he loves what he
I'm
does.
not a ticket scalper, okay? I'll sell drops. I'll sell channel points, but I'm not a ticket scalper, so don't come after me, Ticketmaster. Like, what? I haven't done any of the kind.
We're just trying to incriminate Johnny as best as we can.
What
We
is
can also
happening? What is happening
incriminate
here?
some teams by their good or bad performances. Let's take a look at the round robin standings to see how we got here in the NA region. These are the teams that came out on top. It came down to the wire though. Like, that top was so very close, Johnny.
Yeah, because going into the last week, all teams were 4-1, I'm pretty sure, right? And then it came down to the very final match day where we saw matches between Nightmare and Team Liquid and SSG against Timeless, which we're going to see a repeat of today, actually. But really, it's been a chaotic region going into this stage. I said I thought Team Liquid would be the best team, but then they ended up getting dominated by Timeless on the very first match of the stage, right? And then Timeless actually beat SSG, and so we got into this situation where it was like the top teams were kind of beating each other, and we couldn't quite figure out out who was actually the best team. But I think the way the bracket or the standings have kind of turned out here with SSG on top and Nightmare on top, I think it's a pretty good indication after all about, who the best teams probably are going into this bracket we're seeing right here, with SSG taking on Timeless and Nightmare taking on Team Liquid, actually. So I kind of favor those two, Jake. I don't know, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly for Team Liquid to be losing 3-0 against Nightmare was a huge shock to them. Not just that, for losing to Nightmare, but I think losing in a 3-0 fashion was probably way more one-sided than almost anyone would have predicted. So I think going into a meta that's like so team play heavy, allowing players like Zera to really shine, I'm super excited for that Nightmare Team Liquid rematch. I think that one's going to be pretty intense.
Yeah, we have rematches across the board, and of course we have Avidity and Rad in the lower bracket awaiting their opponents. But things have changed since last week. We're looking at a new kind of meta. Let's see if that translated to the NA region as well. Either way, there is a lot of cash on the line. First two places, you can see the breakdown right here on your screen. They also, of course, will be getting that invite to the Champions Clash in China.
Yeah, who doesn't want to go? That arena looks so sick, by the way. I don't know. I want to go. I don't think I get to go, but I would like to go. That's pretty sick.
I mean, NA in the last few tournaments has been really competitive on the world stage, right? And so I think for a lot of these NA teams, it's a huge opportunity to go to LAN, to play against the best teams in the world, to try and win a world championship for the region. I think that's where a lot of these North American players are starting to set their eyes. And with such a competitive region, I mean, this is like kind of the new normal, I think, for Overwatch. I think post hero bans, we're going to see more and more of this like really hotly contested, very competitive series among the top teams. And it's not, I don't think there's any team in this bracket who is like a given going to LAN.
Absolutely. I do love that international competition was always like a kind of a clash of styles. Now it looks like NA and EMEA are just copying Korea's homework, and then we go from there and see if we can do better than them. This is today's schedule, upper bracket, semifinals, all the way through. I'm very excited. Let's talk about this first one. SSG and Timeless, a rematch from literally just less than a week ago, where SSG did come out on top. 3-1 was the end result of that one. Let's talk about how they got it done, though. It wasn't really a Mauga meta, not to say that we didn't see Riker on a Mauga here and there, but what can we expect from each of those teams today? Where will they thrive?
I mean, are we gonna see some Mauga here too, Jake? What do you think?
I think it's pretty likely. I don't think, though, that there's going to be 100% Mauga play. I think that's what was really surprising in that first match you saw in the EMEA is if you're losing the Mauga mirror, you can ban Mauga, you could ban, Juno, and like I'm not convinced you like have to play the Mauga on every map, especially, there's going to be some tough maps where there's going to be, some bans you can throw against it. So I think flexibility is going to be valuable. And in that vein, is I'm really believing in Space Station. I think Sugar Free's Gen.G has like always been such a strong point for him. Kellen has been a great centerpiece since he's joined this team. And then Bliss and CJ, I think, have come together and made a really formidable backline. I think this is the kind of meta that if it is a Mauga meta, I think Space Station are going to be really happy about it and are going to perform really well. But when they need to swap, they're going to bring the heat on any comp they need.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. They showed so much preference to play the dive, though, and so that is like kind of like the big question is like you really wanted to play dive. You really wanted to play Kellen on the Winston, and then kind of like build around that. CJ has been amazing on the Ana so far. But obviously, if they wanted to swap, I mean, they have the personnel for it, right? Like they've been amazing so far. So if they had to play the Mauga, I don't think they'd be in trouble by any means.
I'm honestly sad. I'm sad. I love that Winston Ana action we saw from Kellen and CJ, just like what we see from Nightmare, right? The UV and Kafas, like those were the games that really stood out to me. So the idea that we're moving away from that, not a fan. Riker, we've seen a lot of him on ball, but we have also seen him on Mauga. There was a lot of flexibility. What do you think this team has in store for us?
Yeah, a little bit of everything from this team. But they did show against Space Station last week, actually, that they wanted to play the dive. They wanted to like kind of take this mirror, whether it's like the Wrecking Ball or the Winston. Now, they did kind of get dominated, so maybe you don't want to run that back, right? But Riker showed a little bit of Mauga, like you said. I think it was on Suravasa right there, right? But I think the big star player for this team has been Chopper, actually. Chopper has been lighting it up on the Sojourn this stage. And if we go into one of these Mauga metas over in North America too, then as we just saw in EMEA, actually, like, the Sojourn is going to be very critical to get those picks early, but either to just like get picks before the fight's really kicking off, or just pumping in the damage with the overclock, right? And so I'm kind of looking at the damage players for Timeless. If we go into some kind of a Mauga meta, then I do think that Chopper and Rocket, they need to be the two players that kind of make an impression on this series and try to take it to SSG.
I like that you highlighted Chopper on the Sojourner. I think he's gonna be huge, but I'm worried about Rocket on the Gen.G. Like, I think his Tracer's noticeably better than his Gen.G, and I'm really curious to see, can he go toe-to-toe against Sugar Free in that Gen.G mirror?
Well, let's see where those teams are taking us. We definitely have a treat ahead of us in that match, and that's not just because of the match, but also because it's going to be our favorite M&Ms calling the action. So, guys, please take it away.
Would you be the peanut variety, Matt, or the regular kind?
I mean, I love peanut butter, so I would like to preferably be the peanut butter kind, but I'll defer to you.
Yeah, I like the peanut butter kind, so you can't beat that. Yeah,
okay.
You have to be something else.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I don't know. Maybe I'll be.
The art of the deal, folks. The art of the deal.
Maybe I'll be a wild card. Maybe I'll be like a little pretzel one.
I mean, I can make you a pretzel whenever you want, Matt. You just need to
underrated. So just like how Zoe in the desk mentioned, we all know I would beat you up. You no way you put me in a pretzel. As last week, Nepal was map number 1 in the series between these two teams. The bans last week, we actually did see SSG get rid of the Kiri. And for Timeless, they actually got rid of Ramatra last week. So they end up going with the Winston ban here. I think this is interesting because when they came out, we had like a little bit of a Sigma composition being played, and it was Kellen actually going over the Winston and really kind of threw a wrench in Timeless's plan on this map with that specific hero. So already an adjustment here from Timeless.
Again, the theme, I think, from what we've seen over in EMEA, especially in that last match, was a ton of Malga play. And that seems to be the consensus here over in North America as well. Both sides coming out. Kellen and Riker will be on the Malgas. It's going to be Juno Kiriko. Juno Briggs, excuse me, backlines. Kiri is banned. Sugar Free on that Echo, which is definitely going to be threatening with that high burst potential. Whereas Rocket's going to want a fight that's drawn out a little bit more. Chance, obviously, to get that sort of cumulative damage dealt.
Regardless of what they do, Malga seems to always find his way back into the meta. It seems as a lot of burst damage here, from this far, right? If Rock can kind of find these shots, but the Echo can do a nice job at burning that Malga down. You see actually Riker go in there, he gets just deleted and not able to keep him alive. So now the push will come through from SSG.
Oh, Sugar Free, it's going to start to pour it on thick here. And look, whenever we had a Malga meta, whenever we ask players, what are the most important things to consider? It's always, you cannot take too much damage as Malga. Normally the comps also don't have like massive amounts of burst healing. This one is quite similar, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, Brick has some really interesting perks that really buff Inspire's, ability to heal. But if Riker gets out of position and takes a face full of damage like that, then Cardiac Overdrive and some healing is not going to be enough to save him.
I mean, Cardiac Overdrive is an insane ability. It is not just kind of a hit it to win, though, right? You're still going to have to be pretty healthy when it first comes through to be able to kind of live on through that. Is SSG putting together a pretty big lead here, Mitch. I'm looking to see if you can get Riker in position, right? Seeker nails a railgun shot, then all of a sudden it's the focusing beam from Sugar Free, mind you, that also has a perk that makes it a little bit better. So we'll see if that becomes impactful.
All right, here it comes, Orbital Ray. Kellen quickly trying to get back to safety, but the barrage plus the railgun follow-up was enough to fell him in the end. CJ gonna fall, and oh, buddy, it's gonna be Chopper that leads the way for Timeless. Such a standout player on this Sojourn. She's still incredible, regardless of sort of which major perk you like to take here. Chopper has dished some serious damage, and will go for the increase in ammo capacity up to 60.
I think you see more players go for the increased ammo, just in terms of uptime, right? You're obviously going to have the ammo up always. In terms of the extra charge, it's only available during overclock, right? So especially you just end up burning overclock. So at least right now, not going to work your way to another one. It's going to be Seeker using his overclock. Everybody running for Timeless.
Okay, very quickly, this might be a flip back now. Cage Fight going to be deployed right in the middle of it is Riker. He hasn't quite been able to build up his ultimate yet. Seeker here can just absolutely farm the Malga. Space Station Gaming were able to especially get Sugar Free in position to be a nuisance. And you've got to be careful. A second Malga in fights like this, if Sugar Free is able to dupe Riker, Cage Fight or not for Timeless, that is a very scary prospect.
I mean, I'm looking at potentially a dupe of another support, right? You end up having your own rally here, but Lucamino burns that rally for Timeless in the previous fight. So if Sugar Free can end up getting, let's say, like an Orbital Ray or any other type of extra healing, it's just going to be such a huge advantage for SSG.
Now it's going to be a dupe of the Malga here. Riker already going quite low. The cage fight also about to be destroyed. They can't keep the Malga in the fight. 4 chain guns is just a little bit too much for the front line to deal with. It is disgusting, the amount of damage output. We aren't even considering the possibility of getting another cage fight because, frankly, it's just not necessary. Kellen's going to push up here and make the space needed. Sugar Free's able to burn Rocket down with that focusing beam, and there it is. First round, all things considered, pretty convincing for Space Station.
I think SSG definitely has the advantage in terms of these like MAGA head-to-heads, right? Especially like that was a pretty good round there from Chopper. Like you're looking at Chopper kind of like playing even, potentially even a little bit better there in that first round than Seeker. It's just in that Sugar Free Rocket matchup. I think they talked a little bit about the Gen.G potentially for Rocket playing the Pharah here early on. I think at least here, at the beginning of this series, it's been the Echo that's looked really strong in this matchup.
And again, I think Jake was touching on Rocket's hero pool a little bit coming into this game, right? I don't think the Pharah Echo conversation was being had, but we're looking closely at the sort of Gen.G Tracer dichotomy later. We know that Pharah is obviously, really powerful in that she has the ability now to move while Rocket Barrage is active, and Concussive Blast can become a little mini grab for her, so very powerful skill set, but you do obviously need to take some time. You need to do damage to get to those perks in the first place. And again, Riker is getting Omega farmed in the front line. Along the fight's fine for Timeless, but look at Rocket and Chopper. They are losing out in this sort of long poke trade.
Yeah, and we were on board with Seeker there for a second, and you mentioned kind of the back and forth in terms of Sojourn perk 1. Seeker actually going with the extra charge during overclock, so a little bit of a difference between these two Sojourns. We kind of highlighted that a bit earlier as push straight on through. It almost seems like, Mitch, they don't even really respect the Pharah damage that much. They're just going to kind of run on through it. And
but it's not much of it, is there? Because
no,
you've got the Juno healing, but Cardiac Overdrive to like a team that is grouped up around the Malga, I think you can shrug that damage off to a great degree. And I don't think you can say the same for the Echo damage.
Behind the Sojourn and the Echo as well, you have burst potential with the Sojourn, and then you just kind of finish off one of those players. So if you can get a first pick by the time the Pharah starts to get rolling when you don't have Cardiac Overdrive and some of the other things up, you're in a great shape, right? Take a fight 4-on-5.
I mean, you watch though, Chopper's good for a kill in every one of these fights. Like a railgun headshot inevitably seems to happen, but it's not really enough. This is a little awkward for Sugar Free. Does find a dupe, but isn't in a position where Timeless are fully engaged in a fight, so they actually have a little bit of breathing room to disengage. Oh, that disruptor shot, though, sticking to Riker keeps him low, and Seeker's able to bring Chopper down. Eventually, Kellen falls, but I think the damage has more than already been done at this stage. Yeah. Space Station can play back around this orbital ray, and Timeless don't have a pivot opportunity in this fight.
You end up using your ray here towards the end, but no, on the other side of things, right, Lucamino ends up kind of burning that rally. Riker gets really low. You try and rally, keep him alive. Obviously, you can't account for a second MAGA coming into the action, right? We see Kellen go flying by Sugar Free, but has the benefits of the Sugar Free's Cardiac Overdrive, can kind of hold on to his, uses a little bit later. Things are extremely difficult, and we're down pretty much here, Mitch, to our final fight here, potentially on Nepal. I mean, already 80% in counting for SSG on the point.
The orbit array difference is big, and obviously Timeless have a lot of these ultimates to leverage, so should expect to see them be able to stay in the map here, especially with Kellen caught with a cage fight. Oh, Squid was pinned behind the masonry. Seeker just gets over the top and finds a railgun kill, and Kellen apparently wasn't in the cage fight. Rocket has gone down, and he does so with a barrage, by the way. Squid is going to desperately try and get back into the fight and make use of the orbital ray, but this has gone horribly, horribly wrong. Again, Chopper, like Death and Taxis, is always good for one kill on these fights, but I think it might be too late.
Yeah, and you're not even going to get a great use of your orbital ray. I mean, here it is towards the end, right, from Squid, as Riker's going to get onto the point.
I mean, it's sort of on the point, I guess. Eventually he's able to move there. Sugar Free falls as Rocket does find that barrage opportunity coming off spawn, so Space Station...
Rally here.
Yeah, can rally into this fight. That is now expired, but some of that overhealth will linger for a time. It's going to be a little bit hard to dig Timeless out of here, but getting rid of Riker is a great first step, and even Bliss is getting involved in some of the fighting now. It's just supports and squishies left for Timeless. Ultimate efficiency, a foreign concept to Timeless, I think, over the course of this map. Space Station were so much better.
And just like that last time, a little bit of different compositions the last time we saw these teams play last week, but result still stays the same, a 2-0 for SSG. So they looked great. And that second round there towards the end, right? The Farah, especially there, the Farah excels not being down on the point. Obviously, Farah has changed recently, I know, in terms of like her ability to kind of stay in the air a lot, but still does not want to be down there, a easy target for some of the other players. And you never really got it going here in this first map. I wonder, Mitch, if you're going to need to kind of like switch things up, maybe abandon that Farah to kind of get back in this. If we're going to see these Malka matchups.
Well, where Farah succeeds on Village is actually kind of a narrow set of circumstances, Matt. She wants to be in control of the point because she wants a longer fight. So she doesn't want this drawn out engagement when the enemy team are getting capture percentage. And you're right, that she doesn't want to be on the point. So she wants to be playing off the point while the enemy team are contesting. That's actually a pretty narrow scenario where she is at her best here. Otherwise, these long drawn out fights are bad if you are not in control of the point because your enemy team is getting control, capture progress. And also not necessarily great if you're not having big impact in terms of securing player advantages quickly enough here. So honestly, like they just, something you addressed earlier on, Matt, but they seem to just shrug off a lot of that rocket damage.
They just push on through, right? You have the Juno speed ring. You have obviously the Juno and break healing that you can provide. And if Seeker can land a railgun shot, then you just push in with the Echo. You finish off that target. Even if the Farah is putting down some damage, right? You still probably have just like a larger effective HP pool than the other teams. So you're still in a great spot.
I mean, if you're SSG here, you get pushed to Suravasa, you're just going to ban Wrecking Ball here. Just like we saw last time.
Yeah, we saw this in the last series. This was the map that Timeless went to. The Timeless ban here was Sombra, right? So Timeless could potentially play some of those ball type setups, but then SSG countered with a Wrecking Ball ban. So we'll see if the bans kind of work the same way out. SSG won this one 3-1 the last time we saw these two teams meet just a week ago.
This is the, I suppose, the scoreline from last time these two played, right? So this is obviously getting into Dorado. This was the sort of pick. So the Sombra was actually banned on Esperanca, but Suravasa, on both sides. So they
banned both.
Maps they take her out. But yeah, Wrecking Ball here is an easy take away from Timeless. We know how effective Riker has been on that pick, and Kellen can play it, but doesn't need to.
So you could definitely see the bans going the same exact way, right? If Timeless wants to play the ball per se, maybe they see the Sombra ban. If SSG sees a Sombra ban, kind of give away that they're going to see ball on the other side, potentially going to get the ball ban here early on. That would kind of put us almost in the same exact spot we were in last week going into this map. So curious, this is also like a little bit of an odd scenario, right? That we have matches last week with our top four. They then get to select their opponents. We have the same exact opponent selected, right? So we have a lot of, sometimes we have these like matchups that come around again, and like in EMEA, right? Where it's like, it's like a rematch of the first games of the season, right? This is a rematch of like 6 days ago, right? So not a lot has changed.
Like upper finals and lower, like upper finals and grand finals, the double elim tournaments, which obviously this is, like there's a possibility you see this matchup again in such a scenario here. I think you had to ban the ball, and I don't think the Sombra ban away from, especially in a world where like the ball is banned, the Sombra ban is probably not that impactful, right? Because you really only, most of the time you want the Sombra to shut down a ball. Maybe there's like a Diva comp you can interrupt. So the Ana ban here, it's interesting, but it brings what we just have like Lucio Juno, Lucio Kiriko looks here, and we're off to the race.
So it's timeless with the first ban, right? So they get rid of that Ana here early on, which potentially is something setting up for like if you wanted to run Ana Winston type compositions. Also CJ was our player of the match in the last one. I know you were laying on the beach somewhere, but his bio grenades and Ana play was nuts last week in this matchup specifically. So he was really kind of decimating Timeless with those.
Yeah, and we've also seen the Bardic bounce perk taken on this map, and there's like a ton of amazing ways to get value out of it. Malgar is someone who, much of his tankiness, because it's a limited amount of his health pool that is actually armor, much of his tankiness does come from like just healing ability. Like Roadhog in some ways.
Genji versus the Echo here.
Okay, it means that you're pretty all in here, but Echo is similar in that regard. Like Sugar Free definitely does have to, wager a fair bit of safety in order to go in and find those eliminations. But on a map like this, you can focus in beam safely from these rafters. You just have to be mindful, of course, of the fact that Chop is looking for you constantly, and he will not miss if you dangle yourself in front of him. Exhibit A.
Dude, Chopper has had himself a great stage 1, regardless of what happens with Timeless, as he gets that first pick off there, taking out Sugar Free. Is on the Sojourn. He has gone toe to toe with the best in the region. Has always put up a great showing. I like the Echo here personally. I think the Gen.G are obviously extremely all in. You're kind of going in there with Riker. You need to kind of capitalize on some of that Gen.G damage, with the Cardiac Overdrive. The Echo's a little bit safer. I also think the Echo puts a little bit more pressure on the front line.
Okay, Riker's got to be careful here, getting a little bit close to the tipping point in terms of the amount of damage that the Malga has taken. Squid working overtime to keep him topped up, and that does mean it's going to be an earlier orbital ray here for Timeless, albeit only just. Seeker has Railgun at the ready. He's been looking for the 150 max charge during overclock perk, as opposed to the increase in clip size. Here we go. Torpedoes out. Squid wants to come forward. It's orbital ray time. Chopper instantly blown up. Seeker waiting for his chance. And Lukmino also going to fall as the Brig that gets forward charges into the fight, and Timeless lost their orbital ray in that engagement, Matt. That's a heartbreaker.
That's brutal. You end up using your orbital ray, obviously, at the same exact time there. As Timeless does get up to almost 80% though on the point. For SSG though, I mean, that is a must-win fight in that scenario. You invest orbital ray, obviously going into theirs. It's a fight that if Timeless wins that, they're up 1-0 in terms of flash points here. Absolutely a must-win fight for SSG. They come out on top. But Timeless, Mitch, they have a ton to work with here, right? It's not completely dire. The one thing is that SSG does have this rally already for this cage fight that's going to come out. So maybe that could be a little bit of a saving grace.
Chopper doesn't have the best vantage point here, but it's cool, just despite there being so much to occlude their field of view, is able to find at least a 1 kill. Seeker trades it back though, and I think that the loss of the Juno here doesn't really hurt Space Station when they have Rally to pick up the slack of a healer out of the game, and it should be the flashpoint for SSG.
It's a dupe there from Sugar Free. You didn't really get much out of the blade, right? Because you just have just so much damage coming down inside of the cage fight, with the double Maga setup. Bliss ends up popping the rallies, so the stun there available. And even with all those ults invested, Timeless not able to battle back. It'll be SG taking our first flashpoint. The SSG who gets here set up first. It's a good idea where Timeless is coming from. This will be an interesting fight, Mitch, because it seems like it'll just be kind of completely dry on both ends. The only thing you're looking at potentially here is Seeker's overclock. If he can kind of get you see Sugar Free taking an off angle here, taking a lot of damage.
Very aggressive.
So if Seeker can farm this up, this could be a thing that can end up giving SSG the first cap on this flashpoint, which is setting them up to snowball.
I think you pop rail as soon as you get it here for Seeker. Yeah. Get it out there straight away, get an advantage. Chopper's forced to use his mobility now, and that basically sets a line of scrimmage very far back for Timeless. They just don't really have their Soj where they need to be. Chopper, though, isn't going to survive, despite the best efforts of Sugar Free to try and chase them down. It is, however, Lukmino inexplicably dragged down. Bliss, always in the front line, always ready to start swinging that flail. And there goes Squid. They can get away from Kellen's questing, burning with those chain guns.
They get him light too, so you're gonna have to wait for Squid to get back in the fight. Everybody here for Timeless, you have to back up. You cannot lose anybody here yet again. But dude, look at this. SSG, you're set up with another great, okay, so it'll be an Echo mirror here. So finally you're getting a little bit of a response. I don't think you're really getting much out of the Genji.
You can't pressure the Malga, Matt. That's the problem. Kellen is just, he's the one that's on Carbo Beach. Sunning himself. There's just nothing.
The disruptor shot actually, sticks onto Rocket. You're gonna get a 2K there with the disruptor shot there from Seeker. He finishes off Chopper with another railgun. Dude, we're entering blowout territory here on Suravasa. Potentially, we're gonna see if Timeless can get a touch, but it's gonna be very difficult. I actually think they're just gonna kind of give it up. Yeah, they're gonna fight for another day.
Yeah. No point. There's just no point. The problem is, though, Matt, is they've not forced Space Station to use that orbital ray whatsoever. So we go into a fight where Timeless aren't actually advantaged in any metric, ultimate-wise. Like, it's going to be matched rallies, matched. Like, if you're going to give up the point, you're really hoping to, trade that up for an advantage in economy when you come onto this next one. But that just didn't happen. Space Station just, were chilling, and Timeless just didn't want to stagger, really. They just didn't offer much. They didn't force much out of them at all. So now they find themselves on even footing coming into this fight, which is not where you want to be. You've got to negotiate from a position of strength. At least Seeker is down. They can rely on Chopper to do that damage. Much needed. Sugar Free will struggle to get away here.
It feels like Chopper, the only one kind of bringing it right now for Timeless, as he opens things up with an overclock, connects with a big shot there on a Seeker, and then gets up, finishes him off. So Timeless, a lot like our first point, will get control here first. This next fight, I feel like it's going to be absolutely chaotic. It's going to be, support ults on both sides, cage fights on both sides as well. Potentially a dupe of a cage fight here for Rocket. Chopper gets extremely low. Needs to get back to his supports to get healed up. Ryko goes in. He's going to cage fight here early, and it's going to have Kellen using his in response. Orbital Rays used as well.
Rally Bash used there. It's a bit dangerous there for Sugar Free and Seeker. Seeker gets stunned up, taken down. The Ryko's fallen. Tank advantage here for Space Station Gaming. They have used both their support ults, and they don't have control of the point itself here. Rocket dupes Amalga to make up for the lack of Ryko for the time being, and honestly, that has done just the job. Tries for a cage fight there, but now Kellen is realizing it's not that fun to play against Echo.
No, it is a point flip via CJ, right? But he's going to try and make it out of dodge here. Now that flip actually, right? Add another 13, right? You're at like 85. Yeah, you're at like 85 here for Timeless. You probably think of SSG in that scenario, maybe you don't get another fight. They're giving themselves an opportunity here. We'll see if they come in and try and contest. It looks like Kellen's setting up to do so.
Okay, here we go. Pressure down. Remember, Sugar Free, I think, has the perk that extends the sort of duration of dupe if they get ultimate. So, don't get ultimate, he says. On the charge in, big hit though coming away, and remember, he can only dupe a portion of Malga's health pool. 350, so not the tankiest, but hey, Space Station, trade that ultimate into a point flip, that's acceptable.
There's no reason not to be that aggressive, right? You're going to come out back into Echo form. You're going to be in great spot. That actually gives SSG. I mean, you see how far Timeless had to rotate out. Gives them the point first. It's going to be the overclock. Gets stomped on.
Dangerous to Chopper. Charged up, though. He's ready to just back up. It's going to be both Junos traded out here. So favored at Timeless as they're the ones that... Well, actually, no. The Space Station control the point here. This could get out of hand now. If Timeless don't end this fight quickly, if they get staggered, they're going to lose the map.
Yeah, I mean, CJ getting the flip, right? Getting the extra 14% to allow them to go in, get into their fight is massive. And then that dupe of the Malga, it just forced such a long rotation out of Timeless. It just opened up so much space here for SSG to take control of the map.
It's so deflating. Timeless have to come in now with this rally. Squid's going to be close to an orbital rate. You really, reasonably should be able to take this fight. The cage fight might make this a little bit awkward though, but Timeless should be able to convert here. And they're, of course, willing to spend it all on a chance to stay in the map and get themselves finally a flashpoint. So will be Space Station forced away. However, SSG, if they can ration these ultimates adequately, will have a massive lead heading into the next flashpoint.
Timeless is absolutely in a spot where they have to invest everything, right? You lose that flashpoint, you lose the map, you go down 0-2, you're in a brutal spot here in the series, so they have to invest everything. The downside is that allows SSG to play the long game, right? With obviously 2 flashpoints in their bank already. The cage fight, they end up throwing in there. It gets both support ults out on the opposite side. That allows SSG. You're going to end up with a cage fight, right, by Sugar Free using the Malga, most likely anyway. So you're going to be back in a great spot with your cage fight in double support ult.
This fight is on Rocket. They are hiding here with an ultimate ready to use, and they pop out now for a Malga dupe, but Luke Minna's already been taken down. Here comes the charge. Bliss's shield eventually gives way, but a counter charge will knock Rocket to the ground. Orbital ray from CJ there. Maybe enough, but they do need to deal with Chopper, who's found a second kill in the fight. Rocket can't bring Kellen down, but Chopper is going to go for it. And CJ desperately is trying to get to his Malga. Heal Kellen up. Nicely done. The cleanup crew has arrived. Space Station with a thin margin will take this flashpoint.
Yeah, that perk that has the missiles lock on a little bit faster definitely helps CJ there keep Kellen alive. Also, I think SSG potentially there, they were going to get a little bit greedy, right? They end up holding on to the rally. Bliss gets extremely low, but could have popped the rally probably before it. You hold this rally now for this next fight, where potentially you almost ended up losing that one, right? That would have been quite brutal if you kind of held on to the rally, ended up losing that fight. But now, you kind of play that game of inches, so to speak, and you end up kind of, hanging on by a nice edge there and getting the point and keeping the rally. Now you're set up in a good spot.
It's weird. I mean, SSG have rally, but Timeless have orbital ray. Sugar Free has dupe as well, and Kellen with the cage fight. So definitely a bit of a mismatch in terms of ultimates available. Squid pops this out in the open. Dangerous stuff here. Chopper goes low. Orbital ray can't save him. Kellen hits him with a shoulder charge like a Tongan rugby player. Kulukmino also gonna fall. That's it. That's the map right there. Timeless walk into the fight with a little bit of an ult disadvantage map, but it's winnable for them to be sure. That orbital ray, though, they cannot harness it for its full value.
the double cage fight plus orbital ray, I mean, plus the rally on the other side, the orbital ray even tried to use into it, and you're not able to get any type of value from it. But dude, when you dupe the Magas, you have the cage fights rolling, and then they're forced to play inside of there when you have a Brig with rally, cardiac overdrive. There's nothing you can do. I mean, even orbital ray is not going to be able to withstand through that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We've been here for what, half an hour? I think?
Yeah, about.
Go, guys! Yo! Somebody.
I mean, are we just going to pick the same? Are we? So the last time, obviously, we saw this matchup, it was an Esperanca pick. Timeless ends up winning it, but it's slightly misleading in the fact that SSG was up basically the entire game. They were, you know, it was like 60 something meters to like 20, and then Timeless is able to make a little bit of a run back. But as we take a look through some of the highlights, I think at least in this matchup, you're seeing, you know, really Sugar Free and just his flexibility in terms of what he can do, right? Playing the Echo at an extremely high level. Rocket kind of goes to it, you know, evens things up a little bit more for Timeless. But I mean, Sugar Free on the Echo has been fantastic.
Yeah, I think that's the key takeaway on this map for Timeless. They probably come into this series not valuing Echo in this Malgam era nearly as highly as SSG do, and it cost them 2 flashpoints. Once they figure, yeah, that was so sick. Once they figure things out, though, they look much more reasonable. So they're just going to take that into the next game. Esperanca is like normally like you'll see like a Winston, you know, get banned here. I think last time also there was like a second consecutive Sombra ban, like you talked about at the start of this game. Again, do we go back and take a snapshot of like that Hazard Torb situation, or are we still heavily invested in Malgas? Obviously, this is the kind of map where having that mantling ability, that verticality baked into your kit, especially in a world where Winston could be potentially banned, might be beneficial.
NA has kind of turned on the Hazard a bit. We really haven't seen it in a while, so it will be Esperanca. Curious if we're going to get the same type of thing in bans, where Timeless got rid of the Winston and then SSG banned the Sombra here. But is there any world in which you see Winston being played? Like, you know, last week we see the Winston ban. They were trying to play a little bit like more slower type things. It seems like everybody's kind of settled around this Maga. If Maga is in, I mean, there's no real reason to get rid of the Winston, right? You know, you would just play Maga into Winston and probably win. So I don't know if there's a necessary reason to kind of get rid of the Winston here. The Sombra as well kind of goes with the ball, right? If there's not going to be a ton of ball, you're not going to, if it's like a Maga matchup, you're not necessarily going to see like Sombra ban. Like you know, Sombra just doesn't really provide enough in like Maga matchup. So I'm curious, if you're Timeless, I would consider like an Echo ban here. The Echo has been like a real nuisance. I think the Gap, you know, Rocket obviously a very good damage dealer, but like Sugar Free, I consider, at least, you know, me, I consider him one of the best flex DPS in the world, like regardless of region, right? Where I think the Gen.G Gap is a little bit closer than maybe like the Echo Gap at the moment. So I would consider an Echo ban.
I also think that, you know, for Brig in the backline, I definitely think teams are looking to try and take like a full fly hero to punish that. I mean, Brig just really cannot interact at all. And being able to also like chip her shield down before the enemy Malga charges in is pretty powerful. Very different bans to what we saw last time on Esperanca. Lucio banned by Timeless, and Tracer will be banned by SSG. So that might have been a preparation. Well, it's in response here. So they might be trying to ask for an Echo Mirror. That might be what Sugar Free is looking for here, taking Tracer out of the picture, who's obviously pretty ubiquitous on this map. Like, we see so much of her, and it could also be Space Station trying to incentivize Rocket to move back over to the Gen.G.
This would just send you back to but this would just kind of put you back into a situation where it's already not been great, right? Like, you know, the Lucio ban, we like rarely see Lucio banned actually a decent amount on Flashpoint, probably the most.
Yes.
Yeah, not really like in some of the other maps, but like we've seen so much of the Juno Brig combination, right? Especially in this series. So we'll see, you know, the Lucio ban kind of changes anything. I think the Tracer ban is, you know, with the Echo being so aggressive, right, and so good, like Tracer's one of the better counters to Echo, right? You know, Tracer's not particularly great against like Maga, right? But if you were looking at like just kind of mirroring and then just kind of playing the Tracer to kind of go at Sugar Free, right? Potentially that would have been an option, but we're actually just going to kind of roll out on these same compositions, right? Echo, Sojourn, Malga, Juno, Brig. So these bans get us into another mirror matchup.
One thing to notice in this part of the map, Lucio being banned means it's kind of easier to camp high ground if you have the advantage, because you can't be booped off, obviously, with that sort of boop perk as well that increases its distance by 15%. It's pretty hard to get split up by Lucio that's able to, get up there and knock some people off. So we'll see how hard it is to unseat that advantaged team as Esperanca caters towards the team that does, get the bot to the first choke and set up on that high ground a little bit more here. For now, though, Seeker and Chopper will be trying to stay out of each other's crosshairs while punishing these Malgas respectively. See, Kellen's getting absolutely dumpstered in terms of damage and has to pop the cardiac overdrive. So it's a situation there where Space Station are going to be forced to give up a little bit ground, and Sugar Free is wondering if there's a timing here to wrap the clock tower and just unload cooldowns on someone.
I think you're going to see both these teams just kind of force out or try and force out that cardiac overdrive. You see Riker uses his there, and they try to get a focusing beam on him. Did not put enough damage to make a dent in him. As Sugar Free gets extremely low, you'll have to back up now. You're going to keep seeing these teams just kind of go in, see what they can get cooldown wise. Eventually somebody will get an advantage here.
The SSG lost the last two neutral exchanges back-to-back, but Riker is extremely low, and that was a fantastic charge into the backline.
Dude,
so Squid could not pick himself up and heal the Brig of Lugmino, and an orbit array got committed.
He basically Seeker gets two, and at least I think it was maybe after the first one, Squid goes with that orbital array. I think he was actually gonna orbital array a little bit earlier, right? But then got stumped, and then a kill comes through when he gets up from being stumped, and then decides to commit the orbital array anyway. But now, I mean, that's quite brutal, Mitch. I mean, you're moving towards this checkpoint here for SSG. You have an orbital array advantage. Timeless needs a fight win really bad here.
And SSG don't care about fighting for the high ground right now. Chopper doesn't have that advantage, and that cage fighter's going to have him on the outside looking in. Can't do anything about it, so he's going to walk inside. He has to. Look at him just dip a toe in. Eventually, I think he's going to be noticed. I'm pretty sure Bliss realized there was a Sojourn inside their tea party. That's going to be able to run them down. And that's a rally that gets fed into the wood chipper alongside a dupe and an overclock here. Timeless are in serious trouble.
But Bliss holds on to that rally again. So you have the rally available here for SSG to play quite aggressive. It'll be Lugmino potentially going over and playing the Kiri here. So the Kiri's quite interesting, right? Because the rally is so good inside of the cage fight. I just feel like it's like playing Kiri Juno. I don't know when this kind of got started. It just feels like it's not a great backline.
The idea is that you get multiple rotations of the cardiac overdrive in one fight with the ultimate, right? It's about that cooldown reduction on Malga that's so powerful, and also like
but they're running it down into your spawn. I mean, I
think it's the less conservative approach here, genuinely. But again, I do think like a lot of Brig players get uncomfortable when they have to deal with like this Echo just dumping bombs on them all the time, or Ara, for example. It's hard to do. I really think you get sacked as the Brig player so much. It's such a thankless task. Finally, Timeless are fighting back here. There was a rally committed to that fight. Seeker is able to find his one. Unlikely he gets more, but the movement is pretty slick. And there's a wild Lugmino here, just asking to be shot in the head. But Chopper finding a third for the fight, so Space Station will have to concede here.
I mean, this is still good contest, though, from SSG, right? Now it finally gets going. But you're going to have that close spawn for SSG. You're going to be able to control some of that high ground. So Timeless finally battling out of their spot. I guess you'll have an advantage when the Kitsune rush comes through, right? But in theory, SSG could just kind of like oral array through the rush. This is a brief moment, a brief window opportunity here, Mitch, for Timeless to get something going, right? Double support ult, you'll have your dupe here, so you'll end up with a cage fight, overclock as well. Feels like you need to kind of ration these ultimates and at least get 2 fights out of them.
Okay, quick dupe there by Rocket. So second Malga in play. This is going to provoke a full disengage from Space Station. They've got some real estate to offer up, but Bliss is extremely split now by the hasty disengage that they really didn't get the memo on. So dupe ended for Rocket. has found Bliss again, but doesn't want to full commit because they don't know really if Space Station are able to wrap and join that rig quickly. Sugar Free has the dupe there again, out of panic. The pressure came in from Riker, but Squid has fallen. Orbital Red for Rocket accounts for Bliss here, but I think you might want the Juno alive in a fight like this, and Seeker's popping off. Another 2 railgun hits. Chopper caught inside the cage fight. The one can't quite get purchase on CJ. Is Sugar Free out of the dupe with a focusing beam on a Riker? That will account for that very large Malga health pool.
I was saying you needed to invest those ultimates and rationally get 2 fight wins. They end up using like 3 ultimates and not even really kind of getting a kill. Like SSG is able to just kind of kite for ages. Seeker actually uses an overclock, so makes him a little bit more hesitant. But then on the run back, right? SSG, they just kind of like poked, they kited, they end up kind of building up towards some of their ults. And even then, you just gonna get a big dump in from Timeless. Now you're stuck with nothing, and you really don't have much of anything to show for it.
Luke here, showing us maybe one reason why I like to go to Kiriko. That extra damage. Also, the Ophidah healing is going to be deployed to people in front of him when he connects that Fortune Teller perk.
That was nice.
Once again, Timeless win a fight, but are these not just garbage time fight wins?
A Rocket comes over the top there of that cage fight and actually uses a focusing beam, takes Bliss out while he's got the rally going. Yeah, I mean, dude, you fall behind this much in push. You need, obviously you need to play amazing. You need the other team to also kind of, drop the spaghetti a few times as well, right? That's kind of what the deficit you've ended up kind of giving up here is, that is Seeker. Connects with Run Railgun shot, not able to finish off Rocket, but he's going to get Lucamino here as he comes around on a flank.
Bro, his reaction time is pretty unreal. Seeker, as soon as someone just wanders into the crosshair, man, it's a rail. It's absolutely cooked. And he stuck that as well. My goodness.
The DPS line here for SSG, obviously a ways to go to qualify for China potentially. They're going to be able to hang with anybody in the world in terms of damage dealers. They are that good
to play together. I mean, SSG is built around the Sugar Free Seeker core.
And it's a fantastic core. There's not really like a meta per se that you'd say this core would like not excel at. It's going to be Sugar Free kind of assassinating Rocket, then coming from the high ground here with the dupe. So you're going to get another cage fight here. You'll end up dropping that.
Wow. Okay, but Kitsune Rush here is pretty big. Notice Riker stays pretty healthy and has, that obviously cooldown reduction is pretty massive here. CJ gets caught. Chopper can definitely hang with the very best hit scan DPS players in this region. Make no mistake about that. But SSG are happy to lose these fights here.
These fights deep in Timeless territory, right? Obviously don't result in anything good for Timeless. You have to invest ultimates, get back towards mid-map. SSG has like a spawn advantage, right? We kind of do this round and round over and over again. You need, 2 minutes and 20 on the clock, basically. You need checkpoint here, right? I don't think there's a world in which you're like, okay, we're going to win this map without getting checkpoint here in this fight.
Okay, is that orbital ray? Of course, there's a disruptor shot stuck here to Riker, but there is Seeker dropping in again, and Chopper didn't have an opportunity to really respond to that. Bliss, once again, has maintained the rally heading into the fight that will occur in Timeless territory if there's a win here for Space Station. So, once more, it's a fight you have a chance at winning, and if you win this next fight for SSG, the map is virtually over.
It doesn't even matter, though, I feel like, if you win the next fight, right? Because as long as you take this next fight and force out more ultimates, if you use rally and let's say they can invest too, you're always on the net positive end of the trade, right? So we'll see now SSG. This might be a position, though, Mitch, where they have an opportunity to really close it out, right? You imagine that Lucamino ends up using this Kitsune Rush when it comes on through and you have that orbital ray and rally to kind of work on through it, but actually it'll be Siege Inco backing on up. You lose Seeker, he's a large source of your damage, and that's also the Seeker overclock gone, so quite good there for Timeless. They get rid of Seeker with that overclock fight early. They don't really invest much of anything.
Now Space Station up to chill here up on the battlements. Obviously the dupe here for Sugar Free and that maintained rally from Bliss. Kitsune Rush though, let's see the difference in these ultimates in this fight. Sugar Free knocked off kilter as he was trying to burn Rocket down, but Chopper and Riker elsewhere get mulched. Lucamino here in the thick of things as the cage fight was deployed. Kellen with his in play is able to take Rocket out of the game, but Squid, obviously one of those Junos that's always a little more bloodthirsty. And I don't know if it's a great look if your opponent supports the only 2 left standing.
One thing for Timeless I will say is they've done a nice job is that like when Bliss jumps into those cage fights with the rally, they've done a nice job at focusing him down. They get him out of the fight yet again early is Lucamino playing a little bit further up here. Under 30 seconds to go. Timeless with an orbital raid. That'll be their big advantage here.
Okay, here's that orbital raid that Lucamino is going to allow to thrust him forward. Suzu employed there on Riker, so a healthy Timeless squad now as Kellen finds himself a little bit caught out. Chopper though went down, Sugar Free successful on that mission to get rid of the Sojourner. Now a cage fight after the fact deployed by Kellen. Bliss staying strong, Sugar Free knocked out a dupe and a charge now comes in as Kellen gets back into the fight. Focusing beam here for Rockets, what a count for Seeker. And that's a player advantage now being leveraged by Timeless. Up on the high ground, Riker goes, he's down to about half, but Rocket's still going to work. It's Bliss this time that fall to the sticky bombs. Sugar Free's able to find one, but it might take a little bit more than that. An orbital raid though is huge. That now evens up the numbers. CJ's able to gun 2 down as Rocket just collapses within that orbital raid. Space Station have the better ult timing there in that last fight, and ultimately, it's a one-sided series.
They crushed them in this series, man. I know, just obviously it's a 3-1 last week, but I think SSG just kind of showing how adaptable they are week to week, meta to meta. They had a great read coming into this week. The bans are really good for SSG, and they did not let off the gas here against Timeless. I mean, that's about as good as a performance as you could have.
Yeah, big fan of that. I think that it's a very different look to what we had last week in terms of, you know, the kind of comp that teams are gravitating towards at the moment. And I think in a time like this when we're in playoffs, it's really important to figure it out first. You know, what is that sort of comp that needs to be mirrored or, you know, dissected and broken down? And I think SSG are in a great spot. They made the right call. You know, on the comp that they want to push forward here. And it makes me think that also, you know, our next game today is a result that's completely up in the air, potentially. Wrecking Ball was banned out on some maps and then just straight up not picked on others. It seems like if there's no option to go there, it's got to be Malga, and you've got to be the better team in the mirror. Definitely need that echo.
And look, the SSG core, I mean, we talked about obviously Seeker and Sugar Free, very talented, but like Kellen, Bliss, and CJ are so good and then also so consistent. And you know that probably at least one of the two, if not both, of Seeker and Sugar Free are going to pop off game to game, right? So it's really just, hey, if we don't make any mistakes outside of that, we feel like we have a great chance, you know, when these two players start to get rolling, that we're going to be able to win. And you see what it looks like today.
So it's down to the lower bracket here for Timeless, but they've got the quality to carry them, I think, through the next couple of rounds. SSG have got to be feeling good about advancing to the next round in uppers, but there's no easy games from here on out for them. We can head to the desk and break down what ended up being a bit of a quicker game than we expected.
Yeah, I was getting comfortable for a long series. Got my Space Station hoodie already, and I was like getting real cozy with it. And then they just like, apparently they had afternoon tea like plans or something, so they want to end this one quickly. Yeah, usually we say they're having dinner plans, but well, it's a little early for dinner plans, so I don't know where they needed to go so urgently, other than a doctor's appointment or
Red Bull and FPL sounds more accurate.
Listen, whatever works for them, I don't care, but they will make whatever plans they have because they made this a quick series. I hoped for a little bit more resistance on the opposition, but quite frankly, SSG gave them very little openings. They played this so clean and so decisive.
Kellen had such a sick Malga this series. I mean, I know we talk about Sugar Free and Seeker, and it's well deserved, but I feel like I want to highlight Kellen. So many big crit stomps on the Malga, and with CJ behind him, constantly pumping him up. CJ having a few big clutch fights as well this series. I think that was well put by Mitch and Matt. That this backline is so incredibly stable, and then the DPS are just constantly producing for you. I mean, SSG looks like a team that wants to compete on the world stage. They're making it look easy in NA right now.
Yeah, you actually stole my words right out of my mouth there, Jake. I think that Kellen did a fantastic job just like setting up the rest of the team as well, like finding positions to take this Malga brawl where like it actually benefits SSG quite a bit, and then, you know, getting the value from the cage fight is actually quite crucial in some of these compositions. I think we saw earlier in EMEA that, you know, if you lose with the cage fight, like it actually kind of stings because it can be a really decisive ultimate. But yeah, I mean, having Seeker and Sugar Free, not only do you have a Sojourn who just keeps finding entry picks, but you also have the sticky bombs to worry about from Sugar Free as it just comes in from the flank, and then just sticky bombs, focusing beam, boom, you're dead. It's so much pressure from SSG, so really impressive series from them. Beating 3-0, I mean, this was more dominant than last week.
Yeah, it really was.
I think Timeless stayed confident in the Malga the whole time, but it just didn't come out for them. I want to see some of these teams losing these series throw a ban at the Malga or the Juno, and really try to attack the meta and make it something, at least introduce the chaos that you feel like you can win?
The problem is really just that you introduce it for one map, and that's about that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and also
it's a
going
fair
up
point,
against
Zoe.
a team that can play so many different looks. Let's actually get a quick chat in with one of the players from SSG. I believe we have Sugarfree joining us for a post-match interview. We do indeed. He's chilling. He's on his phone. He's so ready for a chat.
What's
Okay,
up?
okay, we're with you. What is up? You made this one a quick one. Let's talk about this. You actually just faced off against them less than a week ago, or exactly a week ago. Were they the obvious choice for you?
Yeah, no, they were the obvious choice. I mean, I think they're just like significantly worse than the big top 4, so it was a free one.
So if they're not in the top 4, who is the 4th team in the top 4 then? Is it one of those teams in the lower bracket you think is more competitive than Timeless right now?
Nah, the Timeless are still top 4. It's just like between us, Nightmare, and Liquid, like the gap after those 3 is just so much bigger.
Okay. So I'm curious, Nightmare and Liquid though, those 2 are in the other upper final. Who do you expect to see? Who do you maybe hope to see going into that next match?
I think it's gonna be Nightmare, bro. Liquid, I don't know what happened last time. They got 3-0'd by them, I think. So like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure Nightmare's gonna be in the finals though. In the lower brackets, he's basically gonna be in the finals.
Yeah, it looked a little shaky. Sugarfree, when did this Mauga meta start? Like, tell us about what changed from last week up until this weekend of play. When did you all start screaming Mauga?
Johnny is looking for someone to blame, by the way.
I don't know.
curious.
It's whenever
Just
Korea
wanna find
started
out.
playing it. Whenever Korea plays something new, it's just everyone copies them. Or I don't know. if it
Did you
was
like
Korea or
iterate on
EU.
it? Did you? Because you played more Echo. Like EMEA played a lot of like Gen.G and stuff like that. Do you feel like the Echo is just a bit way better play?
No, I just wanted to play Echo. I think all 3 are good between the Gen.G Fair and Echo.
Okay.
Let's go. We get to see a little bit of Volio Best heroes then at this very stage. Sugarfree, thank you so much. Back to your phone. Big chillin'. We hope to see you again very soon.
All right, thank you. Braun out.
They made it look easy. No sweat was broken that much. That's fair. Yeah, they're looking really, really strong. I'm very impressed generally what we've seen from SSG. Just a lot of variety throughout the stage, and just like in EMEA, right, with VP, like they don't really seem to struggle when it comes to those sudden meta shifts at all, because the players have just such a deep hero pool that they can just roll with it.
I think more and more teams are going to start going the way of these like just hard 5-man rosters. Just commit to like having a flexible team and adapting to what comes, because in the end you're going to have to adapt, right? With hero bans, things will change in the match. You will be playing a different hero maybe than you'd practiced in many different cases. So these like 5-man highly flexible rosters, I think this is the future of Overwatch in the new format, and more teams are going to have to adapt. With teams like Space Station putting on performances like this, it's kind of undeniable that they're a team you got to look at to copy.
Also undeniable was the performance from Seeker in this very match, and that's why Seeker got themselves the player of the match honors.
Yeah, I mean, Matt kind of said it on the cast that Sugarfree and Seeker could go toe-to-toe against any damage duo in the world. I still think there's a couple of them in Korea that are pretty spicy. It's going to be an uphill challenge, but I can certainly see it. I think Sugarfree and Seeker has been one of the big reasons why SG have been so dominant in NA this year.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the bracket once again. I mean, not much movement, obviously, since we just saw one match, but still, we love to visualize things. SSG finding themselves in the upper bracket final, awaiting their opponent. Will it be Nightmare or Team Liquid? That is a big question. They just recently met, and let's just say that one went all convincingly in Nightmare's favor. A 3-0 victory was just a week ago, so yeah.
I mean, it's tough to come back and take a rematch so soon after a 3-0 beatdown. It is the upper bracket, and I do agree with Sugarfree. Like, almost regardless of which one of these teams wins, I do expect the other one to be, fighting it out and dominating the rest of the lower bracket. And so I think this probably won't be the last time we see Nightmare versus Liquid here in the playoffs. But there's only 2 spots for LAN, right? And there's 3 teams who are kind of vying to be top dog. Maybe SSG is a level above right now, but that's kind of a scary place to be. Nightmare, Team Liquid, they both want to really set their mark on this matchup, that they are the top 2 teams. They're going to be going to LAN. For Nightmare, I think if you win another dominant match here, you kind of break Liquid's mental going into that future potential matchup in lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, especially because it's a different meta, right? So, I mean, like, they played some more Sigma stuff last week, and now if we're going to Mauga, like, beating them on something completely different, that would just be like, if you're Liquid, you're just like, mental boom.
Yeah, it feels like you can't win anymore. But the Mauga, by the same token, is a huge change up that could be good for Liquid. I don't know. I mean, I just feel like vibes-wise, though, that Nightmare is going to be a strong team in this Mauga meta. I think they like playing these like Deathball team play compositions. And I wonder for Liquid, you know, they've had their ups and downs this stage for a team that should have come in here and been like a definitive top 2. And think about the resources they have behind them, the roster power. Nightmare has been punching up in a huge way to be considered comfortably in that top 3 and maybe top 2 at last week's results in mind.
That's right. I'm just looking at my notes. Like, have they played Mauga themselves, Nightmare? Not really very much of. I think they were forced into it maybe once or twice on Samoa, but that's about it. Well, Nightmare came out on top the last time they met, which is just a week ago. Can they do it again and continue their run in the upper bracket? We will find out in just a little bit. But first things first, we have another Battle of the Bots. We're going to continue that bracket as well. So high stakes all across the board. It's going to be round 2. We've got our director and in-game producer Andy's team going up against Comp Ops admin extraordinaire G. Spend your channel points right now to find out, or to let us know rather, who you think got this one in the back. And we're going to see you again with our last match of the day after this.
Ready for battle.
Hey there.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Think you can take me? Let's find out. Got too close, didn't ya? time for the reckoning.
Since 1948, Direct Relief has sent a lot of boxes to a lot of places. But it's never been about the boxes. It's about the compassion that fills them and the people who need them. It's not about the life-saving drugs and supplies inside the box. It's that people are alive because they were sent. It's not about sending boxes to all 50 states and more than 70 countries each year. It's the willingness to confront any crisis, cross any border, and work alongside local organizations to help people rebuild their lives, or just to stay healthy. It's not about the latest technologies or business trends. It's extending the benefits of innovation and the talents of businesses to people and communities that are often overlooked. It's not about the awards or ratings or headlines. It's the commitment to do whatever is necessary, to do it with respect, and to do it efficiently. For all the boxes Direct Relief sends, it's never about the boxes. It's the collective effort that delivers them and what that represents. Most of all, it's about what people get out of them, the opportunities of health, and to experience the joys and wonders of life.
And to find out more about what Direct Relief are doing and how you personally can get involved as well to make a difference, make sure to head on over to directrelief.org for all the information. You see it right here on your screen, so type fast whilst it's still up. We're back here and getting ready for our last match of the day, our last upper bracket semi-final in the NA region. Jake and Johnny will walk us through this one. It's a rematch from a match we just very recently saw. Of course, it's going to be in a different meta, but the outcome should be expected to be the same. Nightmare have been looking really, really good. What can Team Liquid do? Give me some keys to victories here. What do you want to see from Team Liquid? How can they turn this one around?
I got my eyes on RuPaul and Vega personally, Johnny. I think this backline, if they can come together and like find the stability with Infected to just be like really dominant, I think that triplet, especially in this meta with Brig, Juno, Mauga, the three of them can be like nigh unkillable if they play together super cleanly. And I think they've got the firepower on DPS to succeed outside of that. If anything, maybe a more stable meta where you're more or less mirror matching all the time, that should be more comfortable for Team Liquid. So I'm expecting a closer match, frankly, than the last time these two teams faced off.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really interesting because, you know, going back to like the Stockholm World Finals, Nightmare did actually beat Space Station. I know that was a bit of a mix, you know, they're not one-to-one with these teams, but that was still like Zero was in that mix. Infected played the Mauga. So these are players who are like familiar with this kind of composition, familiar with the Mauga meta, and really do excel in that. We've seen Infected mostly play the Wrecking Ball so far at this stage, and that's where Team Liquid has found most of the success. But going back to last year, we know what Infected can do when he has to play the heroes like Mauga, like Orisa, for example. Don't think we'll see Orisa here, but that kind of brawly composition, Infected can excel in that too. So I'm curious to see how he'll perform in today's series against Nightmare.
you're curious, but you didn't really give me a key to victory here. We can go from there.
Look,
Living in the past, let's set our eyes onto the future.
Damage
Play
players.
better, is that it? Damage player pop off. There we go.
Classic tank mindset. Get carried by my damage players. That's a classic.
Yeah, but first picks, Zero on the Gen.G, you're good, you're set. Yes, of course, Ultimates has a huge amount of deal with it, right? If you have a Brig and a Juno that can really make sure to put the orbital ray in a really good spot, right? Where actually the team can walk with the orbital ray and get the most value out of that. You don't get stopped by the enemy team. Yeah, sure, you can give credit to the support. Vega's been struggling a bit on the Lucio, but now doesn't have to play Lucio. Yeah, this, keys to victory. Get good ultimates. We talk a lot about Avril theory, first team to hit 100 meters, Hardy theory, whatever. Just if you use more ultimates and you get value, then you're more likely to win. There you go. That's a theory for you.
Okay, cool. Well, for more of that, make sure to tune in again for our post show. I'm sure it's going to be enlightenment.
Oh, it's going to be enlightenment.
For now, it's going to be so good. Another thing that is good, that is, of course, a cast with Mitch and Matt. And you know what? We got just that for you. So, guys, please walk us through the map set and our hero bands.
God, if you press
I have
he just yaps. That is crazy.
I don't know what the hell he was talking about. He was he talked about damage, then he was trying to do some kind of math equation, and then I don't know where.
How we invented the question mark in there somewhere as well. There was just so much going on. Is he trying to just bombard me with information that is supposed to distract us from the fact that he didn't actually suggest a key to victory?
You can tell when Johnny kind of loses himself and has that out-of-body experience when he gives you that kind of childish smile. He kind of looks at the camera, and then Jake and Zoe doing him a solid, just staring at the camera, nodding like they understood what was going on. I gotta say
that is true camaraderie, folks.
It's good to have the desk back. Like they mentioned, we saw this match last week, not particularly close. Nightmare got rid of the Orisa in map number 1, the TL ban the Sombra, but that's when we were seeing a lot of ball. I don't think you're going to see that throughout this tournament thus far. It seems like everybody kind of, regardless of bans, is huddled around this Malga setup. So can Team Liquid play this Malga at a high level? It'll actually be Nightmare running the Gen.G instead of the Echo. So one of the things we saw in our last series with the Echo winning out, we'll see if Knife can step up for TL.
Knife was waiting on a confirmation there as well about what the comp was for Nightmare, likely what their DPS were. Came out of the spawn much later, and it's going to be on the Echo here. Like you mentioned, that was, I think, a big point of difference between our teams in the last game, and it really hurt Timeless. They got off to a slower start, but this is a Nightmare squad that last time handed the fattest of L's over to Team Liquid. Let's see if they can run that back. Team Liquid, though, are coach maxing. They are so staff-pilled, it's not even funny. After a loss like they're suffering against Nightmare, you have to imagine they're going back to the drawing board and using every one of those resources that they have available to them to ensure that nothing remotely like that happens again. And of course, everybody has orbited back to these Malga setups and expect Team Liquid to have some stuff in store.
The staff don't play though, right? So at least here we'll see Infected getting that first kill on the Zero, so the Gen.G ends up falling first. I was gonna say, I liked how Nightmare was kind of posturing there, right? UV was able to actually get a sizable lead in terms of orbital ray charge at the start, but then Team Liquid, they just kind of come on back, they just batter on through, and they end up taking the point.
I could open it again. Look, it's such a war of attrition with these comps. It's really about what kind of healing pressure you can put down. And if you can catch Malga in an inopportune window when there's no cardiac overdrive available. Knife has the burst to be a big game changer here. And what, do we dupe a Malga and try and get a stomp up here in the high ground? I'm not sure what the plan was there for Knife, but that's a very quick build. I just want to point that out. And it is a Malga, and it is going to be a stomp. Looking for the Brig. Apparently the orbital ray is going to come down from both sides. Makes it a little bit tricky, but Admiral still falls. Liquid make it audible. They say, we need to dive this Brig at the back of the pack here. And Admiral gets plucked from the mix instantly.
And you see the benefit of having both Malgas there, right? Knife gets the dupe, comes down from that high ground. You can kind of cycle through those cardiac overdrives, and regardless of what you got going on, right? It's going to be impossible. Orbital rays rolling as well from both sides. Impossible to do anything there if your Nightmare is. See them work their way to the point. Not even at a Blade yet. And the Blade, you're going to have to use Blade and Cage Fight together. This will be Overclock here from Tree, seeing if you can find anything. It'll actually be Admiral using the Rally here.
Okay. IMAX shield on the point here for Nightmare, but Liquid now can hold their rally for a little bit later. They got a cage fight as well. Lethal stuck on the outside looking in. Doesn't want to commit to it. It's a bit dangerous for them. Eventually, he just uses the railgun damage to break it. It works out because he has some left over at the end of it, and Rupal is going to be subject to it, as will Vega. And Nightmare win a very important fight to keep this round afloat.
Must-win scenario there for Nightmare. They end up using the blade right when the cage fight comes on down. Even Vega with the rally, not able to keep anybody alive for a very long time. That's actually UV off the respawn here. Going to get knifed as they're going to play quite aggressive. So Nightmare starting to turn the tides.
I like that a lot. I think really trying to push forward is pretty crucial, especially against this Echo look. You know, turn that into a pick even more so. So now, obviously, a couple of things you're trying to lean on here is Nightmare. You don't have any big ultimates outside of the orbital race, so you'd love to buy a bit of time and allow a neutral fight to drag out in order to set up your Juno, and that's very likely going to happen. It's just hard to push over this composition quickly, but even with all the burst damage available to an Echo and a Sojourn composition, trying to isolate those individuals and knock them out is tough. Here's a charge, comes in from Cuffer though, and straight off the point they come with an orbital ray, and it's a kite away for Liquid. Infected holds onto the charge and uses it to get away from that Juno wall.
They bait it out. That's actually really good there for Team Liquid. They push on up, they end up getting that orbital ray, and then it just kind of everybody hightails it. Now Rupal and co will be able to push in behind his orbital ray. So Lethal getting extremely low. Gonna get some healing here from Nightmare, but not enough to keep him alive through the stomp.
And so much of this came down to the big disengage away from the orbital ray. Liquid come back in a fight. They make use of theirs at a time when Nightmare can't afford to give that ground up because it's 99 to 50 odd. So they flip the point back. Now we're in overtime. It's Cuffer here on the point. Knife knows a duplicate of the Malga here. This will allow for a lot more damage to be thrown up at point blank range. And this will be Team Liquid taking away Shrine.
Coming for you.
And for me, Mitch, it feels like you just get much more consistent value out of the Echo as opposed to the Gen.G, right? The Gen.G, you're trying to like play with the blade inside of the cage fight and different things like that. I think it's definitely a little bit better, right? When you're kind of playing for Nightmare around like blade and cage, it just seems like maybe, you know, that's an extremely powerful combo, right? That's a combo we actually saw last year, right? To be used pretty effectively. But it seems like at least here early on today, teams getting much more use out of the Echo.
At least in the neutral. I think it's like hard to see the Gen.G doing a lot when we're like poking at medium range and we're like trading damage. I just think Echo has so much more burst potential.
But if you can get
without putting her life on the line, right?
Capture the objective.
Yeah, if you can get the blade with the cage fight, I mean that is such a devastating combo. Lethal just comes off the rip here, just takes out RuPaul. But in those fights when you don't have that combination set up, that's where we see like Echo with the focusing beam and different things just come alive and really shine.
These neutral engagements are quite interesting because they're volatile in the sense that you have like Sojourn rails that can just, you know, kill a Juno or kill an Echo, for example. Zera's not really relied on to do much of that killing. In fact, only if there's, I think, an opportunity to fully commit after you get a numbers advantage in the neutral, you go for it. Here, it's a bit awkward. Zera's gone into the back line. Rupal has studiously tried to ignore the Gen.G. Unfortunately, before Zera can actually do anything, the front line of Nightmare just implodes, just collapses entirely.
Yeah, it's they go and try and hold high ground right after getting the point to taking that first fight where Lethal actually gets that first pick off, and they just get ran through. And as you see, I think the idea here for Nightmare is you're playing around obviously that huge combination. If you can just survive through the neutral game, right? Let the Gen.G poke, let the Gen.G kind of work up towards his ultimate, survive through some of the Echo damage, and then once you kind of get through that, right, you start building up towards some of these ultimates and these ultimate heavy fights, those are the ones that you come out on the winning end of.
Ultraviolet here specking into mini blaster headshots. I respect it. Team Liquid though now have to try and fight for the point. It's the DPS of Zera who tries to step onto the point and contest it. Admiral was there as well, so they're able to get away and then baited Liquid into an engagement that exposes Tree to multiple angles. Lethal's able to win out with the railguns, but here comes an orbital right now from Rupal and Ultraviolet respectively. A blade for Zera. No cage to combo with, but it wasn't even needed. In rally, Vega still falls. Knife though is able to blow Lethal up. A cage fight gives Liquid a lot of room to breathe with two Malgas on the field. That's two stomps, and Cuffer's constantly picking himself back up off the ground. Knife finds yet another one, and it's Ultraviolet going down, and Zera cannot get Rupal in time. There was a flip though. Knife being the only player that can really contest this. I think they've realized they need to work with Tree on the other side of the point, and they're going for it. Railgun going to be popped by Tree. The stun doesn't quite connect there as Tree's able to kite away from the Malga, but there's not enough help. The Girl Scout cookies from Vega are not enough to keep the Sojourn standing, and so Nightmare are able to get a bunch of free percentage.
That got super dicey there for a second. Tree pops that overclock. Feels like, I guess, players coming off of spawn potentially are able to win that. He's also got that extra charge on the overclock, right? So can kind of pass that 100 threshold and go to 150. So thinks maybe you can burn down that Maga, because the Maga is quite low. And you actually hold on to this cage fight, actually trap cuff inside.
Yeah, and Lethal just trying to break it open. He's spending most of this railgun damage on trying to remove the cage fight from the game. Vega gets picked up again. Zera's doing a really good job at finding these kills outside of Blade cage scenarios. That's been so important. Obviously, Gen.G is really where he wants to be, and it's paid dividends for Nightmare. Winning a crucial fight where Infected tries to steal the Malga kill away with a cage fight early.
A lot like how Farah kind of struggles on this map, when the fights kind of are definitely more towards the point, right? Like if you're not fighting for high ground, if you're just kind of constantly fighting on the point, that's where the Gen.G can have a little bit more of an impact than the Echo, right? A lot like how Farah doesn't want to fight close to the ground on the point here. Same with Echo, a little bit of a easier floater target.
Doop here for Knife. Blade for Zero, though, in this fight. That's massive! Oh, Admiral's down! Ultraviolet gets nuked as well! Where are the supports? Zero now has to go through with the Blade. Knows he's not going to get any healing, and it doesn't seem to bother him. Rupalo's able to play around that health pack a little bit and maybe get off this line. It is Zero falling, Lethal out of the game. Nightmare, though, still going to be good. But that Blade, this doesn't allow Nightmare to win the game. It's going to be cage fight rally for Nightmare to lean on.
Yeah, not able to get much of anything with the Blade there, and I think potentially, right, if you would have, maybe you think they have a support ultimate on the other side, you could actually got them to use one of those, so, like, you trade Blade for maybe it would have been, like, Rally or Orbital Ray, but at that time, Team Liquid doesn't have either, right? So, you're going to have both of these for a potential final fight of the map, as you see both teams here trying to vie for some high ground control, both teams working around support ultimates and cage fight.
Hold on to your hats, this one is going to get intense. It's an instant cage fight through now. My covering going to be rallies from both teams, and Orbital Ray thrown in. Cuff is low! He's down! 2 support ults from Nightmare, and they couldn't keep the Malga standing. Tree now is able to rain it down with the railgun, and Zero couldn't get out of the cage fight. Was hoping to try and challenge the Sojourn up close, and Nightmare had an opportunity, a distinct window to try and take the game over. Now that seems to have been shut in their face. Lethal couldn't do too much with the bulk of Infected in his way, and Ultraviolet comes up short. It's a ball here for Cuffer, a rare occurrence for Nightmare, and unfortunately, it's only for stall and nothing more. Yeah, there'll be touches for sure, but not enough numbers here for Nightmare to actually get themselves back into the round, and so the map goes to Liquid.
It's already a change of pace in this series. In the last time we saw last week, Nightmare is able to take a 3-0. They get a 2-0 on Nepal in the last series. Completely flipped on its head here with Team Liquid able to take this one 2-0. And Mitch, one thing in our last series with these two teams, we really didn't see a ton of Malga play. Like they were playing a like Sigma or Risa or a Matra, different tanks along those lines. Malga now seems to be the dominant choice amongst both regions here, EMEA and NA. So now that we see Malga kind of big heavy back in the mix, it's definitely thrown a wrench into potentially what this series will become.
It's important to point out that Liquid were always planning to have all their players together in one place for playoffs. I can only assume that has happened, which means that Knife is not on ping anymore. That's pretty big. That's pretty important considering that. And I think like for SSG as well, they're making sure that everybody is, in the same locale, or at least no one's on ping. I think Callum is, not dealing with that. So this, we have our top teams, our partner teams as well, that are putting out their best here for playoffs. And it's a very different looking metagame, I think. And it's a very different looking Liquid performance. Nightmare able to show what they're capable of, but I think to expect this game to be anything approximating a mirror of last time is probably not accurate. We're going to see a very different story play out between these two in a game like this where advancement in the upper bracket is on the line.
And I wonder if we see just kind of like drastic measures being taken by Nightmare, right? Do you consider banning a Maga, right? Do you consider getting rid of something like an Echo if you favor more of like the Gen.G style of play and even things up, right? I think there's different things you can do potentially if you're not as comfortable. Maybe you just don't really like kind of you're playing the Gen.G. They're more of an Echo team. You don't really like playing into that matchup. there's a few things you can do in that regard, but Team Liquid already making the necessary adjustments off their last series.
I mean, and that last fight, it was all about the supports of Nightmare getting isolated, getting caught out, getting burst down by this echo damage, for example. I mean, they lost the Brig and the Juno before there was an opportunity to fight properly. You cannot afford mistakes like that. They got split. And Malga Charge does that, right? When Malga gets in between the front line and the back line and just throws a stomp down, it naturally drives a wedge in between your team. When there's a duped Malga, that's even more the case, but it's normally one charge and then another. So you cannot really group up, and you also cannot take advantage of Orbital Ray. You're often forced to play outside of it, or it gets too far ahead of you if Malga comes in and interrupts you. We saw Terra Surge back a few metas ago used for the same purpose. And like throw a Terra Surge in between the enemy team, they have to split. They can't play in the Orbital Rail, they just die because obviously Orbital Ray's not going to save you from a Terra Surge. It's burst damage. He doesn't interact with healing. So there's a number of like small edges that you can take here to really like punish the support ultimates or make the position look quite silly after a while, or just like get these early kills in the neutral, which I think Echo is so good at doing, so much better than Gen.G, for example. And that's something that I think, you have to keep in mind. Bear in mind, I hope you guys have linked your Faceit accounts right now, because there are Faceit drops that are happening throughout this entire playoff weekend. So make sure you sign up, link your account, and be here, of course, watching the OWCS chat. And you'll know in chat if you're getting dropped Faceit points. The Faceit shop is the place to go and make use of that. The OW2 coins, skins, all that kind of great stuff over there. Even non-Overwatch stuff, you can have a look at it. And crucially, you've seen the Faceit Pro League, but ranked Overwatch 2 Faceit Pugs are also kicking off. And it's a similar format to the Faceit Pro League, where you can qualify for the FPL through your performance there. It's actually how in the past, in other games where FPL's been used, a lot of these undiscovered diamonds have sort of risen up and made it into FPL, made a name for themselves, and then taken a pro. So there are waitlists over at fce.gg/pugs. Get on the closed beta waitlist, get into some pro rank pugs. If you think you're the kind of player that can really make a splash, and maybe you haven't had your chance to be discovered or recognized, that's the way to do it. Get up, get in there, fight your way into big leagues.
You're driving somebody like me who's fighting through the leagues, trying to get discovered in game, and my teammates are just constantly holding me back. So maybe I need to take the next step.
Yeah, for my next yearly stream, I'm going to schedule it while you're busy with your pugs. I think that might be better for both of us. Good luck though. Good luck. So fce.gg/pugs. That's where you're going to check it out. I really am a big fan of the format. I think it's also like, I don't know. If there's you should cast them. If you're a caster out there looking for stuff to do, that would be a lot of fun. It's something I would do, I think, if I had more time, is to get in and cast that.
Yeah, lots of time.
Huge fun. Me? No, I wish, but I wish. Suravasa coming up next. Oh, Ramatra? It's such a cuffer. It's such a cuffer pick to ban.
Yeah, so it's a Juno ban from Nightmare, which is quite interesting, right? Because you can still play I guess Kiri Brig with the Malga, but probably Orbital Ray really good to play inside of with that Malga. And then it's going to be a Ramatra ban on the other side. So this is like Team Liquid. This is quite interesting because last week a lot of the bans from Nightmare and different things they were trying to do was going at the Wrecking Ball, right? And even with the Wrecking Ball gone and we got on these Ramatra Orisa matchups, that's where it looked like Nightmare had the advantage. And now that we're kind of in this more Malga world, they're trying to potentially take something like that Ramatra away from somebody like Kuffa. So forcing a little bit of a different game potentially here.
I wonder if it's I wonder if it's Liquid thinking that Ramatra, does Ramatra really have any equity in a matchup against Wrecking Ball? I guess Annihilation is just really annoying to deal with. You just kind of feel like you lose the fight unless you pick off the supports.
I mean, if you're worried about the Wrecking Ball per se, right? You could have gone with a Sombra ban potentially, right? If you were Team Liquid. It seems like they're not really potentially worried about that though, right? They're going to play this ball with that Torb and Echo. So the Torb is obviously fantastic against the Hazard, which Nightmare is coming out to run. So Nightmare will also play a Bastion Gen.G combination. So this is a little bit of an interesting setup.
I don't know what to make of this. I think that Infected probably, has to play outside of the windows of Wheels mode. That probably is obvious. I feel like the Bastion is really vulnerable when not in that Wheels mode for the next 10 seconds. They are not the most effective combatants. I do think the attack grenade is good, but yeah, I don't know. You can kite Wheels mode so easily with this comp that Liquid are playing. Like, you don't have to fight Bastion in those windows.
No. And potentially they thought they were going to come out and play like a Mauga-based composition, right? Where something like this potentially could be a little bit more impactful, right? Because Mauga wants to fight, and when Mauga does not fight, needs to constantly take those fights because he wants to like run that cardiac overdrive, put down damage, like can he sustain. If you're not in that type of situation though, right? Like where that, like the Bastion can actually be quite good potentially, where you're just like farming down that Mauga. Now it forces basically almost a wholesale change, right? They're going to change both their DPS and tank here. So looking like a more traditional dive comp.
Okay, so Nightmare can definitely beat the ball comp with this setup. They've got to be very good at following up on Bionades, but you have Ultraviolet. You've got the guy for that job. Kuffer wants to follow up on multiple bio targets, especially backliners, and get a bubble up and get some easy kills here. Easier said than done, because you got to make that space first, and that's the issue that Kuffer's having. Nanobu's going to be given over to the Winston, though. Ultraviolet deploying that one, and Knife dupes and Ana. Slept instantly, though, up in the sky. That's UV for you, but Admiral has gone down, and frankly, Knife can just dust himself off and get back to business here. Kuffer's in a little bit of danger. That bubble, he couldn't play in it. It was too risky. And a Winston comp doesn't give them anything here in this first flashpoint.
Yeah, not able to really kind of get anything going with that Sombra either. And one of the better things, obviously, against Ball now, Mitch, is, ooh, nice shot there. As Zera just kind of gets right in front of RuPaul's screen. Is the Ana perk for the Groggy, right? The Ball, like, if you can, Ball's a fairly easy sleep target, right? No real way to kind of dodge it outside of the movement. And at this level, those players are going to connect a large percentage of the time. But not being able to like move after getting up is just really difficult. Also,
slow is oppressive.
Yeah, you actually see Tree's got the turret like over to the side here, kind of protecting like Knife and the supports. Had it over here, kind of in that corner. So we'll see where he decides to kind of go with that Torb turret.
Okay, Nano given over by RuPaul here. Bardic bounce being taken, of course, by that Ana. Knife here slept. Okay, sound barrier going to pop up here. And that's pretty darn good timing here. Admiral is not going to have his quite available yet. EMP employed there by Lethal. Okay, those sticky bombs almost accounted for the Sombra there. Looks like Nightmare want to fight for this quick now that they've got a beat of their own.
And they have a, it's going to be Primal Rage, but they also end up having the Nano, right? So you have both of these support ults to work with. Kuffa looked like potentially just trying to get a line of sight there to maybe get some healing from UVs. He got dangerously low, and that'll be the point flip. So Nightmare finally gets control.
I don't know, Matt. That is pretty massive for Nightmare. None of the support ultimates had to be used. In fact, just Kuffa's Primal Rage. I'm not going to count Lethal using an EMP because that was in the prior fight, and it didn't really work out for them. But Liquid here are in a definite ultimate trough.
They'll match the Winston. What are your thoughts on that? I thought they were looking quite good with the Ball, as I feel like the Winston puts these teams a little bit closer. As you see Knife just constantly go with the melees, trying to finish off Zero there, not able to do so.
Okay, so yeah, that's the beat, of course, that Nightmare were able to hold on to, which I think was pretty darn important. Did I see a Nano Winston, a Nano Lucio there? Am I crazy? I'm not sure. Anyway, Molten Core going to come down here for Tree. This is the kind of combo Nightmare that can mostly play out of this, but the risk of losing the point and then maybe losing another 30% is genuine. That is a real issue they have to face. So they're going to want to drop down and contest this as quickly as they can. Infected now wants to try and operate here through the middle part of the map and is able to capitalize on a Bionade that connected onto Kuffa. Now, that's the initiation potential and the mobility for Nightmare off the table. Liquid able to flip it. It's not a one fight. Admiral is everywhere at the moment, and Infected will be groggily picking himself back up and be an easy kill for Lethal's Virus. Liquid is going to lose his point.
Yeah, it's like a hack there from Lethal towards the end with that Virus that comes on through. As it'll be Knife who gets there, touches the point, so just trying to keep this extended into OT, but going to lose that Tracer battle as things tie up at 1-1. I think this is actually, like, with these teams playing the Winston head-to-head, I actually kind of like this for Nightmare. I think forcing Team Liquid, to something that kind of resembles somewhat of a mirror with this type of compositions, I think actually benefits Nightmare a little bit more. Is Lethal actually really good on the Sombra, and as I say, that gets taken out by Vega. So Vega, able to kind of track that Sombra down. That's massive coming into this next fight. You got that EMP. Oh, but on the other end, though, you're going to lose Knife. I mean, DPS players just getting traded out.
I mean, that's a positioning error from Knife. He runs out of rope there and ends up blinking and stopping out right in front of the entirety of Nightmare. Quick sound barrier here makes sense. Infected, impacted by that. Liquid now need to though turn this into a big fight win. Notice no groggy perk pick up here for Rupal. Takes a bouncing Bionate. And would have been handy in a situation like that. Rupal does go down, but Liquid here do not have the numbers. And Admiral is going absolutely bonkers on this Lucio. I mean, the amount of final blows that he's been able to pick off, virtually unkillable, super aggressive. Another legitimate damage-dealing threat on this Lucio, and I can't believe I'm saying it.
And we'll have to look at a little bit of a replay potentially there. Lethal now going over to Ashe here. But RuPaul ends up using the nano, and I think he actually used it on the tree, and they both die. So I don't think anybody gets any benefit out of that nano boost for Team Liquid. As this be infected with Primal, trying to keep this stalled out, as it'll be Nightmare who ends up taking the point. We Kappa end up popping his Primal here as well. So just kind of juggling the tank of Team Liquid. They finally get that kill, but the nano boost there from RuPaul kind of goes for nothing.
I mean, Liquid need to chill. They need to reset. They need to regroup. That was the situation where we watched every member of their team respectively get staggered, and it cost them 30 to 40%. It was a later cap than we actually expected Nightmare to take, but you know, it started with the loss of Knife, right? Team Liquid out in the open.
Yeah.
And they try and sort of go forward with a sound barrier in that fight that doesn't work out. Knife here with a pulse bomb. Obviously can't afford a repeat of what we saw earlier on, just being in a weird spot. It's a beautiful stick, and there's nothing Yuffie can do about that. Not a damn thing. Now you can nano someone, obviously, and have that for yourself. That can be clutch there, but there it is. Coming back the other way. Zero is able to stick RuPaul, and Vega's already out of the picture. Liquid, since the switch for Nightmare over to Winston, have been getting dominated.
And I think it's just more that Team Liquid kind of concedes, right? They end up moving away from their ball comp. They go to kind of almost match in that capacity, and that's when Nightmares really come alive, Mitch, as that's going to be their second consecutive flashpoint. We'll go over to potentially the final one on this map. I think this would be a huge map win here for Nightmare. We actually didn't see Flashpoint played in our series last week with these two teams, but getting on the board here, tying it up at one apiece would be absolutely game-changing.
Yeah, it makes you wonder why Nightmare ended up choosing Blizzard well when they could have gone for this option. So infected now. Again, demonstrating depth of hero pool, I guess. I say that in only half jest. The D.Va is obviously great at intercepting this Winston and intercepting something like Lethal. Notice that there's obviously a low mobility hit scan DPS on the side of Nightmare here, someone that can be exploited by getting in their face, but Lethal can hold their own, and they do so against Knife.
D.Va's fantastic at dueling, even kind of dueling the Winston, right? But then also you have to think about the effects of the bio grenades, right? UV, one of the better on us in North America, consistently landing those bios. Not running the double bio here, running the groggy instead, because we saw the ball a little bit earlier, but still being able to eat those bios, extremely impactful. That'll be a sound barrier there from Vega, connects with 3.
Kappa has a primal here into nano boost. So unkillable, yeah, and great timing. Just as that primal is about to expire, nano boost comes in. I think you want to hold it a little bit longer though for the heal aspect of it. Might have been slightly early, but regardless, Kappa healthy enough, unkillable there. Yeah, Nightmare in the Winston comp are vastly favored, and Team Liquid switch over towards the D.Va. Sometimes D.Va just ends up being a bit of a spectator in fights like this.
Well, it is they're trying to back out their Team Liquid for a while, and after the primal plus that nano, and it's actually Vega who just gets caught, right? So you're trying to back out, you're trying to reset. You were actually probably trying to reset and back up, and not give up a lot of time and percentage, and actually farm up this nano for RuPaul. Now you have it in this fight though, so you're potentially in a spot to flip this back. It'll be Tree ditching the Torb, so the Torb is gone. We'll be matching it here with a Sojourn, as we're going to use that nano onto the Sojourn on the point.
Okay, Tree uses it for survivability. Again, nano boost on RuPaul. It's about to expire. Okay, buddy! That's a good one, and yep. Welcome to Compton, buddy.
Filthy.
Shouldn't have pulled through our neck of the woods. RuPaul now forced back, though. Oh, no healing pack. That's tough for RuPaul. And Liquid, despite winning that engagement against the Tracer, they're about to lose the map here and now. They've got the worst comp. And it's Nightmare dominating them with the Winston setup, start to finish. Beautifully done. And a great way to bounce back, make this a competitive series.
Well, the start was on the ball, and that's where Team Liquid looked their best at the start of the game on the ball. And then once we kind of got into they went Winston, Tracer, Sombra, and then that's when Nightmare really started to battle back. Team Liquid decided to make some changes, right? We saw them play Winston, we saw them play D.Va there towards the end. They never really got anything clicking there on either of those heroes. So if you're Nightmare, obviously a huge win. You cannot afford to go down 0-2 to a team like TL. They get one on the board. They also see where they're a little bit susceptible.
And what do you make of the Zera switch, the lethal switch over to Ashe? Because it looks like whether on the Winston or on the D.Va, at no point is Infected able to get up in the face of that longer range hit scan. Lethal has probably more of a subtle impact on the game because it's not always being manifested in the kill feed, but Bob is obviously great against these Winston comps, can force hiding inside the bubble or situations like that. And even before that, Sombra was obviously very disruptive and really effective. Like, where's the Torb playing all of this for Liquid?
Yeah, you're also much better at like dealing with like a Torb turret, right? Just kind of finishing it off at range, and then also just kind of consistent damage output. There's only so much defense matrix for the D.Va, right? So between the shots from the Ashe, between the bios, all the different things, you know, you can only eat so much. You actually see the stats. They're pretty comparable for these teams across the board.
It's a dogfight. I mean, make no mistake about it. And Team Liquid were so comfortable at the start of the map, but it's possible that the combination of Winston to, threaten to outdive you and Sombra to directly disrupt your Wrecking Ball play was too much. And I don't know, Liquid seem to be all too ready to make the switch off. And I wonder, something that Team Liquid want to hang their hat on and they built the team around is the flexibility of Infected. But it looks worse now when it feels like there's a revolving door of different tank heroes. Yeah. None of them are really coming up with the answer for this team. It's great to have all these options, but if none of them are the right answer, then you may as well only have one look that doesn't work. It's all the same.
So this is one of the maps we saw in the last series. So Team Liquid in the last series ended up selecting all the maps. Obviously, they get 3-0'd. So they picked Havana for the map number 2. Team Liquid gets rid of the Gen.G here and then a Mauga ban. So I really like the Mauga ban here from Nightmare, especially after what we just saw, right? Where you're able to kind of, deal with some of the ball. I expect though, like without the Gen.G, right? You're gonna see these like ball. I don't know. You could play ball, but really a lot of these Zen comps. That's what Team Liquid is able to do here on this map that a lot of other teams have had really difficulty dealing with. And this time they're gonna play Bat Zen with a Sigma in the mix.
Okay. Obviously, this is the kind of map where the poke comps are really potent. It forces Nightmare, who obviously have banned Mauga, to find another way to accost this Sigma adequately. And obviously, you can play Poke Mirror on this kind of map. Mm-hmm. That ends up coming down to, how effective your hit scan are at finding picks. I do like a Lethal Widow, honestly.
The last time we saw this, Mitch, it was actually TL who banned Lucio, and this was the map that actually Nightmare ended up burning the ball ban on. So they ended up using, because TL has shown they would like to, at times play ball with on a Zen, like we've seen them do that. But maybe because they know that Nightmare's gonna maybe go over towards this Winston, they want to play a little bit more pokey, right? They want to play around this Sigma with the bat.
God, I mean, the margin of error for the Winston against this comp is so slim, Matt.
Yeah.
Discord Orb will be taped to you like a kick me sign as soon as you show your head. And I mean, you've got to dive that high ground somehow, but you're dealing with a tour that can be hard to mess with, but Nightmare have figured it out. I love this. They managed to circumvent, I think, a lot of the really scary anti-dive elements of this Liquid comp.
They also get rid of the Gen.G here for Team Liquid, which is a pretty good ban because Zero is very good on the Gen.G, and then also Gen.G can get up and control a lot of this high ground, make it really difficult for Tree and Knife, but Zero does a nice job taking a little bit of an interesting route around that outside, and then also getting up into the house to be able to deal with those two players with Admiral. So right off the rip, getting off to a good start. Oh, Bioget goes in. It actually gets eaten there. Nice play by Infected.
It's audacious. Ultraviolet wants to sleep the Seek, he wants to buy the backline. The sleep misses and he still tries to buy the backline. It gets eaten up by kinetic grass and then he gets taken to geology class. Not what you want to see.
That's one of the plays though, right? Like we take a look at a lot of highlights and sometimes they're just kind of cool clips or whatever, but that is one where if that actually goes the other way, right, and you get that sleep onto Infected and then you get the bio, that's probably first point already for Nightmare. That is one that, we'll see how it goes, but if Team Liquid's able to get a hold, that is Infected really there, securing that for them.
And you let Ultraviolet play attack side Ana because you want another playmaker. You're asking for this kind of stuff. Just because it doesn't work doesn't mean that there's an issue. You want him to go for it again, actually. There's going to be a nano here for Ultraviolet, so Kuffa has a huge amount of survivability. And Vegas forced to duck off these sidelines quite frequently. Yes, it's the Discord Orb on Kuffa, but he's able to just pick Infected off at long range here in the bubble. He can play around that. He's made a lot of space. He needs health. but he can play on these ledges so comfortably and, you know, get topped up back to full. Nice little railgun headshot, though, from Tree is going to make him respect them. And it's awkward. Liquid have to try and find their way out now. As a poke composition, they want to take space and brawl for it. No, it's not happening.
Even with that Ant Matrix, right? Vega did not want to get pushed off of that point. You want to kind of consistently pump out the Zen damage through the Ant Matrix, but they have nobody left to be able to contest. That'll be, you know, everybody falling there for Team Liquid. I wonder, you're going to make any more changes here. This is kind of dangerous in this position here for the Zen Mitch because the gaps are much shorter, right? You don't have to cross that much, you know, ground here for Nightmare to put pressure onto that Zen. So I'm curious how Team Liquid goes out trying to keep Vega alive here.
Transcendence is just so easy to shut down. It's not why you're playing Zen in these comps. As good as it is to have that, you've got to play around the UV bio, which is always deadly. It's a little bit split here on Nightmare. You've got obviously the Ana and Lethal playing that off angle, which means that a Flux can account for them here. Admiral,
I like that decision. You could see. No, I actually believe the Flux actually connects.
But okay, the player inside the Flux gets shot, I think.
Gets killed before. Yeah. But you could see Admiral like definitely thinking about potentially dropping that beat, right? And like kind of crossing over those tanks and getting across, but realized there was no way you were going to be able to save that player. And then also like a one-player beat to save them out of a Flux, like that feels kind of terrible. So I really like the decision by Admiral there to save it.
Tough call to make, honestly. Sometimes losing out on that fight makes you feel like you lose momentum and can't get back into the game. Okay, he's Molten Core. Transcendence now gets thrown out onto the map, but Lethal is going to go where the Zen is not, and Knife just can't get the healing that he needs. However, it's a posthumous revenge play, as that Molten Core will claim Lethal. Bit of an awkward position for Tree to be in, very exposed and very flat, as it turns out. Admiral adds another to the tally, and Nightmare building ahead of steam before this second checkpoint.
You can also see why Team Liquid decided to ban the Lucio the last time they picked this map, because in this part of the map where you want to play it behind this Zen, it makes it very difficult to protect him with the speed that comes in. So Infected now will play the ball, goes up to the high ground there just after getting a contest. His Knife's going to move over to Tracer as well.
Okay, now where's the damage? Do Liquid have any sort of focus fire capacity here? Knife's been doing a good job sort of shepherding the cart, and Tree gets a nano, so Kuffer has to reconsider this approach. But you've got to have eyes on the cart. You've got to be ready to contest the objective, and Infected has gone down! Oh, Tree tries to get towards the Ana, but ends up getting removed. Nightmare here on the push. 3 minutes left on the clock to attack this last phase of the map. And real quick, question in chat about why Infected always has a Boston Uprising skin. It's his first name, so I think that's why. Yes.
A little bit all over.
Because everyone's like, why has he got an Uprising skin like constantly? But yes, his name is Boston. So yeah, checks out.
Big Gamsu fan.
yeah, big Note lover. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love me some Note. Big Fusions fan.
He's a Gamsu voodoo doll in his room.
Okay. Hopefully he treats it well and brushes his hair, you know, and feeds it whatever voodoo dolls eat. We digress. Zera here is forced to back away now. The Diva for Infected. Again, it is a roulette of heroes, and Liquid are still yet to find the answer. That cart, by the way, is pushing. It has made significant progress through this phase of the map. Liquid have to step on the gas here, or rather just put a stop to Nightmare, who have gained a lot of free push here. And now they've lost Tree. Knife's going to be topped up now, but he has to double back and get off the battlefield, which means he can't make space. Yeah. Kuffer is able to run the backline down with the help of Zera.
It has been so difficult to keep the backline alive here for TL, and even now bringing the Diva into the mix with the defense matrix, like you see, as soon as Kuffer gets on to Vega and RuPaul, it's just very difficult for those two players to be able to stay alive, sustain through some of that. Dude, I mean, a map completion here for Nightmare would be massive, as that's going to be the nano onto Kuffer. It's going to push players back into the spawn. You also have Sound Barrier to work with after this.
Now Winston, Kuffer drops on in, that expires, but there's a Sound Barrier here to catch against some of the damage, but a Bionic Grenade is going to flatten the Winston. All said and done, Nightmare still have a whole minute to try and get the map done. They've made a great push here on Havana, which is a map that's rarely completed. There's a lot to hang your hat on here. Liquid are fighting tooth and nail to stave off a map completion.
That bio may have actually saved them the map, though. RuPaul connects with the bio, connects on a Kuffa, and he's like 98% to Primal. They were kind of cycling all those, right? The Nano into the Sound Barrier, into then, eventually the Primal, and he doesn't get a use of the Primal, so Huge nade there from RuPaul, keeping this one alive for Team Liquid.
40 seconds. Tree in a pretty safe corner here, but there will be poke allocated in his direction, as well as very angry Winston. Discord orb appended to Kuffa in midair, so he has to primal basically as he touches down, and Tree can scurry back into the spawn. There's so much defensive safe zone here, but Tree apparently wasn't having it. Oh, buddy, Kuffa just doubles back, gets rid of the Soj. There's more work to be done. Infected would love a resuit opportunity here, and we'll have it. Nightmare now 13 seconds left, but it's unlikely they'll be here in numbers, and there's definitely a stagger brewing with a bio catching on to Zera. No chance of escape.
Yeah, it's another kill there from Knife onto UV with a pulse bomb, which sets everything up. You're not able to keep everybody alive there for Nightmare after that. So Knife comes up with a big kill, but still pretty good offense there from Nightmare. It's very difficult to complete this map.
So much to recap. You know, Liquid start with this Sigma comp that loses the first fight instantly. Nightmare must have these protocols for unraveling that setup, because they just get into the back line, and you know, Liquid aren't really able to get a whole lot done with that setup at all. Ideally, Liquid want Nightmare to try and test them to push into that setup, especially once Sigma starts to get some of those important perks. He can have a lot of CC potential. But Nightmare just kind of ignore him. And then what there's a switch for Liquid, they try a couple of different comps to end up on the Diva. It buys them a little bit more time, but the pervasive sensation for me here, Matt, is that Liquid haven't really found an answer. They're just kind of cycling through a couple of ideas, trying to see what sticks. And I don't know what you're taking this, but I don't know if they'd be feeling particularly accomplished after that first half. That was very difficult, and Liquid, I think, gave a lot of free push to Nightmare on that last phase of the map too.
I believe the last time it actually ends in about the same spot. I know it ends actually, I think Nightmare actually completed the map the last time, and Liquid not able to do so, kind of ended towards the bridge, if my memory serves correct. But it seems like Liquid wants to obviously run these incomps on this map, which is very strong. You know, in that offensive side though, right? Nightmare was making great use out of Lucio, being able to kind of get that Winston directly on top of the Zen constantly. And this is one where we see Kuffa, at least in our last series, play a lot of the different tanks, seeing a really good use of the Winston in the first round. And yeah, so it's going to be Sojourn Venture here for Liquid.
I think the Venture in this comp might end up looking like remember that we had double tank, we had Doomfist Orisa, where the Dooms would actually try and dig the Orisas out from behind their shields with CC. Knife with a drill rush might be looking to pop up behind the Sigma and knock him forwards, forcing him to awkwardly redeploy his shield. It's a very it's a pick that doesn't really seem congruent with a poke idea though.
No, I think this is going to be probably Tracer. I think this is a better selection. I wonder if there's a situation where a comp that potentially they would have used that Venture into. If there was, I don't know, are you seeing maybe an Orisa on the other side? Is Admiral find Tree here off the rip? Maybe if they weren't playing the Zen, you would think about doing that. But 2 kills here from Admiral right off the start. Could not be better here. He's just playing him here on the high ground. Does not care at all. Well, when they're also on the Venture at the start, right? It's just a Sojourn that's a threat. The Venture's not really making it to the high ground, or if they do, you're gonna know about it, right? So you can play a little bit more aggro if you're Admiral there, already closing in on a Transcendence. Tree now gonna go over to Hanzo. So Hanzo obviously good at just kind of securing these kills out of nowhere, poking down the shield as well.
Yeah, I mean, you really want that. When you have a Tracer comp, you don't have anyone else that can really do it.
3 for Admiral here. I mean, he's
Can someone kill the Zen? For the love all that is good. Kill the Zen! Kill the Zen! Please! Admiral is on the SS and get wrecked right now. Please dodge the rock. Okay, we're chilling. At least Infected is trying to do something about the Zen, but he needs some backup.
Yeah, if it's your Sigma just kind of trying to approach the high ground there to battle that Zen, you're not in a great spot. That's an Amp Matrix here used, and it's going to be the Transcendence because Zero's just in the back line, just causing so much chaos as you're going to have to pop your Transcendence. It's going to be both support ults here gone from Team Liquid.
It's so interesting how differently these teams have approached the attack side. So Nightmare see a poke comp, they play dive, they unravel it instantly. Liquid see a poke comp, they mirror. They say, "Oh no, I think we can win this." they're not winning this. They're getting crushed, and they're getting crushed by the backliners of Nightmare, who have enough time to throw Bionades, Discord Orbs, and paint their nails.
I mean, Vega, we know, doesn't love the Lucio, doesn't love being Lucio jail, but at least for me, right now, I mean, Zera's taking it to Knife in this Tracer battle. Like, Zera's been fantastic on the Gen.G, right? That was really in our last series when we saw these two teams play. He was dominating on the Gen.G. Now, dominating, though, in terms of that Tracer battle. They do get Kuffa here, though, so maybe an opportunity to move the card forward. Bro, the pressure that Zera's putting on the backline is crazy.
He's dominating, bro. He's forces Suzu and an immortality field. So now, like, what are your long cooldowns that you have available to you? You don't have any of them. I mean, nice kill for Tree. Zera has been dominating Knife in the 1v1. Like, there's none of these flanking routes that Knife has been allowed to have. Now, of course, you can get in.
Yeah, and it's not going to be below 30 seconds on the clock. Yeah, Tree goes quite huge there. So I think really that starts to fall apart when Tree kills Kuffa, but still getting it below 30 seconds. This is fantastic for Nightmare. I also think, you know, these compositions in totality, right, over the last series and then now, definitely favored Nightmare at least.
Okay. Nightmare still come out with the same look here. There's a Transcendence that, you know, you don't have to worry about being shut down by a Bionade, which feels pretty good. Probably just for, you know, defensively using this, I would say. Tree is an interesting factor here, I think. That's definitely something that has to be looked at. Immortality field drawn out by the Flux. That's the trade you take if you're Liquid. The Kuffa now has a really nice spot to get a bunch of free poke and damage. Look at Kuffa's health bar. Oh, just low enough to fall to the Flux. Oh, Nightmare lapse, I think, in just healing up onto the Sigma.
The dragon kind of falls on through it there. Lethal will actually take out Tree. But I wonder if you're kind of holding on to that Transcendence. Maybe you actually think he's going to be able to live through that. As this will be the Transcendence from Admiral. He's going to drop down a little bit lower, make sure Zera gets benefits of that. It's going to be Kuffa back on the ball.
Okay, here's Knight looking to try and get busy. Admiral, though, gets that nano boost now and is ready to be a legitimate threat in the front line. RuPaul goes down, arms and legs flailing. Tree, though, with a disruptor shot's able to take care of the Zen. Zera's low, doesn't have a recall for quite some time. And eventually, Vega's able to move in and get the job done. Liquid here, very short on time. But they are in a position now to attack for the second objective, and a pulse here for Knife should be a deal breaker.
Not a lot of places for them to run from the pulse bomb, right? As nobody was moving the card at the time, so Kuffa will eventually fall. You have an opportunity. I don't think you touch here. I think Nightmare, if you're Nightmare, make some changes in terms of tank. I don't know if you play ball here towards the end. Yeah, I think you could back match that Sigma. And you give your, I mean, look, 226, you push up here and get like a fight win. It's really difficult for Team Liquid to get there.
All right. 2:14 here on the clock. Map completion, of course, still very much on the table for Liquid, but they'd have to pick up the pace.
I think
as opposed to what we've seen so far.
If you win a fight here for Nightmare, though, you are in such a good spot. As okay, you do get infected, because now you're in a position. You remember it kind of got like past the bridge in terms of where the cart was for Nightmare's offense. If you can just kind of stall this out, and we get below like a minute, right, and you're kind of getting close to that gate, just with the advantage in terms of the spawns, you think you end up winning out if you're Nightmare. So that first fight win here, just buying, you know, what, 20, 30 seconds, I mean, it's quite massive.
Look at this push up here. Disruptor shot, so annoying there for Lethal. They drop very low. The chance of a big follow-up here, yeah, it's pretty high. Accretion comes in on towards Infect, but there's enough backup there for them. However, no one is helping Tree as he gets blasted by Lethal. Caught by the Flux, Lethal, yeah, he's able to sit on top of a health pack. He was never going to go down in a situation like that. Cats at 3 versus 3 for the time being. Admiral really wants to press forward. Really wants to stop this car from getting, you know, any free progress in the chaos of this fight. And they really want Knife. I really think Sarah's trying to send a message. This guy is not getting a moment of peace.
No, and that's an Accretion that comes on through, finishes them off as they are back on the Lucio, which has been really good for Nightmare on this map specifically. So you also had a nano boost that goes onto Kuffa there, pretty much saves him there through that gravitic flux. So really just probably, you know, for Team Liquid, right, you're gonna have double support ult here with an overclock. It's probably your best shot at getting it across the line. Let's see if they try and hold anything onto anything for a final fight. It's gonna be Tree getting the benefits of that nano, and oh, actually it looks like he kind of dodged.
Cancelled
that there, yeah.
I think it could have been cancelled even there as well, because Tree, I thought they were lifted up inside that flux, or at least it looked that way, maybe just outside of it. Either way, Railgun's getting popped off here, but Kuffer is down for Nightmare, so they've not got a lot to work with now as the card looking to get towards the end of the map. Kuffer can't touch! My goodness, what a volatile game! Team Liquid go for desperately trying to stay in the map, to just breaking through at the end and winning it out. I mean, credit to them to have the determination there just to stay at it, because I really thought they were in trouble. Even up until the last 30 seconds, I thought they were in trouble.
And Tree, I believe with the railgun that we saw actually connect with Kuffa, connected with the second player, I believe it was actually Admiral Wiley at sound barrier. So you actually didn't see them get a use of that sound barrier on the defensive side of things. They come out of the spawn like with the Doom rollout and the Lucio to try and get there to get a touch and potentially use it just a little bit too late. So Team Liquid battles back in the end. That is a huge map for them. I mean, you lose that there, it's looking dicey.
I think that Nightmare did a lot right in setting up like a very reasonable kill condition. I mean, Liquid walked into that last phase of the map with less than half the time that Nightmare did, but it's a lapse in concentration in the last fight, the one that gets Liquid across the line, where you're right. I mean, it allows them to find like 2 railgun kills that aren't really responded to, right? Unfortunately, like Lethal's just not in a position to reciprocate, and all of a sudden, all the foundation he laid, all the hard work that came from like a very generally solid defense side with a poke comp that I thought was really hard to deal with, it's for nothing.
And maybe you think you can, like with the nano and the overclock that comes through from Tree, maybe you think you can like kind of kite it or whatever, but it looks like that actually Kuffa gets like kind of pushed into that side room and there's no sound barrier that comes on through, and you end up holding on to it. Maybe you think you're kind of like weathered the storm, so to speak. And clearly you had not, and you lose your tank and your Lucio. One, obviously the sound barrier. That kind of sends everything, for a loop there, as it seems like now Team Liquid obviously gains control of the series, and we actually go to a push, right? So it'll be Nightmare's selection here on push. Most likely Esperanca, right? I don't think we'll see Coliseo, but they will get first bans. Potentially they can kind of force something pretty, maybe they go back and try and force some type of like Winston-based setup. If they can, it's going to be quite difficult though.
I generally think that we spent a lot of time, I mean, Liquid just won the map, right? So I do want to make sure that like we're adequately addressing that, but I want to suggest that Kuffa might be just as flexible at the moment as Infected. I mean, we saw them, they were able to switch over towards like a Winston comp and looked really, really good at it, right? Like combating that dangerous Zen Torbjorn poke setup really effectively here. And we saw an attempt to ban Nightmare's tank pool, right? We saw the Ramacha ban in map 2. It didn't matter at all because we saw a Winston comp on Suravasa that absolutely decimated TL.
I'd also say that in like the Tracer head-to-head and things like that, I think Zero's definitely stepped up and probably outdueled Knife in this series thus far. But Tree has been phenomenal in this one on Sojourn and Torbjorn, especially against Lethal. Lethal, I think, kind of goes under the radar sometimes with some of our players in terms of like his hit scan potential. Tree has put out a phenomenal series thus far. Looks like if they're gonna win this one, it's gonna be on the back of his Sojourn.
Well, stick around, folks. We've got more to come after this break. It's map number 4, Esperanca, picked in the series as Liquid look to try and advance in this upper bracket, but Nightmare might have something to say about it. We got 3 maps down, folks, in one of our first matches of our NA playoffs between Team Liquid and Nightmare. Not quite panning out the way things did last time. It's Liquid here on a match point scenario as Nightmare are trying to take them to Esperanca to force a map 5.
And we see actually it'll be a Brig ban from Nightmare, so they get a first selection. So this potentially, right, a lot of Team Liquid, right? We saw them play Zen. They want to play like Juno Brig. Like this puts Vega back onto the Lucio. And then we actually see a Winston ban on the other side. So I like this for Team Liquid. Force them to play that Maga like in a head-to-head matchup, right? Maybe without the Brig, you can play something a little bit different. But the Maga is where we actually saw Team Liquid have probably their most overwhelming success.
So much of this Maga look, we actually have Nightmare going away from this. I guess not having the option to go towards Winston has driven them in the Hazard direction. So pretty reasonable. Of course, Hazard offers you a lot of value, but will it be enough against the tried and true, frankly, look that this Mauga has shown, especially with that Echo Burst damage to mix in from Knife?
I think what you're almost banking on, right, is playing the Hazard, diving the backline, and with no Brig there, being able to make plays, right? Maybe you're able to like bio this Maga and kind of focus him down, but I don't think you necessarily have the damage. I think it's more like, can you take advantage of no Brig in the backline here of Team Liquid and, you know, jump on RuPaul, jump on Vega, try and make plays that way.
Kafe is threatening a flank here, but what do they do now that they've actually used their leap? Okay, well, they get turned on, and yeah, I mean, pretty straightforward response here. Liquid realize there's a huge commitment coming in from the enemy Hazard. However, I like what Nightmare have done here. They respond, they take a kill, and then Liquid get confused. Are we going forward, or are we going to keep backing up to deal with the people that are trying to peel for cover? They split themselves up.
That's going to have RuPaul going over to the Kiri. So Kiri Lucio here with a Knife going to play the Sombra. So Sombra's quite interesting, Mitch. Like typically against Hazard, right? You would see somebody play like a Torb, right? But like maybe Knight doesn't exactly want to play Torb. When we've seen Team Liquid play Torb, it's really been Tree the one who does it. Maybe you feel like the Sombra kind of works a little bit better with the Maga. We'll see actually here. Kuffa's almost like playing on his own on a little bit of an island here. Is gonna block some of that damage. He's gonna get the benefits of the nano boost as he's already gonna be up.
You are not getting out of that room. That jagged wall locks you in that corner. The idea, I guess, Matt, was to tie a Kuffa up so that they couldn't counter-engage for Infected. But Nightmare did not need Kuffa in that fight. They could deal with the Malga on their own, apparently. Lethal dishing out damage. You've got a Dragon Blade already built. UV Fair has gone down. But Nightmare have everything that they need. After UV just throws a nano at Kuffa to keep him alive, they look a lot better. I'm just not convinced by this Liquid Malga comp when they're dealing with any setup from Nightmare that has mobility.
Admiral going back to actually kind of taxi UV back into the fight. And yeah, I agree, Mitch. This is a very interesting look. We don't see a lot of people play that Hazard into that Maga, but without the Brig in the mix, you can still play the... What? I mean, you get the Sombra there. I mean, that is massive. Now you're just going to kind of keep this pushback going. You don't have to invest anything. I mean, now you have sound barriers to equal each other out. I mean, dude, Nightmare's kind of blowing them out here.
What a confusing series this has been. Knife there. It's hard to know what ends up getting them picked off, but they're not on ping. We have that confirmed. They are stateside for this game. Zera dashes away. Susie starts to see the tendrils of the hack reach out, but it's going to be lethal picked up by Tree. Liquid have a chance here to get busy. Barrier popped later than Nightmares. There's a down tour available here for Kuffa. They're too low and there's just no UV left to keep them alive. So Liquid spend a reasonable amount to get back into a position to take some damn real estate.
So now, can Nightmare win neutral fights, right? I think that's kind of potentially what you're looking at here, right? Team Liquid as well, going to have a nice suite of ultimates coming into this next one, so not out of the realm of possibility that you're able to potentially get checkpoint here. It's going to be that forward spawn that Nightmare gets, potentially threatening this high ground here. You see that's where Admiral kind of hinting from, oh, they actually try and catch the Gen.G, doesn't catch him, so it's going to be a cage fight that goes for nothing.
It's a comedy of errors, man. Here's the blade now. Zero realizes there's nothing to shackle him. Okay, I think he spotted the Sombra there as well, but just doesn't want to hang with that potentially get hacked. Downpour catches out Infected. The guy's an absolute pincushion. Absolutely ruined. Tanks are traded though. Zero right now EMP'd by Knife's ultimate. Has to wait things out a little bit longer, and that window was utilized by Liquid to rush forward and deal with Admiral. Livy though has a nano, gives it to Zera, who has looked to really be struggling with the Sombra. I think that, you know, the Knife is definitely a threat to Zera.
And they don't get anything there with that nano, so the nano produces no results. Potentially, you think about like both tanks out of the equation. Maybe you can actually, you know, nano that Gen.G, you get the self nano, and you're able to at least kind of battle on through it. As they force them off of the Mauga, so we're gonna go away from Mauga yet again here for Team Liquid. This is a lot like Suravasa, right? That's kind of what this map feels like so far, where it will be D.Va though the go-to instead of the Winston first here for TL.
Okay, bit of a trough in ultimates here. So very much like a dry fight, at least for the most part. Both teams are just poking, and it's Nightmare that frankly are happy to do this. They have a bit of high ground control to work with. They've now given up the bridge though, so they need to take a fight elsewhere. Definitely time to start one up. Railgun popped here by Tree. Can't see the wood for the tree, unfortunately, and there's a spike guarding hazard in the way. So that railgun is shut down, but Liquid are now starting to threaten the first checkpoint. Kuffer and UV are low. Someone, think of the Ana, surely. Kuffer drops, good pressure here. Nightmare losing their most important players, and this should be a checkpoint, but the bot is sneaking away right now. It is going the other direction, Liquid.
The bot's going the other way here, and it looks like this is just Vega being occupied there by Lethal. Lethal pops his overclock, and it doesn't really get much of anything, but dude, the bot goes all the way back to basically the checkpoint there. That is crazy that you're able to do that there for Nightmare. I think this now starts to benefit. Like when you have Kappa playing the Ramatra, this is definitely better for Nightmare. And Infected doesn't have a mech.
Admiral is such a troll, he gave him a front spawn as well for Nightmare. So they are back so fast, they can take a fight in like really advantageous position here. I get it, it was a really close fight, right? It ends up being like a 2v2. Like it was really only Vega there and then in that situation. But the fact that they don't get any progress out of a fight that runs pretty tight, now they're going to get close to giving up triple digits.
So now we're back on, I mean, this is just like a rotating carousel of tanks here, right? So now that now that you're playing Ramatra, right? You're off of the hazard. Now you're going back and trying to get the advantage in terms of the tanks by playing Mauga. Potentially you have a nano blade available here. Zera gets the benefits of the nano. See if he can get maybe some of the, well, he also gets some of the, I think he was trying to get some of the ultimates out. I think he was trying to get Sound Barrier out first. So they end up using Rush, Sound Barrier, and EMP there by just investing the nano. So I think this is actually quite beneficial for Nightmare.
I mean, I would suggest that was the plan. Force Team Liquid to ult in their side of the map. And we just end up in the same situation where they're going to try and contest for the objective with 0 ultimates to use. Nightmare put them in, they had no choice, right? They don't ult, they lose the fight and they go down like 100 and plus meterage. So it sucks to be in their position, but now Liquid have to win a fight massively disadvantaged in ults, Matt.
Well, the nano actually goes on to Zero like pretty early, so he has an opportunity to pop that blade there before like a hack or anything comes through. Now he decides to blade, looking and hunting for just about anything, and just lots of swings and misses there.
Look at the position.
Blade goes for nothing.
Nightmare in a bad position. They're sort of grouped up here, and they get able to really be punished. It ends up being pretty even trades, but 4 players for Liquid are standing. And they can actually fight for this objective. They walked into this fight with no ultimates, a 0. Zero's blade doesn't get them any value on the Nightmare side. Suzu there answers the bio-nade threat pretty comfortably, and Spike Guard's not enough for Kuffer to hang around. Very good fight win for Liquid. Very, very important. Now this game got a little more interesting.
Yes. Way more interesting. You have a decent amount of time. They nano Kuffer. They want to push this back. They do not want to allow they don't want to allow Team Liquid to get back set up on the high ground, right? They don't want to have to be in a position where you just fight up into that high ground. It's going to be a cage fight here as Admiral knows sound barrier, an opportunity here for TL to keep it going, and they will.
Actually, a goated cage fight there, Matt. It's a little dicey here towards the end of the fight because of how long Ultraviolet was left alive, but you're alive with 3 and you can actually push up for some more meterage here. Okay, so Liquid, they win a fight with no ultimates, first of all. Then they see a nano hazard coming at them. They disengage perfectly, and with a Suzu as well to cleanse off a Bionade, and then they turn around and use a cage fight to win a second fight in a row. This is massive. One more of those, and they're ahead.
I will say I did like the idea there for Nightmare. You don't want to allow them to disengage and get control of that high ground, and then you're kind of like pushing into it, and you're in a really difficult spot, especially with the Maga controlling the choke. And to just kind of maybe catch them off guard, right? They're kind of hightailing it at that moment. It's going to be a sound barrier use here early by Team Liquid.
It's happening! Ultraviolet is down here. Vega, obviously sound barrier, does expire and eventually gives up his life, but he got his value in that fight. Knife is close to an EMP
so close
here.
To beat.
And what is the Gen.G doing? I mean, it's so hard to see Zera getting big value in the last few fights. There's an EMP. You've got to burn it because you can get ahead with 30-odd seconds left in the game. Yep, that's an SS. That is an SS Ajax for you, folks. That could have cost them the series.
Man, as they got off to such a fantastic start, Nightmare, but Team Liquid seems like now that we've gotten back to the Maga setup against the Hazard, but with the Sombra in the mix. And also the Kiri, that is turned the tides. Tree takes off Admiral out of the spawn. Maybe hovering over. Okay, this is going to be the Nano here, so maybe you can actually get some kills here and then battle back if you're Nightmare.
Okay, Zera. Cleans up the fight. Nanoblade has the intended purpose. Now, though, it's 3 fights in a row. The bot moves quick, but front spawn will be available here for Nightmare. Rather for Team Liquid. So they can take a relatively early engagement. Coming into a fight where, once again, like you have to fight against Kitsune Rush Overclock. Like you are not favored to win this as Nightmare. You don't have high ground, really?
You can tell this meta, Mitch, has definitely kind of thrown Nightmare for a loop, right? Because they do not want to play the Maga. They didn't play it at all last week. They really haven't played it at all throughout the series. Kitsune Rush, I take this fight early if I'm Team Liquid. Yes. I Kitsune Rush take this fight early.
Beautiful. The Admiral's down. Is curtains here for Nightmare. Surely there's no coming back from this. Oh, you could see it in real time. It was a slow-mo cataclysm for Nightmare as they slowly just handed the game over to Team Liquid with a smile. And even gave them a discount. Brutal stuff. Team Liquid take the series with a ridiculous comeback on Esperanca, almost 100 meters plus for Nightmare. That is incredible. That is 2 maps now back-to-back where Liquid have been behind, looking the weaker team, and have made a run back late in the game to take it.
And look, Team Liquid obviously puts together a really strong performance here today. I think their bans and different compositions and adjustments they made were great. I also worry a bit about Nightmare because you have to have like a Maga look. I don't think you can play like Hazard or Ramatra into like Maga. He's just, I mean, look, when he's good, he's real good. You know, the one map they're able to kind of get away from Maga, right? They're able to win. And you know, we see like a lots of dive and ball and different things, but outside of that, once we kind of got into some of those like Maga comps and like even Sigma there on Havana, Team Liquid was able to come out on top. I think if Nightmare wants to continue to go deeper in this tournament, I think, you know, early on in the losers, they'll be fine. But I think they gotta figure out how to play some variation of Maga or create something new entirely that's going to be the meta, right? Because it seems like Maga, at least right now, seems to be reign supreme.
All right, let's let the disc break this one down. A ridiculous game, honestly, and you could see it turning right before our very eyes. Nice way to end our NA playoffs here for day number 1. Let's head to the desk and have them talk us through what we saw.
It truly was. Thank you so much, Matt and Mitch. Let's break this one down, Jake and Johnny. I thought that was a very, very interesting one. It just seemed that Nightmare was a lot less keen to play that Maga than Liquid was, who quite frankly looked very good whenever they did take to the Maga. Jake, I want to talk a little bit about Infected here specifically, because one of his big strengths is being able to counter swap. And there was a real concern heading into last week already that perks might be a bit of a deterrent. Has that affected him in any way, you feel?
I mean, I think it's certainly the case that perks have mitigated counter swapping's effectiveness at least a bit, right? If you swap off a hero you've been playing for most of the round, you lose your perks. However, it's good for people to know at home, you know, if you do swap off and you have your level 0, the kills, the XP you get, it's significantly amped when you're lower level than your opponent, so you can catch up and grab those perks. That being said, it does still hurt Infected, so he's got to like be even more impressive when it comes to bringing out the counter pick and making it work for him. But he was able to do that this series as close as it was.
Yeah, and I think you saw there as well, like just starting off the series on Nepal, the Mauga was really good from Infected, and they showed early on that they're really good at that composition. Whether it's, like Jake has talked about so far today, the crit stomps coming in from Infected, or just like the positioning for the rest of the team. Infected's Mauga was really impressive, and I think that kind of like set the pace for the rest of the series.
Yeah, across the board, though, I think big performances from both DPS on both teams. Zira and Knife having that crazy Tracer battle there on Havana was super impactful. I feel Tree really came up huge in this final map, though, in Esperanca. I mean, the Sojourn was really lighting it up. He was a big difference maker. And, you know, it's fair to say that in this Mauga comp, this team does look really solid. And if that's going to be the meta, I mean, Team Liquid, that could be a difference maker for them going forward. I do think that's a tough test ahead going up against Space Station Gaming. But I don't think this is the last we've seen from Nightmare with how insanely close this series was. I mean, like, it was a 3-1, but I feel like every map really could have gone either way. They were all down to the wire pretty much. Maybe the first map was pretty dominant for Liquid, but the next 3 after that I felt were really 50-50 situations. And so I'm expecting, honestly, to see a rematch between 2 of these top 3 teams somewhere else in the bracket. I'm curious to see, you know, what anyone else can bring against Nightmare, because as much as Team Liquid won this match, I wonder, can other teams really replicate their success?
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that, because quite frankly, Nightmare would have been considered the favorite heading into this matchup. Now, for them to not have that solid Mauga look, which apparently you need as of this week, Johnny, do you have the same concerns that Matt had that he voiced at the very end of the cast?
Yeah, I think that, you know, if you're Nightmare now, it's going to be an uphill battle for sure, because you can get some of these bans out. Like you can see they banned Juno, for example, on Suravasa to try to avoid it. They banned Mauga then later on to like try to get away from some of these compositions. So it is a nice thing to have the ban system, because that is something we haven't had before that allows them to kind of operate around it. But then at that point, like, you gotta win these maps, like Havana, for example, right? And it got really close. It was close towards the end. Tree clutches it out with the nano overclock. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Nightmare. They have Clear on the roster as well, like Waiting in the Wings. We haven't, you know, seen Clear play it all right, and, you know, Clear has played some Mauga before, right? So maybe that is something you can bring in as like a last-ditch kind of like effort here. But it is going to be hard to win some of these maps if you're not willing to opt into the Mauga. So a bit of a, you know, tricky question for Nightmare moving forward for the rest of the bracket.
Yeah, well, they have to give it their all, as they're now in the lower bracket. Now, someone moving up through the upper bracket is, of course, Tree with Team Liquid. Tree earning themselves the player of the match honors as well, fragging out, showing us a bunch of different heroes today as well.
Yeah, that carry at the end of Havana. I mean, I think, honestly, if he doesn't, you got to give credit to probably Infected canceling the Flux there, getting him out of the Flux so he can go pop off with the overclock. But if he, you know, doesn't get those 2 kills, doesn't shut down the Lucio with Soundbearer, I think Havana goes against them 100%. So Tree clutching up, being this huge hit scan performer that the team needs him to be, something we want to see more of going into playoffs.
And I'm sure we will. For now, we will have a quick chat with Tree, our player of the match. So let's bring him in. Congratulations, winning your first match here in the playoffs. Well-deserved victory. And it was a rematch. What was the mindset heading into this very game after just very recently having fallen to them?
Well, other than like the meta changing a bit, I think it's leaning in towards like the Mauga as we've been seeing now, which is like, I think, a lot better for us. But also, I think when we played them before, you know, I feel like the only time our team loses is when we lose to ourselves. You know, where I think if you look at our roster, we're obviously all very good players, but sometimes we're inconsistent and we don't always play how we normally do in scrims. And I think that's the main reason we lost to Nightmare. But today, you know, it was a lot cleaner. I still think it could be even better. I think definitely looking to like 3-0 this team consistently, and 3-0 everyone really, if we're really playing our best. But yeah, I think that's the biggest difference.
So that's high expectations for you guys going into the rest of playoffs. Your next opponent, of course, is going to be Space Station Gaming. Do you think that they're on like another level? Do you think they're going to be a tougher test? They obviously played a ton of Mauga in their series, so maybe expecting a little bit more of a mirror match for you guys. Is that something you guys want to take, or how are you feeling going up against your next opponent in Space Station?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing SSG. You know, a lot of us on Liquid, we're pretty close friends with all of them and like former teammates. Like I've played with like Kellen, CJ, and obviously the Toronto guys. I've played with Lenny. Even Knife has played with like Bliss, so it's always fun playing them. I'm definitely looking forward to that match a bit more than this one because, you know, Nightmare's a little weird. They play a bunch of different comps. SSG plays more to the meta and feel like we're definitely the best two teams. And when we're going at it in the meta in the mirror comp, I think it's really fun to watch and really fun to play. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Curious how you feel about playing for a partner team like Liquid, you know, coming into this stage. I definitely had very high hopes for the team and, you know, you've had some really solid performances. Do you feel like an added sense of pressure considering you're representing a partner team like Liquid and, you know, only 2 teams ultimately make it to China here in the regional playoffs?
I think that's more where the pressure comes from. Like you said, 2 teams only make it. It's different than any other LAN we've done before. So I think, and especially it being in China, like me personally, I want to make this LAN more than any other LAN I've ever played in, just because of the location. I think it's going to be sick. So yeah, I think there is a bit of pressure, not just on us, on everyone around the scene, just to really try hard right now and make this LAN.
And it's going to be so much fun to see all the action of international competition again on a big stage. Tree, thank you so much for joining us and best of luck in your match next weekend against SSG.
All right, thanks so much.
Great to hear it from Tree. Also just fantastic to hear just how much those LAN events mean to players. Like, I think some people just... We can't quite convey that here on the desk or general as broadcast talent. Like for the players, having the opportunity to play in front of a live crowd in those different locations across the globe against international competition, that does mean a lot.
Yeah, and I like that Tree highlighted that it's a LAN in China. I think, you know, the Chinese fans have been really waiting a long time for there to be like a full-scale LAN, you know, for the fans there. And so I think for the players, it's super exciting to come to a new region, one that you maybe haven't been to before, can play in front of a new group of fans. I mean, that's honestly for most esports players, professionals who've been doing it for years, that's what they're really playing for, is the opportunity to go on these like the biggest stages in the world and compete. And so as much as like 2nd and 3rd place in this playoff doesn't have the hugest difference in prize pool, there's so much more emotion on the line here for these teams, especially in NA where the top 3 is so competitive.
Let's take a look at their road to China as we're looking at our bracket once again. They are meeting SSG in that upper bracket final. Once again, a reminder, last time they faced off against them, they did take that series 3-2. That was, however, in week 1 of stage 1. So it's been a few weeks ago. The meta, of course, has considerably changed. Looking at those lower bracket matches, which one gets you hyped up, Johnny?
Yeah, I think in the case of North America, it's going to be tougher when we look at the lower bracket because we're in EMEA. You know, we think at like 2-6, everyone could beat each other. In this case, I think Avidity and Rad, they have a very tough task on their hand trying to take down Timeless and Nightmare. So I think we have got 2 underdog teams here in the lower bracket. And that's just being realistic, you know, that's just like kind of saying it how it is, right? So maybe it's a case of like, you know, you didn't really prepare for a lower bracket team because you want to fix your mistakes going into the next matchup. Maybe there's some upset potential there, but I think the case to be made here in North America is that it's going to be a very tough task for Avidity and Rad to match the top 4 we have in North America, and that's really what it is, a top 4 vying for 2 spots. But you never know. Could always been for some upsets. Last year was the Fluffy Dreamlad squad who came clutch a few times, you know, the beatdown NRG, for example. So you never know in the North American bracket, but it's going to be an uphill battle for sure.
They did have the logo buff, so there's that. That's all right, Johnny, that's all right. And I have 0 expectations whenever I talk to you. And now I do have a lot of expectations whenever you... That is a good thing. I have a lot of expectations when I'm setting up with illustrators.
You never know what you're in for with me. I'll just yap about something you made a move in Esports.
Johnny caught a stray so hard, he doesn't even know he caught a stray. He's bleeding out and he thinks he's fine. He's in shock.
You don't know. You don't know.
Someone tell him.
You're right.
We can talk about, you know, all kinds of things. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we can. How about we talk about Kafa? Because, you know, obviously the teams which are waiting in the lower bracket, they need to be very aware of the weaknesses, but also of the strength of the team that they're going up against. In Kafa, that Winston has definitely been a standout, and you have a clip to showcase that.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd keep it around, but here we go. Some Winston analysis for you.
I did ask in Discord, you didn't answer,
So here we are. But yeah, let's take a look at Kaffa. Just setting up a little bit of Winston dive here. Anyway, like I know Nightmare lost his series here. Can we just go full screen? But what I think was so beautiful about Nightmare and how they played is really how they just triangulate their play with Winston, Tracer, and Ana. Because, if you're the Winston here, you have to set up the dive with the Tracer, and you can see how Kaffa is utilizing the high ground to set up the way they break down this Sigma double flex support dive, right? And then the Nano comes in from Kaffa here, puts pressure on the backline, nice little snipe there on Infected as well, pressuring the Sojourn, and then is able with this Nano as well to build the Primary Rage, which is going to be an additional kind of survivability mechanic to sustain Kaffa in these front lines as well. Almost narrowly dies here as well, but is able to build up this ultimate here with the help of the bubble and an extra dive coming in there. And that is going to help Nightmare cap out this point. So I know they lost, but I think you saw it on Suravasa as well, where Admiral and Ultraviolet, they were really proactive in the backline with trying to get their Ana in a position to nade aggressively. And then once you hit that nade from an off angle, then the rest of the team can't follow up. And that's very much a win condition for a Nightmare, right? When they play these non-Maga compositions. And so that is something to look forward to in that scenario. I think Kaffa just, the way he took high ground, then made his approach, making sure it was always in the Ana line of sight. I think Kaffa just executed it really well on the Winston there. So there you go. I just wanted to shout out a bit of a Winston on Tracer trio because that is something I like watching.
Same. Is that what we're gonna see tomorrow? Maybe not.
I mean,
probably
I do think
some more Maga. I don't know. Let's look at.
I think Nightmare are going to try to force that as much as they can. They're going to use bans and try to bring that out in their favor. But I think it's good. Other people have made these points. Matt brought it up at the end of the cast. They've got to have a good Mauga comp to go really far. If they can get that over the next few days, there's very much a lot of run back potential. In EMEA, though, I'm super excited to see Twisted Minds in the Ultimates. These teams are started in the lower bracket. They didn't have the best regular season, but there's a lot of veterans on these teams, and you're starting to look at the name value, and I'm starting to believe again. Maybe I'm crazy, Johnny, but I'm starting to look at Kai and Kevster. I'm looking at Twisted Minds with Funny Astro and Lucio. I mean, these are big names that I got to put some respect on those names going into the playoff.
Yeah, I actually think you're right. But as someone who's already submitted their bracket,
yeah, me too.
The case, I was like, well, the Ultimate's probably gonna go down. I mean, you get KSA as your tank as well. So, I feel like they do have a squad that it could be pretty good here in the Mauga meta. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, I think our NA brackets are all in shambles. I don't think we've shown them, but I think I looked at them and yeah, well, it is what it is. So good thing we never showed them. For now, though, we're done for our first day of play. Everything is still possible. We're going to see teams making lower bracket runs potentially and ending up in the finals. I'm excited for the action to come. All of that has to wait until tomorrow, though, as we're headed into the lower brackets in both of our regions. Jake, Johnny, thank you so much for joining me all day long here on the desk. We will be back with more action tomorrow. Thank you all so much for watching today. But stick around as we will be rating our featured co-streamer, and then we're going to see you guys again tomorrow. Bye.